In the year 367, when the young Gratian became emperor, the Roman imperial institution had already existed for centuries. The position of emperor was not simply a political office, but a complex system of power, symbolism, and expectation that had developed over a long historical process. To understand how child emperors could later ascend the throne, it is necessary first to examine the nature of the imperial role itself and how it had evolved by the late 4th century. Earlier generations had established many expectations about what a Roman ruler should be. But by this period, the office had changed significantly, shaped by new political realities and the growing influence of Christianity. A range of contemporary sources reveals the qualities, duties, and public image expected of a late Roman emperor, showing both the ideals associated with the position and the practical demands of ruling an empire. One important guide to the ideal image of imperial rule was a rhetorical work written in the late 3rd century that explained how rulers should be praised in formal speeches. This text outlined the virtues and characteristics expected of an emperor and provided a structured model for describing the qualities of a successful ruler. Although no emperor could perfectly match this ideal description, the framework helps reveal how imperial authority was understood and represented. Over time, the office continued to develop, eventually reaching a stage where even a very young child could theoretically occupy the throne. At the same time, the adoption of Christianity introduced new religious expectations for emperors, adding spiritual responsibilities to the traditional political and military duties. These changes show that the imperial role was not fixed, but constantly evolving in response to shifting social and ideological conditions. Public speeches praising emperors also provide valuable insight into how rulers were presented to their subjects. Collections of ceremonial orations delivered across several centuries demonstrate how speakers celebrated imperial virtues and reinforced political legitimacy. These speeches followed established traditions of praise that had existed long before the Roman Empire itself, drawing on a shared language of honor and authority. They often highlighted similar qualities such as strength, wisdom, justice, and divine favor, helping to create a consistent image of what an ideal emperor should represent. Such speeches also reveal how rulers wished to be perceived and how their supporters promoted their authority. The true purpose of these ceremonial speeches has long been debated. Some have suggested that they were intended to guide emperors by describing the qualities they should aspire to achieve. Others view them as little more than exaggerated flattery designed to win favor or reward. Another interpretation sees them as a form of political communication, carefully presenting the emperor's image to the public in a way that reinforced his legitimacy. These speeches were often delivered during important public events such as an emperor's accession, arrival in a city, or assumption of office, where the spectacle and ceremony were as significant as the words themselves. Because of their highly celebratory nature, such speeches must be treated carefully when used as historical evidence. They frequently exaggerate achievements and attribute virtues that may not have existed in reality. Nevertheless, they remain valuable because they reveal how emperors were officially portrayed and what qualities were considered desirable in a ruler. Even if the praise was excessive, it still reflects the expectations and ideals surrounding imperial power. The audience for these speeches was relatively limited, consisting mainly of political and military elites, yet this group was crucial since their support was essential for maintaining authority. Furthermore, the messages conveyed in these speeches often appeared in other forms of imperial communication, such as laws and coin inscriptions, spreading similar ideas throughout the empire. Other writings from the period offer a different perspective on imperial rule. Historical accounts sometimes provide more direct and critical evaluations of emperors, describing how rulers actually behaved and whether they fulfilled their expected roles. These works demonstrate that the idealized image presented in public praise did not always correspond to reality. They also show the gap that often existed between the official portrayal of the emperor and the practical challenges of governing a vast and diverse empire. Religious writings introduced yet another dimension to the understanding of imperial authority. With the spread of Christianity, the emperor increasingly came to be viewed as a ruler chosen by divine will, responsible for maintaining order and harmony in the earthly realm under God's guidance. This new vision transformed traditional imperial ideology by adding spiritual leadership to the emperor's responsibilities. The ruler was no longer simply a military commander or political leader, but also a figure with a sacred role, expected to uphold religious truth and moral order. This development significantly shaped the expectations placed upon emperors in the later Roman world. Taken together, these different sources reveal the wide range of qualities expected of an ideal emperor. They describe not only political and military competence, but also moral character, education, and personal virtue. Although few rulers could ever meet all these expectations, the ideal itself played an important role in shaping how imperial authority was understood and presented. Among the personal qualities expected of an emperor, family background and origins were considered important. A distinguished homeland or noble ancestry could enhance a ruler's prestige, while stories of divine signs at birth suggested that his rule had been favoured by higher powers. Physical appearance also carried symbolic meaning. Descriptions of emperors often emphasized strength, beauty, and commanding presence, presenting the ruler's body as a visible reflection of his authority and dignity. Such portrayals helped reinforce the image of the emperor as a figure set apart from ordinary people. Accounts of several rulers from this period illustrate these ideals. Descriptions of emperors frequently emphasize their impressive physical features, portraying them as strong, majestic, and commanding figures whose appearance inspired respect. Their native lands were praised for shaping their character, teaching endurance, discipline, and resilience. In some cases, imperial families were even said to possess divine origins, further strengthening claims to authority. The achievements of an emperor's father were often highlighted as evidence of inherited virtue, while the emperor's own appearance and presence were presented as sources of reassurance and stability for the population. Education formed another essential element of the ideal ruler's character. Intellectual ability, love of learning, and mastery of various disciplines were all considered signs of excellence. A ruler was expected to demonstrate knowledge of literature, philosophy, languages, or military science, depending on his talents. Historical accounts frequently comment on the education of emperors, praising those who pursued knowledge eagerly and criticizing those who lacked intellectual refinement. Some rulers were admired for their skill in writing, painting, or other arts, while others were described as lacking proper training or cultural sophistication. Family origin, ancestry, early upbringing, and education all played an important role in shaping how an emperor was presented to the public. Ideally, a ruler was expected to possess an honourable background and a distinguished formation, although shortcomings in these areas could sometimes be ignored or softened in public representation. More important, however, were the emperor's actions. His conduct could not be concealed or overlooked, because it formed the true measure of imperial character. Public praise focused on achievements, which were traditionally divided into deeds performed in peace and those carried out in war. These actions were expected to reflect four essential virtues: courage, justice, self-control, and wisdom. This set of moral qualities had deep roots in earlier traditions of kingship and continued to shape expectations of imperial behavior. The practice of evaluating rulers according to their virtues and faults was well established. Historical writers frequently assessed emperors by comparing their conduct with that of earlier rulers, creating a moral framework through which contemporary audiences could judge imperial leadership. Such comparisons reminded readers that there existed recognized standards of behavior, both admirable and shameful, which emperors were expected to follow. This approach reflected a belief that knowledge of past actions could guide present conduct, reinforcing the idea that moral continuity linked earlier generations to the present. Members of the Roman elite were educated within this tradition, absorbing values that emphasized ethical conduct and the importance of virtuous leadership. For an emperor, embodying these traditional virtues was essential. Personal character could carry as much weight as political legitimacy, and for many subjects it mattered less how a ruler gained power than whether he possessed the qualities necessary to govern effectively. Imperial authority rested partly on a form of personal prestige, grounded in the belief that the emperor possessed exceptional abilities beyond those of ordinary individuals. This perception of extraordinary capacity helped sustain loyalty and justified the emperor's elevated position. Among the four central virtues, courage occupied the foremost place. It was demonstrated primarily through military leadership and success in warfare. In descriptions of war, emphasis was placed on the emperor's ability to outmaneuver his enemies, anticipate their strategies, and secure victory through superior planning. His own campaigns were portrayed as displays of skill, knowledge, and determination. Warfare was an unavoidable reality of Roman political life, and military concerns dominated the responsibilities of the state. The empire depended heavily on its capacity to wage war, and therefore military competence became one of the defining qualities of imperial rule. The emperor's role in warfare could take many forms. He might personally command troops in battle, inspire soldiers through speeches, organize military logistics, or consult with generals on strategic decisions. Even in victory, he was expected to show restraint and humanity toward defeated enemies. Although not every ruler personally led armies into combat, he still needed to ensure the effectiveness of the military by providing adequate supplies, equipment, and strategic direction. Above all, he had to maintain the loyalty of his soldiers and commanders. Securing the support of the army was essential for stability, and the distribution of honours and rewards to military leaders served as an important means of preserving their allegiance. This need for military loyalty would later present serious challenges, especially for emperors who ascended the throne as children. Descriptions of individual rulers often highlight their military qualities. Some were praised for their physical strength, skill with weapons, and dedication to military training. Others gained recognition for careful planning in battle and personal bravery that inspired their troops. At times, however, excessive boldness could prove dangerous, leading to reckless decisions or even death in combat. Certain emperors were admired for their discipline, foresight, and experience, though they were sometimes criticized for failing to enforce strict enough punishment within the ranks. Public praise also celebrated rulers who moved swiftly across the provinces during campaigns or devoted their energy to defending the empire's frontiers. Military success thus became a central element in shaping the emperor's reputation. In an age marked by invasions and internal rebellions, the emperor's military role gained even greater importance. Victory in war not only protected the empire but also strengthened the ruler's claim to authority and reinforced the perception of divine favour. Courage in battle and success against enemies became powerful symbols of legitimacy. While courage was associated with war, the virtues required in times of peace were equally significant. Justice stood at the centre of the emperor's responsibilities in civil life. A ruler was expected to display fairness, compassion, and accessibility. listening to the petitions of his subjects and ensuring that laws were applied with humanity. He was responsible for abolishing unjust regulations and establishing laws that promoted order and fairness. From the earliest periods of Roman rule, the administration of justice had been a fundamental duty of the emperor, shaping his relationship with the population. The emperor's judicial role was often regarded as his most important function outside the battlefield. He was responsible not only for issuing legal decisions, but also for correcting flaws in existing laws and ensuring that justice was properly enforced. The ruler was frequently viewed as the embodiment of law itself, the ultimate source of legal authority and the living expression of the state's order. This idea reinforced the autocratic structure of imperial government, presenting the emperor as the central figure through whom the state functioned. Over time, this concept acquired a religious dimension. The emperor came to be seen as a representative of divine justice on earth, responsible for maintaining order according to a higher moral standard. Law itself held enormous significance within Roman society. It was regarded as one of the defining features of civilization, distinguishing Roman culture from what was perceived as the disorder of foreign peoples. Legal institutions represented rationality, discipline, and the supremacy of reason over violence, and these ideals contributed to the legitimacy of imperial authority. The emperor's judicial responsibilities also involved practical communication with his subjects. Citizens could submit written petitions requesting decisions or clarifications, and the emperor would issue official responses. Although such interactions were often limited to the more privileged members of society, they nevertheless demonstrated the broad scope of imperial concern. Legislation addressed a wide range of issues, from taxation and property rights to the regulation of urban life and economic activity. The routine nature of such decisions reinforced the perception of the emperor as the ultimate source of justice and authority. Roman law, however, primarily protected property and economic interests, meaning that much of the emperor's legal activity focused on the concerns of landowners and the social elite. His involvement in these matters increased the significance of his decisions, as they affected those who held substantial power within society. Although some administrative duties were gradually delegated to high officials, the emperor remained the central figure in legal matters, and his role as judge continued to be emphasized. Historical accounts reveal how rulers were evaluated according to their commitment to justice. Some were praised for fairness and careful judgment, while others were criticized for harshness, greed, or cruelty. Compassion, clemency, and wisdom in legal decisions enhanced an emperor's reputation, while excessive severity or the pursuit of personal wealth damaged it. Moral character, therefore, remained closely linked to effective governance. Administrative responsibilities extended beyond legal decisions to include the appointment of officials and the organization of government. A new ruler needed to build a reliable administration by granting positions, titles, and honors to loyal supporters. These appointments strengthened his authority by creating networks of dependence and loyalty. The emperor's associates and advisors, who often held influential positions, played a crucial role in shaping policy and maintaining stability. Prudent selection of officials was widely regarded as a mark of good leadership. Successful rulers were those who chose capable individuals, distinguished by military skill, intellectual ability, or knowledge of law. They were expected to appoint honest and energetic administrators who would serve the interests of the state. Conversely, emperors who allowed themselves to be influenced by corrupt advisors, or who surrounded themselves with unworthy companions, risked undermining their authority. Relations with the traditional aristocracy also remained important. Although the political influence of the Senate had declined, its goodwill still carried symbolic value. Emperors sought to maintain favourable relations with the elite, granting them positions at court and engaging with them in public settings. Eloquence and education helped reinforce this relationship, as shared cultural values create a sense of connection between the ruler and the aristocratic class. The emperor's administrative duties also included managing the provinces and supervising the vast imperial bureaucracy. Effective governance required the appointment of honest governors who would enforce laws fairly rather than exploit the population. The ruler was expected to balance the need for taxation with concern for the welfare of his subjects, ensuring that financial burdens remained bearable. Cooperation with local elites was essential, since they played a key role in collecting taxes and administering provincial affairs. Through the distribution of privileges and financial relief, the emperor could strengthen loyalty among influential groups. Opinions about individual rulers varied widely. Some were praised for reducing tax burdens and protecting provincial interests, while others were condemned for allowing exploitation and neglecting the welfare of their subjects. Careful management of administration and taxation, therefore, became another measure of imperial competence. Wisdom and self-control formed the final components of the ideal imperial character. A ruler was expected to demonstrate superior understanding and sound judgment, surpassing others in intelligence and insight. His personal conduct was to reflect moderation, discipline, and high moral standards. Restraint in food and drink, control of personal desires, and dignity in behaviour were all considered signs of true authority. Descriptions of emperors frequently comment on their personal habits. Some were praised for moderation and self-discipline, living simple lives and avoiding excess. Others were criticised for indulgence, lack of restraint, or moral weakness. Chastity and moral purity were particularly valued, and rulers who maintained strict standards within their courts were regarded as exemplary. Public praise also emphasized qualities such as patience, kindness, accessibility, and cheerfulness. An ideal emperor was not only powerful but also approachable and compassionate. He was expected to guide his subjects through personal example, correcting the faults of others, while living according to principles of simplicity and restraint. A late Roman emperor was expected to look the part, but appearance and upbringing were only the opening act. A handbook, like Menander's Guide to Imperial Praise, is useful precisely because it lays out what an audience was trained to notice, the virtues an emperor needed to display, and the practical roles those virtues implied. Behind the language of praise sat a constant political problem. Every reign had to answer the same question: why this man, and why now? The claim to rule had to be framed inside an accepted moral vocabulary. Courage, justice, wisdom, and self-control were not just personal qualities. They were the public standards by which imperial power was explained. Skilled speechwriters could turn these standards into a story of rightful authority, shaping how a ruler's position was understood by the people who mattered most. Yet legitimacy did not function like a legal certificate handed out at the start. In the Roman world, it was often judged after the fact. A government could declare itself chosen and proper, but the final assessment usually came later, measured by results and by how a reign ended. Success created its own retroactive logic. Failure could drain meaning from the most carefully staged beginnings. The first and most persuasive sign of legitimacy was victory. A ruler who won battles could claim that the heavens favoured him, and once that claim took hold, other supporting arguments could be arranged behind it. Praise could then connect the emperor's successes to the expected virtues, and present them as proof that the right person held the throne. The idea that divine backing mattered more than anything else ran through public presentations of emperors. It often appears as an assumption rather than a point to be argued, because it was supposed to feel obvious. If a ruler was truly appointed by a higher power, then virtue followed naturally. The logic was simple and ruthless. A defeated candidate could not plausibly be the chosen one. Victory was treated almost as a built-in imperial trait, something that revealed who the emperor really was. Narratives of successful rulers sometimes describe them as if fortune itself carried them forward, turning military achievement into a sign of destiny. Christian writers often press the connection even harder, presenting triumph as the reward for honoring the one true God. In that picture, military success was not merely strategy and discipline. It was a visible mark of blessing, and the emperor's invincibility flowed from his relationship with the divine. Law could also be used to anchor a ruler's claim to authority. Late Roman political culture tied the law-giving emperor to a sense of cosmic order. Issuing legislation, organizing legal collections, and presenting reforms as moral correction became ways to show that the emperor was not simply powerful, but rightful. Law carried enormous symbolic weight because it was treated as a defining feature of Roman civilization. It was part of the empire's self-image as a rational, orderly world standing apart from outsiders imagined as violent or uncultured. That made legal action a sensitive and effective stage for legitimacy. A ruler could present himself as protector of civilization, guardian of justice, and maker of clarity in a dangerous world. Even the language that introduced laws could be shaped to imply that rule was sanctioned from above and aimed at the common good. The manner of accession also mattered. A properly conducted elevation, carried out with recognized ceremony, could strengthen claims of divine approval and signal that the new ruler fit the official story the empire told about itself. In that story, the empire was not just a political structure, but a vehicle of providence, and the right emperor was guided into place. Orators could portray elections as decisions made with heavenly agreement, especially after periods of instability. The more uncertain the recent past, the more important it became to describe the new beginning as calm, unanimous, and endorsed by forces beyond human choice. Blood ties could help, even though the imperial office was not legally hereditary. Being related to a previous emperor offered a ready-made bridge to continuity, a way to borrow prestige from an earlier reign already accepted as legitimate. In theory, a ruler was elected, but the public role of the people in that process had long been mostly symbolic. In practice, the Senate still performed formal acts of confirmation, but the army's voice became increasingly decisive. That is why usurpers so often grounded their claims in military acclamation. Soldiers could raise a man up in the name of necessity, and once an army proclaimed its choice, a rival government had to respond. By the late 3rd and early 4th centuries, imperial rule was also being reorganized to meet crisis. Power was divided across regions, and multiple emperors operated at once. This arrangement reduced delays, allowed faster military responses, and increased the visible presence of government in different parts of the empire. Later reforms separated major military commands from civil administration, creating distinct chains of authority. The multiplication of emperors also served a symbolic purpose. It suggested continuity in the face of death and reinforced the idea that the empire could not be left without a guiding hand. Naming a junior colleague or appointing a subordinate emperor could strengthen legitimacy by presenting the newcomer as chosen by an already ruling and supposedly favoured senior. At the same time, it introduced new tensions. 2 courts had to cooperate, 2 rulers had to appear united, and the message of harmony had to be broadcast loudly, especially during emergencies. Public praise often leaned heavily on images of perfect partnership, because unity itself was treated as evidence of divine support. Accounts of accessions reveal how these ideas played out in practice. A candidate raised by the senior ruler could be presented as properly selected and carefully installed. A candidate acclaimed by troops could be described as confirmed by victory and therefore by heaven. Another familiar theme was reluctance. When a new emperor was shown hesitating, refusing honours, or appearing modest, the performance suggested virtue and suitability. The man who did not crave power seemed safer, more disciplined, more worthy. In contrast, hurried or chaotic accessions could be made to look suspicious. If an emperor was raised by a small, agitated group, rather than by a broad consensus, the story could imply that the event lacked divine backing, even if the outcome was accepted for a time. Ceremony mattered because it turned ideology into something visible. Imperial clothing, insignia, and formal ritual were treated as proof that power had been assumed correctly. When those symbols were missing, improvised, or ridiculous, the entire claim could be undermined. Stories of would-be rulers scrambling for purple garments, settling for makeshift substitutes, or appearing in attire fit for servants, rather than emperors, were more than gossip. They were narrative signals that the regime did not fit the proper pattern. Such episodes also reveal something else. Legitimacy was often judged by outcomes. Writers could portray losers as lacking the right signs from the beginning. Even short-lived rulers might be remembered as oddly ill-fitting, literally and figuratively, as if the office rejected them. Establishing a new reign could also involve discrediting what came before. Public speakers sometimes contrasted earlier bloodshed or disorder with the peace and stability of a new government, crafting an argument that the present deserved support because it was morally better. These comparisons mattered even more when members of the previous ruling family remained alive and could be treated as potential rivals. Dynastic marriages became useful tools in this landscape. They could link a new regime to older prestige, soften the problem of a newcomer's lack of ancestry, and reassure elites who preferred continuity. Such tactics were aimed above all at the influential landowners, officials, and commanders whose acceptance made rule workable. Taken together, late Roman legitimacy rested on a cluster of reinforcing ideas. Divine favour was the centre, most convincingly displayed through victory and prosperity. The emperor's role as the source of law offered another pillar, especially when law was presented as the mark of civilization itself. Proper accession ritual signalled correctness and order, while the denigration of rivals helped clear the field. A ruler's legitimacy in practice depended on how he came to power, whether his reign succeeded, and how later judgment interpreted the whole story. Because divine favour mattered so much, the emperor also carried a religious burden. Earlier, rhetorical guides did not set out a separate religious job description, partly because ancient political life did not imagine a clean division between sacred and secular authority. Traditionally, the emperor stood at the head of public religion, and that expectation did not disappear when emperors became Christian. The role changed shape, but it remained central. The Christian ruler was increasingly presented as God's appointed representative on earth. Matters connected with the emperor retained a sacred aura, even though old practices like the deification of dead emperors no longer fit Christian belief. Christian writers expanded the ideal portrait most clearly in this area. The emperor was expected to promote unity of belief, to protect the church, and to act as a guardian of religious peace. In practice, this could mean convening councils to resolve disputes, presiding with bishops, encouraging agreement, and sometimes using state power to enforce decisions. Some accounts depict emperors as supervisors of the church's welfare, intervening when doctrine, threatened unity. They also describe actions against pagan cult sites, portraying such measures as part of the emperor's duty to reshape society's religious life. Yet the role could be contradictory. Even Christian emperors could maintain older responsibilities tied to traditional institutions, filling vacancies in pagan priesthoods as part of inherited office. Pagan observers, meanwhile, could acknowledge the emperor's influence on religious controversies without endorsing his theology. They could criticize rulers who fueled disputes through argument and pressure rather than calming them. Other emperors were praised for tolerance, and intellectuals outside the church could applaud policies that avoided persecution and maintained civic peace. As the church's structure grew, the relationship between emperor and bishops became more complex. Later labels like Caesaropapism can mislead because ancient people did not share modern assumptions about separate spheres. Still, changes were underway. The emperor was not clergy and could not perform sacraments, but he held enormous leverage. He could call councils, shape policy, appoint bishops, exile opponents, fund church building, hear appeals, and attempt to impose doctrinal uniformity. In a world that feared divine punishment for religious disorder, unity was not merely a theological ideal. It was treated as a political necessity. The emperor's duty to prevent division could become a justification for coercion against those defined as wrong believers. Even conflicts between bishops and emperors can be read as political theatre as much as confrontation. A famous case from the end of the 4th century is often described as a bishop humiliating an emperor. Yet it can also be understood as a managed rehabilitation after a catastrophe. Public penance could become a display that restored the ruler's moral standing and transformed scandal into a story of repentance and renewal. In that reading, bishop and emperor appear less as enemies than as partners producing a public outcome that benefited both church discipline and imperial stability. Emperors expressed their religious role in many ways. Laws against pagan practice, major church building projects, council assemblies to settle doctrine, and public performances of piety all served as signals that the ruler stood in the right relationship with God. Military success was often tied to these religious claims, especially for rulers who were both active commanders and conspicuously devout. Victory and piety could be presented as inseparable, each proving the other. The emphasis on divine favour and rightful rule helped drive a visible growth in ceremony. Late Roman court ritual became more elaborate and more theatrical, and observers often explained this as an Eastern or Persian influence, associating it with a major reforming emperor of the earlier period. Whether that explanation was accurate mattered less than the perception itself. People believed the imperial style had changed, and that belief reflected a deeper shift. The emperor was no longer portrayed as a first citizen, pretending to be an ordinary magistrate. The system was openly autocratic. Ceremony became a language, communicating distance, hierarchy, and sacred authority. New rituals reinforced the idea that the emperor's position was unique and inviolable. Courtiers performed gestures of submission, and symbolic acts could mark forgiveness, favour, and restored status. In formal interactions with the Senate, ritual acclamations could eclipse genuine deliberation. There are accounts of assemblies consumed by scripted praise, repeated declarations of loyalty, and carefully staged unity. The length and performance of these acclamations mattered, even when the content could be delivered quickly. The spectacle was the message: harmony, perfection, and legitimacy presented as undeniable facts. One of the clearest moments when imperial power became visible to ordinary people was the emperor's ceremonial arrival in a city. These entrances were not casual visits. They were carefully staged, public performances, designed to show what the emperor was, why he ruled, and how far above daily life his authority stood. A famous example comes from the mid-4th century, when the reigning emperor entered Rome in a scene remembered for its controlled grandeur. The emperor's posture, silence, and rigid self-command projected an image that felt almost inhuman, remote, elevated, and untouchable. To many observers, this kind of display seemed to confirm that the late Roman ruler had become a distant figure, more like a sacred presence than a reachable leader. But that impression only tells part of the story. Once inside the city, the same emperor behaved in ways that do not fit the idea of a permanently unapproachable monarch. He addressed the political elite in formal settings, spoke to the wider crowd from a public platform, attended spectacles, and even seemed to enjoy the quick humour and bold remarks of ordinary people. The shift suggests something more practical than a simple transformation into a frozen idol. Imperial behaviour could change depending on the setting. The ruler was expected to know when to present himself as a military commander surrounded by awe, and when to perform as a civil leader who could speak, listen, and appear present among his subjects. What mattered was not a single style of rule, but the ability to switch roles without weakening authority. This expectation that an emperor must adjust his public conduct to the moment appears repeatedly in late Roman commentary. Private faults might exist, but the office demanded self-control and a sense of limits. An emperor who drank too heavily or pursued pleasure too openly could be criticized. Yet it was also assumed that time and responsibility might force such a man to correct himself once he fully understood the weight of imperial dignity. The point was not moral perfection in private life. The point was a disciplined public image that matched the demands of rank. Some rulers earned praise precisely because they seemed to understand this, keeping a careful sense of distance, posture, and restraint. Others drew criticism for acting in ways that looked too casual, too familiar, or too unaware of what the role required in specific circumstances. The problem was not simply personality, but the failure to perform decorum, behaviour that fit the moment, the audience, and the symbolism of power. Even so, the greatest ceremonies could only reach a fraction of the empire. The Roman world was immense, and most people would never witness a grand arrival, never see the emperor in person, and might never even be close enough to identify him. For that majority, the emperor existed through images and messages. Portraits displayed in public spaces, official likenesses placed in prominent locations, and coinage circulating through markets and military camps. All had to carry the same basic meaning. This ruler is legitimate, protected by higher power, and endowed with extraordinary qualities. The imperial face needed to persuade even those who lived far from the court that the empire had a centre and that the man at that centre mattered. Material generosity also worked as a kind of message. Funding public works, supporting institutions, and sponsoring major building projects signalled that the emperor's authority was not only distant, but also beneficial. Under Christian emperors, this could be expressed through especially visible support for churches across the provinces, including new construction and the upgrading of older buildings. Such gifts were not simply pious acts, they were political communication in stone, wood, and gold, evidence that the ruler cared about the moral order of the empire, about community identity, and about the well-being of groups that mattered socially and spiritually. Through benefaction, an emperor could appear present even when physically absent. This is where the rhetorical blueprint offered by Menander becomes useful again. It provides a neat way of naming the virtues and roles that late Roman society expected from a ruler. The categories are not the only way to describe the imperial job, but they help break down a complicated office into recognizable pieces. An emperor was supposed to embody courage, justice, wisdom, and self-control. He was expected to be competent in war, though competence could mean direct command, strategic planning, or ensuring that the army was supplied and loyal. He was expected to govern in peace through fair justice, stable administration, and careful appointments. In both war and peace, he had to manage politics, because the empire depended on the cooperation of powerful groups, commanders, officials, and land-owning elites. Keeping these people loyal required rewards, recognition, and constant attention to the balance of influence. Some elements of the imperial role had deep roots and hardly changed in outline, even as their presentation shifted. Others were genuinely new. The most striking new element in the 4th century was the expanding Christian dimension of imperial identity. The emperor was increasingly expected to protect correct belief, encourage unity within the church, and act as the leading defender of the faith, all while still fulfilling older expectations of justice and order. Traditional virtues could remain in place, but they could be recolored with Christian emphasis. Justice, for example, could be praised not only as fairness toward the powerful, but also as compassion toward the poor and vulnerable. Because the moral language of imperial virtue was long established, writers with different religious commitments could still describe emperors using the same framework. The vocabulary stayed familiar even when its meaning gained new tones. In the end, legitimacy depended on more than ritual and words. If a reign prospered, if it survived crises, defeated enemies, and maintained stability, then later judgment would tend to label it divinely favoured, and therefore rightful. During the ruler's lifetime, magnificent ceremony helped sustain this belief by making legitimacy visible. Success reinforced the story, and the story in turn strengthened authority. By the late 360s, this shared model of what an emperor should be provides a starting point for understanding a difficult political experiment: the rise of child rulers in the Western Empire. No adult emperor could perfectly meet every expectation on the unwritten checklist, and different situations pushed different virtues to the foreground. Some moments demanded military strength above all else. Others demanded legal skill, administrative control, or religious leadership. The office was heavy even for a capable adult. The question becomes sharper when the ruler is a boy. If grown men struggled to embody the full range of required roles, what happened when the imperial figure was too young to lead armies, dominate councils, or personally manage a court? This problem can be followed through 3 broad stages in the Western Empire. First comes the moment of accession. Who proclaimed the boy, under what pressure, and with what political calculations? Particular importance attaches to the precedent, created when a ruling emperor raised a young heir to share power, because that act provided a model that later groups around the throne could reuse when their interest required it. The second stage is the long middle of a reign, where success or failure often turns on military realities. A child cannot command in the field, and that absence forces others to govern in his name. Different solutions appear: collective rule by committees and factions, or control by a single dominant manager. The third stage is the battle over image. Traditional expectations of emperors did not disappear simply because the ruler was young, so official presentation had to adapt. Public language, ceremony, and propaganda had to find ways to explain how the empire was still being led properly. At the same time, traces of strain tend to leak through, revealing when practical demands were not being met despite all efforts to maintain the ideal picture. This son of mine, Gratian, has grown up among your own children. You know him, and you care for him. He stands between the army and my house as a living bond. So, To keep peace steady on every frontier, the plan is to raise him as partner in imperial power. If the favour of heaven and the approval of your rank support what a father's loyalty urges, that is how the scene is remembered. An emperor speaking like a commander and a parent at once, asking soldiers to accept a boy as part of the ruling structure. In the year 367, the decision to elevate young Gratian did more than strengthen one family's position. It created a precedent that later leaders would copy with increasing boldness. The careers of the half-brothers, Gratian and Valentinian the Younger, who would sometimes be presented as joint rulers, became the first major test case for child emperors in the Western Empire. The standards of what a proper emperor should be had been repeated for generations. Courage, justice, wisdom, self-control, these were the familiar labels. The difficulty is that an 8-year-old could not plausibly display most of what those virtues were supposed to mean in practice. Modern accounts have often treated these accessions as routine dynastic moments, but at the time they pushed the imperial office into new territory. A child could be crowned, placed on coins, praised in speeches. But how could that child be made to look like a ruler who truly met the old expectations? Before that question can be answered, the political crises that produce these child elevations have to be placed in view. The rise of Gratian at 8, and later of Valentinian the Younger at 4, did not happen because the empire suddenly embraced childhood as an ideal. These moments were driven by fear, rivalry, and calculation. The key question is not simply how they happened, but why powerful people chose this solution when other options existed. The two brothers, in a sense, each experienced two beginnings. One was an early elevation that created a title and a public image, while real authority remained elsewhere. The other was the moment when they actually stood at the top because the senior ruler was dead and the empire needed decisions in their name. Gratian was crowned while his father still lived, then became the effective Western ruler only after his father's sudden death. Years later, Valentinian the Younger was raised while Gratian still lived, then became the main Western emperor only after Gratian himself was removed. These first accessions shaped expectations and propaganda, while the second accessions determined how the empire actually functioned. Gratian's first elevation was staged with dramatic care. In late August of 367, in a military setting, his father appeared before the troops with senior figures around him, took the child by the hand, and presented him as the army's future. The emperor spoke at length, partly to the soldiers, partly to the boy, framing the promotion as a measure for stability and as a hope invested in a young heir. The soldiers answered with visible enthusiasm. The child was crowned, dressed in imperial clothing, and publicly transformed from a prince into an emperor in name. This was not the first sign that Gratian was being prepared for prominence. He had already been honoured with a consulship and granted an elevated courtly title that marked him out as special. But turning an 8-year-old into an Augustus was still extraordinary. Even raising a grown man straight to full imperial status rather than the lower rank that usually came first could be presented as unusual. To do this for a child was even more startling. The difference mattered because the title Augustus implied complete participation in imperial authority. In theory, it made the boy a full partner in ruling the Roman world. Everyone understood the reality that a child would remain passive while his father lived. But the public claim was still radical. It redefined what could be said about power. So why do it? The answer appears to lie in the atmosphere of insecurity. Only a few years earlier, the empire had watched emperors die unexpectedly, leaving armies and courts scrambling. After one sudden death, soldiers demanded an insurance policy, a second ruler who could stabilize the situation if disaster struck again. That pressure helped explain why the Western Emperor had earlier brought his brother into the imperial college. By 367, the fear returned in another form. Reports circulated that the Western Emperor had been seriously ill. Court circles began whispering about succession. Rival groups reportedly weighed possible replacements. The boy, despite his honours, was not treated as the automatic choice. That detail matters. It suggests that dynasty was not yet a strong enough principle to silence ambitious men the moment a ruler's health faltered. Once the emperor recovered, his advisors urged him to settle the question publicly, before speculation hardened into a dangerous struggle. The response was decisive. Instead of choosing an adult partner in the West, who might later become a rival, he chose a child, his own son. It was a political move as much as a father's decision. A child could be elevated without becoming an independent power center. An adult co-ruler might demand real authority, build a faction, and eventually compete for the throne. A boy could wear the purple while others governed around him. In that sense, the promotion of Gratian was both a dynastic declaration and a way of denying the court the chance to impose another candidate. The speech remembered from that day tries to sell the choice using the only arguments available. The boy is said to have grown up among the soldiers' families, to be loved as a link between army and ruler, and to be shaped by education and family tradition. These are not battlefield credentials, they are promises. The future is offered in place of present achievement. That is exactly why the event marks a turning point. Public praise now had to treat potential as if it were performance. The imperial ideal remained the same, but the emperor being praised could not possibly have lived it yet. From this moment, Gratian became the symbol of a new dynasty's future. The court began to present his elevation as the dawn of a fresh era. Speeches praised the new boy emperor as if the empire already rested in his hands, even though his father and an adult uncle still ruled. At this stage, the arrangement was safe because there was no need for the child to act. He could remain a silent figure while adults governed, allowing the regime to enjoy the benefits of dynastic propaganda without suffering the immediate costs of child rule. Even so, the long-term risk had been introduced. If the boy survived and eventually became the sole ruler, the empire might one day find itself forced to treat a minor as the embodiment of virtues that demanded adult action. The regime's messaging leaned heavily on hope and continuity. Coin slogans celebrated a new age and tied the boy to the future of the state. The language deliberately echoed earlier imperial dynasties that had successfully promoted heirs. By borrowing familiar formulas, the new ruling house could imply that it belonged in the same tradition of legitimate, blessed government. But the shift was still visible. An emperor was being praised, not for victories, reforms, or judgment, but for what he might become. The empire was being asked to believe in the promise of a child wearing the highest title. In later centuries, the practice of granting full imperial rank to children became common, especially in the Eastern Empire, and that later normality can make the first steps seem less dramatic than they were. In the 360s, however, an 8-year-old Augustus was not a routine pattern. It was a bold response to insecurity. Other rulers had highlighted infants in ceremonial ways, granting consulships, placing children beside them in public honours, speaking about future glory. But that was not the same as proclaiming a child a full emperor. In earlier cases, a child might have been expected to rise slowly through ranks if circumstances allowed. Here, the highest title was granted immediately, and that speed changed the meaning of succession. The precedent also sparked wider imagination. In the East, there were hints that a similar move might occur, with hopes expressed about a balanced arrangement of rulers in both halves of the empire, fathers paired with sons. but life intervened. The Eastern child died young, and the plan never became reality. Even so, the idea had been spoken aloud. The empire could be pictured as governed by paired dynasties, almost like matched teams. That kind of vision only becomes possible once a child, Augustus, has already existed. Then came 375, and the experiment intensified. The Western emperor died suddenly during a campaign. The death itself became part of the story. A man in full authority collapsing without warning, leaving a military environment charged with uncertainty. Gratian, now 16, was far away in Trier. The Eastern emperor was further still. The immediate scene was controlled by senior officers and court figures who had been with the dead emperor. They held the secret at first, moved quickly and began shaping the succession before the official heir could even arrive. This was Gratian's real moment of succession, the point where his earlier elevation mattered. His father had made him difficult to ignore, but acceptance was not automatic. The distance between Trier and the campaign area created a dangerous gap. In that gap, it was possible for ambitious commanders to imagine alternatives. Certain generals were treated as potential threats precisely because they were popular enough to be acclaimed by soldiers. One was quietly sent away to prevent his name from becoming a rallying point. The fact that such precautions were taken shows that the situation was not calm and that an adult military leader could still look more natural to soldiers than a teenage emperor who was not present. A leading commander was rushed back to the camp, and the succession was discussed in a circle that did not include the existing emperors. The solution chosen was striking. Proclaim the 4-year-old half-brother of Gratian as Augustus as well. This was presented as a protective measure, an attempt to secure loyalty and prevent the troops in Gaul from drifting toward a usurper. The boy was fetched from where he lived with his mother, brought to the camp in a litter, and proclaimed emperor within days of his father's death. It was a fast, decisive act, carried out without asking the consent of either the teenage Western Augustus or the Eastern emperor. On the surface, the logic sounds defensive. Create a dynastic symbol on the spot, wrap the succession in family legitimacy, and deny the soldiers the chance to elevate a general. It is a plausible explanation, especially in a military crisis. A child prince could serve as a banner of continuity that discouraged civil war, but the choice remains unusual. The empire was not truly leaderless. 2 emperors already existed. Gratian was 16 and had spent years as a titled co-ruler, learning under his father's shadow. In a purely administrative sense, a third Augustus was not required. The decision becomes easier to understand when attention shifts from what the empire needed to what powerful men near the camp wanted. The pattern of removals around this moment is revealing. Competent generals who might compete for influence were pushed aside or vanished from the scene. One was sent away immediately. Another famous commander, successful and well-connected, was arrested and executed far from the main theatre, under circumstances that strongly suggest high politics rather than routine discipline. If these moves were connected, they point to a clear aim: eliminate strong military rivals and replace them with an arrangement that allowed influence to be exercised behind a child's throne. A 4-year-old emperor cannot lead armies or control appointments. That means real power flows to whoever manages access, documents, and decisions. In such a setup, the imperial title becomes a shield: legitimacy in public, controllability in practice. The key figures named in the surviving narratives fit this interpretation. Senior military commanders were involved, as were men tied to the imperial family through marriage rather than blood. A prominent aristocrat with deep standing among the wealthy elite appears in the background as well. The event looks less like an inevitable dynastic reflex and more like a coordinated action, almost a coup carried out under the cover of public safety. The child's dynastic connection offered legitimacy, while the real beneficiaries could be the men who arranged the proclamation and then positioned themselves as indispensable. It is tempting to treat the rise of Valentinian the Younger as the triumph of dynasty, as if a family claim naturally pushed aside all other possibilities. The reality looks more complicated. The boy's elevation was not a simple outcome of inheritance. It was a choice made rapidly by a specific group at a specific moment. It was shaped by fear of usurpation, but also by opportunism. The dynasty provided a convenient mask for politics that could otherwise look illegitimate. Power seized without authorization, rivals neutralized, and new leverage created over the teenage emperor who technically already held the Western throne. Some have argued that the child was acceptable precisely because he was harmless, too young to interfere, too young to govern, useful as a symbol. That raises the real question: harmless to whom, and useful for whose agenda? Gratian was his father's clear heir. The younger child was, in practical terms, an extra piece placed on the board. There is no firm sign that the dead emperor had already decided to split the Western Empire between his sons. If the younger boy had a planned future, it had not been publicly developed in the way Gratian's had. That makes the sudden leap to full imperial status even more dramatic. Seen this way, the proclamation of Valentinian the Younger becomes more than an emergency measure. It becomes a tool. By raising the child, certain power holders created a second Western Augustus who could be used as pressure against Gratian, shaping appointments and policies through the threat of divided loyalty. It was a move against the old inner circle that had served the dead emperor, because controlling the new child emperor's household and court could allow a new faction to dominate the regime. The crisis was real, but the response also created new opportunities for those who acted first. This is what makes the emergence of child emperors in the Western Empire so historically significant. The imperial office was still bound to expectations of military command, justice, administration, and dignified public conduct. Yet in these moments, the empire accepted emperors who could not perform the most basic practical duties of an imperator. That acceptance did not come from a sudden change in ideals. It came from political calculation. A child could be a legitimate emblem without becoming an independent actor. The result was a new kind of imperial politics, where legitimacy could be borrowed from a dynasty, while power moved into the hands of managers, generals, and aristocrats operating behind the throne. If the events of November 375 are viewed through this lens, the early character of the two Western governments becomes easier to distinguish. Gratian had been lifted into imperial rank while still a child, largely to lock the throne inside his father's household, and to announce that the ruling family intended to become a true dynasty. Yet when his father died, even after years of preparation under close supervision, Gratian did not step into a settled inheritance. He stepped into a court fractured by competing interests. Different circles around him tried to shape policy, appointments, and public tone, and the very fact that his household could be divided into rival camps made the regime vulnerable. Instead of a young ruler simply continuing his father's style, the new government became a contested space in which powerful people maneuvered for advantage. For Valentinian the Younger, the situation was harsher from the beginning. His elevation had not grown out of his own standing or any public expectation that he would lead. It had been engineered in the heat of crisis, and it depended, from its first hour, on whether others found it useful. His title offered legitimacy without independence. That combination could be extremely attractive to the ruling class. For influential ministers and aristocrats, a child emperor could be a safer instrument than an adult colleague or rival. A boy could confer lawful authority through his name and family connection while remaining manageable behind palace doors. This arrangement, however, carried a price. It required removing threats. If the regime was to be shaped from behind the throne, adult alternatives with genuine military followings had to be neutralized, especially successful commanders, who might be acclaimed by soldiers. The early careers of Gratian and Valentinian the Younger therefore signal a shift in how parts of the military and senatorial elite were beginning to think about the imperial office. The throne was becoming something that could be controlled more effectively by placing a young, legitimate figure on it, rather than by elevating one of their own and risking a strong emperor who could resist pressure. The deeper question is what this calculation would do to the office itself over time. The first arena in which these pressures become visible is regime building, especially the relationship between the new government and the old Roman aristocracy. In the final years of the elder Valentinian's reign, a climate of fear had spread among sections of the nobility. A string of prosecutions for alleged wrongdoing, including cases involving magic accusations and private misconduct, struck the senatorial world particularly hard. The most infamous punishments were linked in public memory to a powerful official in Rome whose methods were associated with brutality and arrogance. The overall scale of these proceedings can be debated, but the political effect is clearer. Relations between the Western court and the senatorial elite had been damaged, and many in Rome had grown wary of what the regime might do next. When the elder emperor died, and his two sons stood at the center of the Western state, the future felt uncertain. The exact text of Gratian's first message to the Senate has not survived, yet reactions from leading aristocrats reveal its impact. The tone was received as a break with the past. The period was described as the opening of a brighter era, a moment in which the old elite expected relief rather than threat. The most visible symbol of this new mood came quickly. The official most closely linked to the earlier terror did not long outlive his patron and was executed under the new rule, reportedly for intolerable arrogance. By the end of the following summer, the group of men widely blamed for the harsh policies of the late reign had been cleared from office. That purge was more than vengeance. It was a public signal aimed at Rome's highest families. The new emperor was willing to reset the relationship. The gestures did not stop there. Senators who had suffered under earlier prosecutions were recalled, rehabilitated, and honoured. Measures favourable to aristocratic interests followed in law and practice. Administrative changes were introduced that strengthened the authority of Rome's top civic office over key responsibilities and reduced the possibility of hostile outsiders using certain posts as stepping stones to dominance. Even the pattern of appointments conveyed a message. Under Gratian, holders of the city's highest prefecture tended to serve shorter terms than before, and the post went overwhelmingly to men from the Roman aristocracy itself. Rapid turnover meant more families could be brought into the circle of prestige. It spread goodwill widely and quickly, and it made the reconciliation feel tangible rather than symbolic. Part of this conciliatory policy can be linked to the political reality created by the proclamation of Valentinian the Younger. The men who had helped arrange that sudden elevation, including prominent aristocrats, gained leverage. They were positioned to press Gratian toward accommodation with the Senate in exchange for support and stability. Yet, it would be too simple to treat Gratian's policy as nothing but submission to pressure. The new emperor needed allies. His father had possessed a reputation for military authority and had built a network of trusted associates who helped anchor his power. Gratian, by contrast, stood on dynastic claim and youthful status. He had not yet proved himself through victories or decisive administration in his own right. The crisis of 375 had shown, in the starkest way, how fragile his position could be when he was absent and generals were nearby. In such a climate, courting the wealth and influence of Rome's senatorial elite was not optional. It was basic regime building, made more urgent by uncertainty over the loyalty of armies and the ambitions of commanders. At the same time, the role of Valentinian the Younger during the years before Gratian's fall shows how hollow child sovereignty could become once its immediate usefulness passed. Between the proclamation of the 4-year-old in 375 and the assassination of Gratian in 383, the younger emperor barely appears at decisive moments. Aside from ceremonial consulships, he fades from the record. The silence is itself evidence. It indicates that the child's position had no clear practical function in policy, war, or administration. His rule existed mainly as a name that could be invoked when convenient and ignored when not. Later writers speak of a division of the Western territories between the two brothers, assigning some regions to Gratian and others to Valentinian the Younger. In practice, such a clean partition is difficult to accept. For the first years after 375, a 4-year-old could not govern Italy, Africa, or the strategic middle lands of the empire, and the older brother's court effectively carried the responsibilities of the West. Contemporary observers treated Gratian as the real emperor in charge of Italy as well as the northern provinces. Official speeches addressed to Gratian spoke as if he ruled alongside his eastern colleague, with little or no attention paid to the younger child. Military requests and responses moved through Gratian's administration, not through the child's household. Even major territorial decisions, such as the later transfer of certain regions to a new eastern ruler, were handled through Gratian's authority. The youngest emperor had rank without an operating government. The evidence of public imagery points in the same direction. Mints tied to Gratian's court did not consistently present the two boys as equal partners. In many places, the younger emperor's coin legends marked him explicitly as junior, a label that turned sovereignty into dependency in the most visible medium of state communication. Only later did imagery begin to present the Western emperors together more strongly, and that timing suggests political needs rather than genuine equality. The overall impression is that Gratian's administration did not want Valentinian the Younger to look like an equal ruler. The child was carried along, not allowed to stand. This eclipse also suggests something about the men who had originally pushed for Valentinian the Younger's proclamation. Their immediate demands appear to have been satisfied. Their support swung behind Gratian once the crisis of 375 cooled. The most striking proof of that shift is the career of the general, who had been crucial in the earlier coup. Within a year he was serving as Gratian's senior military leader, strengthening frontier defences and receiving the highest honours of the state. That transformation reveals the paradox of a 4-year-old emperor. He could be used as a bargaining piece, yet once the bargaining was complete, he could be set aside. Child emperor politics at this stage was not a stable system. It was an improvisation that could turn a boy into a tool and then abandon him without ceremony. A major figure in Gratian's early government helps explain the domestic tone of the regime and the way the court sought allies in the aristocracy. A respected Gallic teacher of rhetoric had been brought to court years earlier to educate the young prince, likely around the time of Gratian's first elevation. By the time the elder Valentinian died, this tutor had become one of Gratian's most established advisors, already holding prestigious office and possessing deep personal access to the new emperor. The change in 375 gave him extraordinary opportunity. Honours and posts were distributed not only to him, but to his relatives and associates, producing a brief period in which his household formed the dominant political faction of the Western court. The pattern was unmistakable. A tutor became a kingmaker, and a family network spread across the top ranks of the administration. This concentration of influence has often been treated as the engine behind Gratian's turn toward reconciliation with the Senate. The evidence supports the idea that the tutor's circle valued cooperation with aristocratic interests and saw advantage in removing unpopular figures associated with the late terror. Letters exchanged between leading aristocrats reinforce the impression of a court eager to build bridges. But the limits of this influence matter too. The tutor could guide and benefit from the early shift, yet later events show he did not permanently control the emperor's choices. The court's factions remained unstable, and the young ruler's policy did not remain fixed in the pattern of his first years. Debate has long surrounded the meaning of these new appointments. Some have argued that replacing seasoned officials with aristocratic favourites was harmful, an early sign that wealth and status were beginning to crowd out professional administration. Others describe the government as being colonized by elite interests, leaving the emperor exposed. A calmer reading is possible. Much of the daily machinery of the late Roman state was carried by trained administrators below the highest ranks. Changes at the top did not necessarily destroy efficiency, yet perception mattered as much as function. A regime dominated by an educational court circle and aristocratic connections could look detached from military realities, and the empire still depended on soldiers and commanders for survival. A government that appeared overly tilted toward the Senate risked weakening its standing with the army. In a system where legitimacy was constantly tested by military loyalty, that was a dangerous imbalance. For most of the years before 383, Valentinian the Younger remained a shadow behind Gratian. Then, Gratian was killed by a usurper, and the younger boy's situation changed overnight. After 8 years as a decorated name with little substance, he became the only lawful Western emperor, at least in principle, and he was still only 12. The usurper had the advantage of force and momentum, yet the child emperor carried something the usurper lacked: the appearance of legitimate continuity. That made him an ideological threat, even if his military resources were thin. In response, a loyalist court formed quickly around him. The same interests that had once used him as leverage returned to defend him, because now he mattered again. Powerful senators had every reason to keep a court in Italy alive. If the usurper replaced it entirely, their influence over imperial politics would shrink. As a result, leading aristocrats returned to high office, including the reappearance of a prominent figure who had helped shape events years earlier. The loyalist group did not stop with one man. Other famous aristocrats were drawn into public leadership, including a celebrated pagan senator who had been absent from high office for years, and later, the appointment of the same aristocratic spokesman who had once praised Gratian as a hopeful dawn. These posts were not given purely out of admiration. They were instruments of survival. A child emperor needed a broad coalition to stand against a rival with armies. The old elite provided legitimacy, money, networks, and an image of continuity rooted in Rome itself. Military support, though weakened, was not absent. Gratian's famous general defected to the usurper, but another Frankish officer emerged as the main military pillar of the child's court. He had experience in major campaigns and may have had access to frontier manpower and allied groups who could be recruited for the loyalist cause. His rise marked another familiar pattern in child emperor politics: the shift from committee-style management to dominance by a single strong military figure. Observers at the rival court even accused him of seeking power for himself through a boy who could serve as a figurehead. The accusation reveals how child rule looked to contemporaries. An emperor could become a mask behind which a commander ruled. Religious and cultural politics also resurfaced once Valentinian the Younger became central. Under Gratian, harsh measures had been taken that affected old pagan privileges, and these decisions suggest that the earlier senatorial-friendly clique did not remain in full control of policy. After Gratian's death, the balance shifted again. The new regime needed support urgently, and the early months appeared favourable for pagan aristocrats to press their claims. High pagan office holders stood in prominent positions. The atmosphere seemed receptive, and there was reason to believe the court might reverse earlier restrictions. The famous controversy over a symbolic, civic monument in Rome became one of the most visible expressions of this struggle. Yet the pagan party faced a new obstacle: a powerful bishop who understood that religion could be used as a weapon in legitimacy politics. In a world where the emperor was expected to protect correct belief and stand as the guardian of religious order, doctrinal weakness could be turned into political danger. The bishop's letters and interventions made this clear. He invoked the orthodoxy of past rulers and pointedly referenced the faith of the usurper as well, raising a question that cut to the heart of imperial legitimacy. If the rightful emperor failed in religious duty, while a rival appeared to uphold true doctrine, could heaven's favour be claimed with confidence? This was not abstract theology. It was a threat to the ideological foundation of the child's reign. At the same time, the bishop's actions also show a complicated loyalty. He criticised and pressured the court, yet he repeatedly acted as envoy on behalf of the legitimate emperor, signalling that despite disputes, he preferred lawful continuity over successful rebellion. Two moments of emergency, first in 367 and then again in 375, had pushed very young boys onto the Western throne. The decisions were driven by adults who wanted continuity, calm, and control at the top of the state. Getting the boys acclaimed had been difficult enough, but that was only the opening act. After the death of the senior Western ruler, the real work began. Keeping a government functioning day after day, while the nominal head of that government was either still learning to rule, or, in the younger case, not even old enough to understand what rule meant. In the years that followed, the Western courts were forced to navigate tense relations with adult partners in the East, severe military shocks and constant pressure from rival circles inside the palace. Child emperor rule was no longer an idea. It became a daily experiment, tested by crisis after crisis. At the centre of the imperial college stood the Eastern ruler, an adult who had been raised to the throne soon after his brother took power in the West. From the start, public messaging cast the relationship between the two brothers as unequal. The Western emperor was presented as the dominant figure, while his Eastern counterpart appeared as a lawful partner, who nonetheless stood below him. The hierarchy was not subtle. Official language, public inscriptions, and even the way army units were described encouraged audiences to think in terms of senior and junior rulers. In some public statements, the Eastern ruler was framed less as an independent sovereign and more as a relative attached to the greater authority of the West, praised in a way that made the imbalance impossible to miss. That subordinate role may have been tolerated as long as the senior brother lived. The situation changed when the West added a child as a full imperial colleague. The Eastern court did not necessarily welcome the idea that an 8-year-old should be treated as an equal partner in the imperial office. A quiet form of resistance appeared in the way the Eastern side spoke about the boy, using family labels that made him sound like a junior relative rather than a fully formed ruler. Even in coin production, recognition in the East seems to have been restrained. Not blocked entirely, but handled in a way that avoided giving the child too much weight. The message was clear enough. The Eastern ruler could accept a younger brother beneath him, but a child nephew as an equal was another matter. After the Western senior emperor died, the tension sharpened. The proclamation of an even younger child as emperor was carried out without the adult rulers being consulted, and the new boy's authority was, in practice, more symbolic than real. Any supposed division of Western lands between the two brothers would have affected the older Western teenager more than it affected the East, yet it still created a dangerous impression that the West could rearrange itself without reference to the adult ruler, who now saw himself as the senior figure of the whole imperial partnership. In response, the Eastern court began to stress seniority in a more pointed way. New titles appeared that echoed earlier imperial habits of distinguishing a father from his sons. On medals and ceremonial issues, the adult ruler was shown physically dominating the two boys, marked out by scale and sacred visual signs that implied a higher rank. Some designs placed him between the children like a guardian, or like a master of the household, while others minimized one boy, or removed him from the scene altogether. The theme was consistent. The Eastern emperor did not intend to be treated as merely one more colleague among equals. This posture can be read as irritation, but it can also be understood as strategic protection. A public hierarchy could serve as a warning to anyone tempted to challenge the Western boys. Attack them, and the East will respond. In practice, the adult ruler did share high ceremonial honours with the younger Western child in the years that followed, which suggests a reluctant acceptance of the new arrangement, at least on paper. Yet the relationship remained uneasy, and the lead-up to a major Eastern catastrophe exposes how limited cooperation could become when pride, court politics, and military urgency collided. The Eastern ruler faced a serious frontier problem that grew from a breakdown in earlier arrangements and a mass movement of Gothic groups into imperial territory. What had been managed through treaties and controlled settlement turned into panic and disorder, then open war. As the danger expanded, requests went westward for reinforcements. Orders were issued for Western troops to support the Eastern campaign, with Western generals instructed to lead the assistance. The results were disappointing. Earlier support had been criticized as too small and too poor in quality, and the more serious failure involved desertion and delay. Soldiers melted away, and senior Western commanders appear to have discouraged the transfer of forces, fearing that stripping the West would invite raids along their own frontiers. Another Western leader avoided the war altogether by claiming illness. On the surface, aid was promised. On the ground, it arrived slowly, in pieces, and not always in the form the Eastern emperor needed. A major engagement in the summer of 377 brought heavy losses without a decisive outcome. The Eastern side needed more men. Another request for reinforcements went back to the West. Reports from later writers suggest that the Western leadership did not view the Eastern crisis as a direct threat to their own provinces, and that reluctance shaped their response. Still, by 378, the young Western emperor finally moved in person. At 19, he was no longer the child raised to power as insurance for a dynasty. He was a young adult heading an army, called to assist an older colleague in a struggle that was becoming existential. Then, the Western march toward the east slowed to a crawl for a reason that would later look almost absurd. Along the route, an Alemannic group tried to exploit the movement of troops by crossing the Rhine and raiding in the west. The Western emperor responded aggressively. Units already sent ahead were recalled. A force under his generals struck the raiders and drove them back. That should have ended the diversion, It did not. The emperor decided that driving them off was not enough and pursued the raiders into mountainous terrain, turning the episode into a sustained campaign of destruction. The fighting was intense and close, and the young emperor sought visibility in the action, reportedly pressing into the front ranks and insisting on a complete victory. Survivors were chased, trapped, forced into surrender, and then absorbed as recruits. From the perspective of the Eastern ruler, this delay was maddening. A huge crisis demanded unity and speed, and the Western army spent weeks, then months, burning time on a smaller frontier threat. From the perspective of the Western emperor, the choice is easier to explain. A 19-year-old ruler had grown up under the shadow of older men who defined legitimacy through military success. He was being asked for help by a senior emperor who was treated as the elder of the imperial partnership. Here was an opportunity for the young Western ruler to prove himself not through speeches or inherited rank, but through battlefield authority. The campaign offered personal glory and the chance to bind soldiers to him through shared danger. It also offered something else, a way to build a reputation independent of the powerful Western generals who had dominated military affairs since 375. Even if the decision harmed the empire's wider interests, it served the young emperor's political needs. A ruler who wanted genuine authority could not live forever as a name carried by others. He needed victories that belonged to him. The victory was celebrated. The Western emperor moved east again, but the damage had been done. Progress remained slow, and illness struck on the road, further delaying the march. Messages were sent ahead describing the Western success, presenting it as a triumph accomplished with energy and speed. The content mattered less than the effect. The Eastern court heard that the young emperor had won a victory, while the East bled. In this atmosphere, rivalry became dangerous. Ancient narratives portray the Eastern emperor as increasingly anxious about being upstaged. The Western victory, though small compared to the Gothic emergency, was inflated by supporters at court, with casualty numbers exaggerated wildly. The young emperor urged the Eastern ruler to wait and not risk a battle before the Western army arrived. Yet the Eastern ruler faced pressure from advisors and courtiers who encouraged bold action. He was also reportedly misled about the size of the Gothic forces. Pride, bad intelligence, and fear of losing the glory to a younger colleague combined into a single push toward a decision that could not be undone. On August 9, 378, the Eastern army met the Goths near Adrianople. The battle became one of the most devastating defeats of late Roman history. The Eastern emperor was killed and his body was never recovered. The catastrophe was not only military. It shattered the imperial partnership and exposed the fragility of the system that had placed the West in the hands of a young ruler and a child. At the moment of disaster, the Western emperor was still far away. He had reached Castra Martis, roughly 400 kilometers from the battlefield, still days and weeks from the point where his reinforcements could have mattered. The Eastern ruler had waited a long time, perhaps too long, and may have believed there was no time left to delay further. The Western army continued moving, then abruptly withdrew once the news arrived. Sirmium became a center of anxious decision-making. For months, uncertainty ruled. During this interval, the young Western emperor issued legislation for both halves of the empire, a sign that formal authority had not collapsed, even though the Eastern throne was empty. In January 379, a new emperor was raised in the East. The choice fell on a general with a strong reputation and a family name associated with military success. He had achieved victories earlier in his career, then withdrawn from public life after his father's sudden fall and execution. After Adrianople, messengers summoned him rapidly. The selection had logic. He was not tainted by the defeat. He carried an aura of competence, and he could plausibly restore confidence to an army shaken by disaster. Even so, the manner of his elevation remains open to interpretation. Some accounts present it as an appointment by the Western court, a rational step taken by the young Western emperor to share the burden and confront the crisis with experienced leadership. Other readings suspect a proclamation driven by troops and officers in the East, a move that the Western government chose to accept rather than challenge. A civil war would have been catastrophic at a moment when the empire was struggling simply to survive. Under those conditions, recognizing a strong general in the East could look less like weakness and more like triage. It may also explain why the Western court's planning for 379 still placed its own men in prominent ceremonial roles, hinting that the idea of creating a new Augustus might not have been the Western government's original plan when the general was first summoned to command the war. Whatever the mechanics behind the elevation, the early years that followed show practical cooperation between the Eastern and Western administrations. Key Illyrian dioceses were transferred to the new Eastern emperor, likely to ease recruitment, taxation, and supply for the war effort. Several important officials from the West moved into the new Eastern administration, suggesting an effort to stabilize the partnership through shared personnel and bureaucratic experience. Military support also flowed east. Western armies under senior commanders campaigned in the Balkans alongside the new Eastern ruler, and other Western officers were active in the same strategic region. The Western emperor did not personally command the Eastern campaigns, at least not clearly in the surviving record, but his government contributed men and resources when the Eastern War required them. Yet the larger lesson of Adrianople was impossible to ignore. The disaster had tested the new reality of child emperor politics and exposed its limits. After the Eastern emperor died, the empire still had two Augusti on paper, the 19-year-old in the west and the child in the background. There was no automatic need to create another emperor immediately. The fact that nearly 5 months passed before a new Eastern ruler was installed proves that the state could hesitate, debate, and seek a workable solution. Proposals that a child could simply be shipped east with advisors to function as an Eastern emperor belong to a later logic, one that would become thinkable only in subsequent decades. In the 300s and 70s, such an arrangement remained too novel, too risky, and too far from what people expected an emperor to be in a moment of existential military danger. In the end, a boy was not enough. The empire required a field commander with authority, experience, and the ability to organize recovery after catastrophe. Ironically, the solution demanded exactly the kind of figure that earlier palace politics in the West had tried to prevent from becoming emperor. A powerful general who could command loyalty on the strength of personal reputation rather than dynastic birth. Adrianople forced the system to accept that reality. Child emperor rule could serve dynastic continuity and internal bargaining, but it could not, by itself, answer a crisis that threatened the survival of the state. The aftermath also shifted the balance of influence at the Western court. The prominent tutor who had once helped define Gratian's public image and who had benefited from the early years of the reign was physically distant from the centre of decision-making when the empire faced its greatest emergency. The crucial months after the defeat were shaped in Illyricum, while the tutor remained at Trier. The young emperor had outgrown the role of promising student, praised for education and potential. The world had demanded a war leader, a crisis manager, and a politician capable of working with a new Eastern colleague while keeping his own court from splintering. From that point forward, the tone of Gratian's reign could no longer be set by flattering speeches or by the comforting idea of youthful promise. the empire had entered a harsher phase, and the experiment of child emperor rule would be judged not by ceremony, but by survival. After Adrianople, the eastern half of the empire needed more than a symbolic ruler. The new man elevated in the east faced an urgent assignment: rebuild shattered forces and stop the Gothic War from swallowing the Balkans. He was not a teenager raised in a palace. He was an experienced commander in his 30s, pulled into power when the Eastern throne had become a battlefield problem as much as a political one. That background mattered, because it shaped how he viewed the Western court. A young Western emperor might carry seniority on paper, but the new Eastern ruler had been chosen precisely because he could do what a younger colleague could not: restore military order. The quickest way to see the difference between the two courts is to watch how religion became policy. In the West, the early tone had leaned towards stability through tolerance, especially after the shock of Adrianople, when unity mattered more than doctrinal victory. In the East, the new emperor moved differently. Within a year of taking power, he declared that religious conformity would be enforced, and he defined that conformity in terms that aligned the East with the doctrinal position favoured in the West's leading churches. It was a dramatic opening statement, not only about belief, but about authority. A new regime needed an identity, and this was one of the clearest ways to claim it. Motives are always debated. Some see a ruler acting from personal conviction, shaped by upbringing and regional culture. Others point toward the long habits of army life under Nicene commanders, where loyalty, order, and a single standard could feel like virtues in themselves. There is also the local pressure of bishops and religious networks in the imperial cities, where the Eastern court was operating. A ruler who had just arrived, still building alliances, could be influenced by the men who already held crowds, pulpits, and urban prestige. Whatever the inner cause, the result was public and unmistakable. The East and West were no longer moving in the same religious rhythm. That contrast deepened when illness struck the new emperor and he sought baptism during recovery. In an age where survival could be read as a sign of heavenly favour, a public display of Christian commitment also worked as political messaging. It presented the ruler as protected, chosen, and restored for a purpose. In a system where legitimacy often rested on signs of divine support, recovery itself could be treated like a verdict from above. The rivalry between courts became harder to ignore when church councils entered the picture. The Western emperor announced plans for a broad council that would include bishops from both halves of the empire, a move that signaled cooperation and an attempt to manage disputes on an imperial scale. Yet before that Western meeting took shape, the Eastern emperor held his own council in the capital and gathered a large body of Eastern bishops there. Once the East had convened and spoken, the practical effect was simple. Eastern bishops did not travel west in meaningful numbers. The Western Council went ahead, but it was reduced in scope and forced to adjust its ambitions. Even if this outcome can be explained by distance, logistics, and slow communications, the optics were humiliating for the Western court. It made the Western emperor look as if his initiative could be ignored. And it hinted at something more. The Eastern ruler was building an independent religious policy, not merely continuing a shared program. A powerful bishop in Italy helped the Western court save face, but he also used the moment to push his own priorities. The end result was not harmony. It was a visible split in leadership, with each side acting as if it could define Christian order without the other. There were other points of friction too, including ceremonial precedents and the politics of honour. None of this proves that age alone caused the tension, but youth shaped perception. The Eastern ruler was older, battle-tested, and carrying the burdens of a frontier crisis. The Western ruler was in his early 20s, and his position depended heavily on inherited legitimacy and on the loyalty of generals, whose interests were not always the same as his own. In speeches aimed at Eastern audiences, court orators tried to smooth the contradiction by describing the older emperor as a kind of guiding father figure, and the younger as a wise chooser who recognized virtue rather than seniority. The language was flattering to both men, but it quietly changed the emotional hierarchy. The older ruler looked like the stabilizing center, even if the Western emperor still held formal seniority. A few years later, the tone shifted again. Western colleagues faded from Eastern ceremonial rhetoric, treated less as partners and more as background. The Western emperor's main role became a single act, announcing the elevation of the Eastern ruler, as if he were merely the messenger of a decision already made by heaven. Then came a decisive move. The Eastern emperor elevated his own young son as co-ruler. The message was unmistakable. The East was securing its future without asking permission. The Western emperor did not publicly endorse the promotion and did not celebrate it through the same channels that normally signaled unity. Relations did not grow warmer with time. They cooled. This mattered because it left the West exposed at the worst possible moment. In 383, the Western Empire faced a sudden break in military loyalty. In Britain, the commander of the island's troops was proclaimed emperor. He crossed to the continent and established himself in the north, creating a direct challenge to the Western ruler. The Western army confronted the usurper, and for several days the two forces tested each other. Then the decisive blow fell not from an enemy spear but from betrayal inside the Western command structure. A top general defected, and with him went most of the army. The Western emperor tried to flee, but he was hunted down and killed. Ancient narratives offered moral explanations. Some said the young ruler began with promise and then slid into indulgence. Others blamed advisors, suggesting that a ruler still young could be steered, corrupted, or distracted by the people closest to him. Those stories reflect a broader theme in late Roman politics: the fear that youth at the top could mean weakness in the centre, and weakness in the centre invited predators at the edge. The breakdown with the Eastern court did not cause the usurpation by itself, but it helped create the environment where the West stood alone. The Eastern emperor's independent religious initiatives, his disregard for Western ceremonial leadership, and his decision to secure the East with his own dynastic co-ruler, all signalled that Western authority had limits. At the same time, the Western emperor's real problem was closer to home. He failed to keep the army's loyalty when it mattered most. One revealing episode was his recruitment of foreign troops, especially Alans, and the special favour he showed them. Some sources frame this as the work of corrupt courtiers, but the choice also fits a political logic. A young ruler surrounded by entrenched military networks might try to create a personal guard that owed loyalty to him alone, not to the old commanders who had built influence under earlier reigns. A bodyguard of outsiders could be a tool of independence, yet it was also a provocation. Favouring new men in front of veteran units bred resentment, and resentment in an army is never a private emotion. It becomes a political force. This was the trap of the Western court. It was pulled between powerful Gallic military interests and new pressures emerging in Italy. When frontier instability forced the court to shift south, northern Italy became the new centre of gravity. That move opened the palace to different groups: Italian aristocrats, powerful church leaders, and intense urban lobbying. The court became more crowded, more complex, and more exposed to influence. But the move also created a sense of abandonment in Gaul, a region that had grown used to the presence of a campaigning emperor and the prestige that came with hosting the imperial machine. distance often creates opportunity. A usurper rising in the north could present himself not just as a challenger, but as the return of attention and power to a region that felt neglected. By the summer of 383, the Western Emperor's position depended on loyalty that he did not fully control. The army that should have protected him chose another man. The Eastern court did not rush to reinforce him, and the political experiment that began with child emperors, palaces, and carefully staged legitimacy ended, for him, in the oldest Roman verdict of all: the army's decision on the battlefield. The rise of Magnus Maximus exposed a widening gap between what the provinces and the army needed and what the imperial court looked like from the inside. The Western government still spoke the language of dynastic legitimacy and carefully managed image, but the troops were increasingly guided by immediate security, pay, and leadership they trusted in the field. A similar pattern had appeared a generation earlier when another commander toppled a young Western emperor during a moment of tension inside the imperial college. The conditions were familiar: a youthful ruler in the West, a difficult relationship with the East, and a military world willing to solve political problems with acclamation and force. The Eastern court's habit of treating the Western emperor as a junior partner made that pattern easier to repeat. If rule by minors was going to become normal, the empire faced a hard question. Could a young emperor, even after reaching adulthood, ever truly command an army dominated by powerful generals? And another question followed immediately in 383. After Gratian's fall, would the Eastern emperor choose to protect the Western throne, or allow it to fracture further? When Gratian was killed, the boy Valentinian II suddenly became, in theory, the senior legitimate ruler in the West. In practice, power clustered around whoever could organize courts, soldiers, and supply. Maximus did not rush straight into Italy. He held position in Gaul, settled into Trier, and presented himself as a stable successor, occupying the old seat of Western authority. That choice was not accidental. It was a claim of continuity, a way to calm local elites, and a message to the army that the new regime had roots. Meanwhile, what remained of the old government pulled together around Valentinian II in Milan. Building a loyalist court around a 12-year-old whose crown had become both a symbol of legitimacy and a reminder of weakness. Everyone at Milan looked east. They needed recognition, resources, and the threat of intervention. Yet the Eastern emperor moved cautiously. No clear evidence points to a secret pact between Maximus and the East. But many observers suspected sympathy, or at least patience, because Maximus and the Eastern ruler shared a similar background and military credibility. Still, it is hard to imagine the Eastern emperor welcoming a tougher Western colleague. The East had just begun building its own dynasty, and an ambitious soldier emperor in Gaul was the last kind of partner the East would want when its own position was still being secured. For several years, urgent Eastern problems competed for attention: border pressures, diplomacy, and new incursions that demanded troops and time. That reality helps explain why Maximus was not confronted immediately. But the loyalist circle around Valentinian II was not made up of nobodies. Senators, ministers, and church leaders had influence, and they worked to keep the Eastern emperor engaged. Messages of thanks, requests for aid, and public gestures of alliance appeared, all meant to pull the East closer to the survival of Milan. At the same time, the boy emperor's supporters tried to frame the Eastern ruler as a protective guardian, the steady adult presence above the fractured West. That framing served multiple purposes. It reassured wavering elites, warned Maximus that invasion would carry a price, and helped explain why a child still sat on the throne at all. Eventually, a compromise took shape. The usurper could be treated as a colleague in exchange for restraint. He would keep Gaul, while Italy, Africa, and the central provinces would remain with Valentinian II. The arrangement was uneasy, but it bought time and kept the East free to manage its own crises. That uneasy balance did not remove the central problem. Valentinian II's government survived because other people found it useful. For Maximus, the boy's existence was an obstacle, a living reminder that his own legitimacy was improvised. For Roman aristocrats, Milan mattered because proximity to an emperor, especially one who could be influenced, created access, favours, and leverage. For the Bishop of Milan, the court mattered because it was the arena where religious authority, doctrine, and imperial power collided. For the Eastern Emperor, a weak West had advantages. It could not threaten the East, and it could be made dependent, to be rescued or ignored as circumstances required. The religious situation made everything more dangerous. Maximus did not present himself only as a strong ruler. He positioned himself as a moral ruler, a champion of orthodoxy, and therefore a champion of legitimacy. That stance was aimed directly at the Milan court, which was associated with a controversial religious line and internal conflict with a powerful bishop. The usurper exploited the optics ruthlessly. Letters circulated in Italy that warned the boy emperor he was courting disaster, accusing the Milan court of offending God and endangering the church. It was propaganda with teeth. If the emperor's role included guarding true faith, then a ruler portrayed as doctrinally suspect could be portrayed as illegitimate, even if his opponent had risen through violence. At Milan, victories in the religious struggle amplified the bishop's authority and intensified the public mood. Signs, discoveries, and celebrations inside the city gave the impression that heaven itself had intervened on the side of Nicene believers. That atmosphere sharpened the contrast. The usurper could claim moral seriousness, the bishop could claim divine approval, and the child emperor's court looked cornered and exposed. In that climate, the bishop was asked to act as an envoy to the usurper. The decision reveals something essential about late Roman power. Ideology mattered, but access mattered more. Even those who disagreed with the court's religious stance could still choose to defend the dynasty, because the dynasty anchored the political world they depended on. A functioning imperial court in Italy meant appointments, influence, and a channel into government. Removing it would not simply replace one emperor, it would rearrange the entire system of patronage and control. The boy's youth also became a weapon. It could soften hostility, justify delays, and create a moral pressure that hard politics often lacked. Envoys could argue that a child and his mother could not make dangerous journeys, that winter crossings were unreasonable, that negotiations required patience. Those arguments were partly practical, partly theatrical, and entirely political. They slowed Maximus, but they could not stop him forever. In 387, the usurper finally moved. He broke through the Alpine routes and entered Italy. The invasion was swift and, by the standards of civil war, remarkably bloodless at first. The Milan court fled across the sea and sought refuge in Thessalonica. Maximus installed himself in Milan and began to build support in Rome through appointments and alliances. Prominent senators adjusted quickly. Some who had once supported Milan now praised the new master of Italy, not because they loved him, but because survival and influence required flexibility. Rome had always contained a class of political realists, and in a crisis they leaned toward the power that was nearest. Only now did the East fully turn its attention westward. With Eastern threats reduced and diplomacy stabilized, the Eastern Emperor could finally act. The meeting in Thessalonica became the turning point. A marriage tied the Eastern ruler to the Western dynasty, not as romance, but as strategy. It advertised legitimacy, unity, and a shared cause against an intruder. The displaced boy emperor was also pressed to align himself with orthodox belief, a move that strengthened the moral case for restoration and removed a vulnerability that Maximus had been exploiting. Then the counterattack began. The Eastern emperor marched with the field army while the Western court moved separately by sea. That separation had consequences. Even when victory came, the boy emperor could not claim it as a triumph of his own leadership. The decisive battles belonged to the Eastern commander. Maximus was defeated in the region of the Upper Danube, captured and executed. His attempt to found a dynasty ended as well. His young son, raised as a co-ruler in imitation of recent imperial patterns, was eliminated. The message was brutal but clear. Dynastic experiments were permitted when sanctioned by established power, not when created by rebellion. With Maximus gone, the Eastern Emperor entered Rome in 389 with a spectacular ceremonial arrival. The triumph celebrated restoration, but it also advertised a new hierarchy. The future of the empire was presented through the Eastern Emperor's children, not through Valentinian II. The restored Western Augustus was sidelined, kept away from the center of the celebration, and denied a public role that might have suggested equality. In the propaganda of victory, the Western ruler became a footnote, useful as a symbol, but not as a partner. After the war, the pattern continued. The Eastern Emperor stayed in Italy for years, governing from Milan as if the West were a province under supervision. Valentinian II was pushed to the margins, sent north into Gaul, and placed under the watch of a powerful Frankish general. The arrangement looked like protection, but it functioned like control. The Western Emperor's court became a controlled space, and his personal authority shrank further. The Eastern ruler also reshaped the Western administration. Some key offices went to men from the East, creating a chain of dependence. At the same time, the Eastern court worked to win over influential Western figures, senators, former loyalists, and generals, by offering pardons, prestige, and appointments. Men who had once clustered around the boy emperor adapted again, now attaching themselves to the victor who could grant real favors. The Eastern emperor understood the social machinery of the West. Rome wanted attention, the aristocracy wanted security, and everyone wanted a path back into imperial favor after having bet on the wrong horse. Even religion, which had served as a weapon during the crisis, was handled with pragmatism in these years. The Eastern Emperor offered reconciliation and honors broadly, even to prominent pagans who could stabilize Italy and Rome. The message was not softness, it was control through inclusion. A Western elite that felt seen and rewarded was less likely to resist the new order. By the time the Eastern Emperor returned to the capital in 391, the imbalance was obvious. Westerners even followed him east to take office, chasing the true center of power. Valentinian II remained in the West, but increasingly as a supervised figure rather than an independent ruler. The impression left to contemporaries was stark. There was one fully empowered emperor, and around him a ring of junior Augusti, his own sons foremost, while the restored Western Augustus stood isolated, watched, and replaceable. In Gaul, the young Western emperor still tried to act as an emperor where he could. Petitions arrived, including renewed attempts by senators to regain old privileges. The moment looked tempting. If the East had departed, perhaps influence could be rebuilt through the local court again. But by this stage, the Western emperor's religious posture had become one of the few tools left to prove legitimacy. After being restored on conditions that included public orthodoxy, visible piety became a form of political armour. He could concede little because concessions would reopen the same vulnerability that Maximus had exploited before. Stories from the period paint a bleak picture of how little freedom Valentinian II had left in Gaul. Arbogast, the powerful Frankish general placed beside him, appears in multiple accounts as the real force in the palace. Some reports describe advisors being removed violently inside the imperial residence. Others tell of the young emperor trying to dismiss the general, only to watch the order ripped apart in front of him, followed by a blunt reminder. The one who did not appoint a commander could not remove him. Whether every detail is accurate or not, the overall impression is consistent. The Western court had become a stage where a teenager wore the crown, while an adult soldier controlled the doors, the staff, and the decisions. That arrangement depended on something the empire had learned the hard way. In late Roman politics, authority was not only a title, it was presence. An emperor needed to be seen distributing favours, confirming appointments, rewarding units, and calming rivalries inside the bureaucracy and the army. When the Eastern Emperor returned to the capital and tried to manage the West from a distance, the plan began to unravel. The imperial office had been divided partly because the system required a ruler on the spot, not a remote supervisor sending orders across long distances. There was another problem as well. By restricting Valentinian II to Gaul, the new order weakened Italy militarily. In the first months of 392, raiders were reported in the Alpine region. People in northern Italy began asking an uncomfortable question. Who, exactly, was supposed to defend them? The nearest troops were not in Italy. They were with Arbogast, and with the emperor he effectively managed, far away at Vienne. A court that had once been the centre of Western power now looked like a city waiting for help that might not arrive. Milan turned to Ambrose. The bishop was asked to lead a mission to Gaul and request assistance. According to his own later account, Valentinian II was already eager to act before the appeal had even fully taken shape. Ambrose hesitated, partly because reports were circulating that the emperor was already on the move, and that imperial insignia had arrived ahead of him, as if his appearance were imminent. But hesitation could also reflect political danger. If the young emperor suddenly took the field, leading troops in response to an emergency, it would create exactly the kind of public independence that could irritate the Eastern court. The situation was delicate. Helping the West defend itself could look like defying the structure that had been imposed after the fall of Maximus. Whatever the bishop's doubts, the young emperor's own messages suggest mounting desperation. Arbogast appears to have blocked him from leaving. Valentinian II pressed Ambrose to come anyway, adding a request no bishop could easily refuse. He asked to receive baptism from Ambrose himself. Then came the most revealing detail. The emperor also asked Ambrose to mediate between him and Arbogast. That request makes one thing plain. The relationship between the crowned ruler and the man running the palace was collapsing. Some sources also suggest that appeals were sent eastward, begging the senior emperor to intervene against Arbogast's dominance. Ambrose began the journey. Then, midway across the Alps, news reached him that the emperor was dead. Valentinian II was found hanged in his quarters at Vienne on May 15th, 392. From the beginning, the circumstances were disputed. Some believed murder, others believed suicide. The public uncertainty never disappeared, partly because Ambrose himself, in speaking publicly after the death, refused to pronounce on what had happened. Silence can be read in more than one way. In this case, it helped suspicion breathe. The argument for assassination often rests on claims that Arbogast and a court intellectual named Eugenius worked together to remove the emperor and replace him. But there is a serious complication. There was a long pause before any new Western ruler was formally proclaimed. Eugenius was not elevated until late August 392, around 3 months after Valentinian's death. That delay does not fit neatly with the picture of a swift, pre-planned replacement. It suggests a different scenario. Either Arbogast did not have a ready candidate, or he expected the Eastern Emperor to decide what would happen next, or he feared the political risk of moving too quickly. In reality, Valentinian's death placed Arbogast in a dangerous position. A powerful general could dominate a living emperor, but a dead emperor created a vacuum, and vacuums invite blame. Arbogast appears to have waited for the East to respond. When nothing decisive happened, he moved toward open rebellion, accepting that suspicion would fall on him no matter what he claimed. The proclamation of Eugenius turned private control into public defiance. The Eastern court answered with its own dynastic move. In January 393, the senior emperor elevated his young son Honorius as co-ruler. The message was unmistakable. The future belonged to the Eastern household. Then came war. In September 394, the Eastern army marched west again and crushed Eugenius at the Battle of the Frigidus. A few months later, the Eastern emperor died as well, leaving the empire to 2 sons, Arcadius, already an adult, and Honorius, still a boy. Looking back, it is hard to imagine contemporaries calling the reigns of Gratian and Valentinian II a success in the traditional Roman sense. The old expectations were harsh. Legitimacy did not rest only on birth or ceremonial acclamation. It also rested on how a ruler came to power, whether his reign looked blessed by success, and what people said about him after death. By those standards, both Western rulers faced an uphill climb from the start. Their early elevations were shaped by crisis and faction, and their later reigns were marked by court rivalry, military insecurity, and dependence on stronger figures. The added weight of Eastern politics made the Western position worse. Adult colleagues in the East repeatedly projected themselves as the senior members of the imperial college, even when formal seniority was unclear or contested. That posture made the Western emperors look like juniors. It also encouraged the sense that they could be bypassed, managed, or replaced. Isolation followed, then vulnerability, and opportunists exploited it. When writers of the age described these young rulers, the tone often turned toward pity more than endorsement. Gratian appears in many accounts as a promising youth who drifted under pressure and bad advice, abandoned by soldiers and betrayed by circumstance. Valentinian II appears as a tragic figure, hemmed in by stronger men, admired for youth and potential, and mourned as someone never allowed to become what an emperor was supposed to be. Against that bleak portrait stood the triumphant image of Theodosius, the victorious rescuer, the avenger, the restorer. Public celebration in the late empire favoured winners. Victory looked like divine approval. The man who marched into Rome in triumph could eclipse those who had worn crowns but lacked power. And yet, the importance of Gratian and Valentinian II lies not only in their failures. Their accessions marked a turning point. An 8-year-old raised as full Augustus. A 4-year-old proclaimed in a military emergency. These were not minor adjustments. They were innovations that reshaped what was politically imaginable. They opened a path that later rulers and power brokers would use again and again. The child emperor as a legitimate symbol, and the adult general or minister as the operator behind the symbol. It is easy to describe these accessions as experiments, but the people involved probably did not think of themselves as testing a theory. They were responding to immediate fear. Illness, sudden death, a dangerous army, and the constant threat of usurpation. Yet, whatever the intentions, the results mattered. A child raised as Augustus became a precedent. Once that precedent existed, it could be repeated by ambitious courtiers, by generals seeking safe legitimacy, and by emperors building dynasties. Even so, the two half-brothers were not identical cases. Gratian's early years unfolded under the protection of a powerful father. He inherited an established court, a trained administrative machine, and a ready-made support base. Although some of that inheritance had to be reshaped quickly after 375 to calm senatorial anger. Valentinian II, by contrast, entered public life as a spare part, elevated as a tool in a crisis rather than as the expected heir. When the spotlight returned in 383, he was still only 12, and many of the best military assets in the West had already shifted toward a rival. Gratian began his independent reign with advantages and promise. Yet over 8 years his position decayed until it collapsed. Valentinian II began with almost nothing, and after 383 there was, in theory, everything to gain. A court to strengthen, alliances to forge, an usurper to resist, a future to claim. But he never truly received the freedom to attempt that transformation. The interests around him, senators seeking access, generals seeking control, an Eastern emperor seeking dominance, kept him boxed in, even as he grew older. Even if a child on the throne could be made to look convincing in public, the politics around these reigns exposed a stubborn set of weaknesses. The rise of both Gratian and Valentinian II was never only about family succession or public ceremony. Each elevation happened because it served the interests of specific groups at specific moments. In Gratian's case, the earliest promotion was driven from above by a father who wanted to lock the dynasty in place while he still lived. After the father died, the balance shifted. A circle of senior figures, military commanders, high officials, and influential aristocrats, began shaping what the new reign would look like. Some acted as power brokers in public, presenting harmony and continuity. Others operated behind the scenes, managing rivalries and removing obstacles. The key problem was that this kind of support was not a solid foundation. It was conditional. It lasted only as long as it remained useful. The moment a powerful commander judged the situation better, served elsewhere, loyalty could evaporate overnight. Gratian's fall showed that brutally. One day, a regime looked stable. The next day, an essential general defected, and the emperor was left exposed. A boy raised within the structure of legitimacy still needed the most basic ingredient of survival, an army that would stand with him. Valentinian II's first elevation was even more revealing. He was not promoted because anyone believed a small child could govern. He was promoted because a child could be used. A young, legitimate figure could pressure an older brother, soften rival claims, and give ambitious men leverage without granting them the risks that came with taking the throne themselves. Once those objectives were achieved, the child could be ignored. When the crisis passed, the same people who'd insisted on his importance could step away and concentrate on the older emperor. Years later, when the West cracked open again under a usurper, they returned, because the child emperor once more became politically valuable as a symbol. Another weakness also shows up clearly. Regimes like this were built on alliances, favours, and appointments. That required constant attention to patronage. Who received office, who received command, who received money, who received honour, and who felt excluded. The court needed to hold together not just senators and ministers, but soldiers and generals. In these early child emperor reigns, that balancing act often failed. Rival interests were managed poorly, and decisions that pleased one group inflamed another. The throne became a tool in a tug of war rather than a stable center of command. Over time, the committee style of control tended to give way to something even more stark: the dominance of a single military manager. This development answered one immediate problem, because the empire needed a decisive hand in the army. But it also created a new danger. If one commander became the real operator, then the emperor's military role, the traditional heart of imperial authority, could shrink into a performance. The question was no longer only how to protect a young emperor. It was whether such a system could survive for decades without collapsing into resentment, coups, or civil war. The aftermath of Adrianople made the issue impossible to ignore. In the eyes of many, the crisis demanded a proven adult commander. The choice of Theodosius underscored what anxious observers already suspected. A youthful emperor, even if legitimate, could be seen as insufficient when the frontiers were burning. And once an adult soldier emperor stepped into the spotlight, the child emperor model looked weaker, not stronger. The rise of Magnus Maximus delivered another lesson. His rebellion was not just a palace drama. It reflected broader dissatisfaction far from the court. It showed that legitimacy alone could not hold provinces and armies together if they felt ignored or mismanaged. Maximus also proved something else. A usurper could maintain power for years, bargain for recognition, and force compromises. That made it harder for a purely ceremonial emperor to appear viable, because a rival with an army could claim that he, not the boy in a palace, was the real protector of the state. Valentinian II's experience drove the point home. When Maximus advanced, the young emperor could not stop him. Rescue came from outside, and the restoration that followed only emphasized how dependent the Western throne had become. The government around Valentinian II survived only as long as it served the calculations of stronger figures. When those calculations changed, the boy emperor could be sidelined without apology, especially once Theodosius began presenting his own sons as the future of the empire. The same system that made weak emperors attractive to power brokers also made those emperors disposable. And yet, the story does not end with failure. The child emperor did not disappear from Roman politics. It evolved. The very ruler who had highlighted the limits of youthful emperorship also promoted his own children, showing how quickly this practice could shift from emergency improvisation to planned dynastic strategy. That leads into a different question. Less about coups and battles, more about image and belief. What did people expect an emperor to be, and how could a child be made to look like he matched that ideal? Public culture in the late empire carried a clear template of imperial excellence. It valued pedigree, physical presence, education, moral discipline, and, above all, military authority. A child could not easily command armies, but some parts of the ideal were easier to claim. On background alone, both Gratian and Valentinian II could be presented favourably. They were sons of an emperor, and that mattered. Their dynasty was not ancient, and critics could point out that it did not rest on a long aristocratic lineage. That vulnerability explains why official messaging often emphasized family honor and military merit, as if to say, even if the bloodline is recent, it has earned its place. Dynastic ties could also be strengthened through marriage and careful presentation. Linking the ruling household to older, respected imperial families gave extra shine to the throne and made the succession look less like a temporary arrangement and more like history, continuing along a familiar path. Personal presence mattered too. When rulers were praised in public, the language often lingered on appearance: eyes, composure, charm, the aura of authority. In this kind of writing, the point was not to provide a realistic portrait. The point was to reassure audiences that the emperor looked like an emperor, even if he was young. education became an especially useful weapon in the propaganda of youth. A boy who could not yet lead armies could still be presented as disciplined, eloquent, trained in moral judgment, and capable of learning statecraft. Gratian, in particular, benefited from this. He had a famous tutor, a celebrated teacher drawn into the court to shape him into a polished ruler. The tutor's praise, of course, cannot be treated as neutral. This was a political environment where public words served careers. But accuracy was not the main goal. The goal was to create a believable image, a young ruler formed by elite learning, able to speak well, judge fairly, and stand among aristocrats as an equal. This emphasis also reflected a deeper anxiety. A military emperor might win battles, but the court needed to deal with powerful senatorial circles, who valued culture, education, and the language of refinement. A highly schooled heir was one way to bridge that gap. It signalled that the dynasty could command not only soldiers, but also respect among the educated elite. Valentinian II's education is harder to trace clearly, but the logic of the system suggests the same approach would have been applied. A child on the throne needed every available advantage in presentation. Training him as a proper gentleman and advertising that training helped compensate for what he could not yet do in the field. Still, the hardest part of the imperial ideal remained the military function. Traditional expectations did not treat command as optional. The emperor was supposed to be the protector of the frontiers, the leader of armies, the face of victory. A child could not convincingly perform that role for long. And when Gratian became old enough to act, he did not inherit a long-standing model of passive emperorship to follow. Recent memory celebrated active rulers, men who campaigned, punished invaders, and proved themselves among troops. So once he was no longer a child, it was natural that he would try to step into that active role, not shrink from it. Late Roman political culture did not judge emperors only by battlefield victories or clever laws. Public expectations reached into private conduct. The ideal ruler was supposed to be visibly disciplined, measured, and in control of himself. Wisdom mattered. Restraint mattered. Temper was supposed to be steady. Appetite was supposed to be limited. Even personal relationships, even leisure, were treated as political evidence. For a young emperor especially, the smallest rumour could become a verdict. That is why so much surviving praise for Gratian leans heavily on character rather than achievements. Court voices depicted him as naturally gentle, thoughtful beyond his years, and unusually generous. He was described as the kind of person who could sense what people needed, before they asked, the kind of emperor whose kindness arrived first and whose punishment arrived last. His private life was presented as almost spotless. He ate and drank with moderation. He carried himself with a quiet modesty that some observers even considered excessive, as if caution had gone too far and weakened the state. Yet the image was never stable. Not everyone accepted the same portrait. Another strand of commentary implies that the palace kept the real Gratian hidden behind curtains, that stories about him changed depending on who was speaking, and that even contemporaries were unsure what kind of man he truly was. A more nuanced picture appears in writers who tried to hold two ideas together at once. The young emperor might have had real ability and real self-control, but he was surrounded by people who were hungry for influence and who steered him toward distractions. In that version, the tragedy is not that he had no virtues, but that those virtues were not protected, not reinforced, not allowed to mature into something unshakable. Valentinian II, as he appears in later praise, is framed even more strongly through the lens of moral discipline. The language attached to him turns repeatedly toward duty over pleasure. He is described as someone who held himself back from entertainments that might make him look frivolous. Even public spectacles that were normal for imperial life are presented as things he avoided, for fear that anyone would say his attention had drifted from government. He is portrayed as almost theatrical in his restraint, fasting to extremes, acting as if self-denial itself was a public statement. Stories even circulate about him demonstrating his self-control in front of others, as though virtue needed witnesses in order to count. It is hard to miss what is happening here. When an emperor is young and has little record of dramatic action, rhetoric finds other ways to fill the space. If victories are few, then virtue becomes the victory. If the ruler cannot easily be praised for conquering enemies, he can be praised for conquering himself. In that sense, the emphasis placed on Valentinian's moral rigor reflects an adjustment in what an imperial success story could look like when the person wearing the purple was still barely an adult. It also hints at a broader trend. In later Western reigns, especially those dominated by minority governments, spiritual worth and visible piety would become more central to the way legitimacy was sold to elites and crowds alike. Of course, none of this proves that the young rulers truly lived the way the speeches claim. One set of praises was delivered while Gratian was still alive and still politically useful. Another set was delivered over a dead boy whose death was politically dangerous, to discuss honestly. Both situations encourage idealization. But the purpose of these portraits was not to give modern readers reliable biographies. Their value lies in something else. They show what the court wanted audiences to believe, what qualities were considered worth advertising, and which groups were being targeted by that advertising. The emperor's image was being presented to people whose support mattered: senior officers, high officials, and the social elites who could either stabilize a reign or quietly withdraw their loyalty. Even if a young emperor could be packaged as wise and self-controlled, the job demanded more than a polished image. Late Roman ideas of rulership also insisted on practical competence. The emperor was expected not only to look virtuous, but to operate the machinery of power, especially in war. And war was the arena that most easily exposed the limits of a child on the throne. Public praise again tries to bridge the gap. Writers describe Gratian as energetic, physically capable, and skilled in the habits that marked a military ruler. He is praised as athletic, quick, durable, and comfortable in hardship. He is portrayed as an excellent horseman and a strong archer, someone who could run with soldiers, train like soldiers, and endure the same harsh conditions. This kind of description follows a well-worn template: the emperor who suffers cold, thirst, and sleeplessness alongside his men. The emperor who stays close to the standards and shares danger rather than delegating it. There is an important shift here. When a very young emperor is proclaimed, the praise cannot be built on a long list of campaigns. Instead, it leans on promise. The speeches speak as if future victories are already present, as if the child's character is a guarantee of what he will one day do. That is a way of creating confidence when the evidence does not yet exist. Earlier, panegyrics could point to feats and then claim that those feats had been visible in childhood. With child rulers, the order is reversed. The promise comes first, and everyone is asked to believe that fulfillment will follow. How far did Gratian actually get toward becoming that kind of military emperor? The record suggests a mixed reality. As a child, he appeared on campaign because his presence served as symbol and ceremony, not because he could command. Even as a teenager, he was sometimes kept away from active operations, perhaps for safety, perhaps for politics, perhaps to mark a transition into a more independent public role. But there is at least one moment when he did step directly into military action, and was praised for it. During a campaign in the late 370s, he is described as personally courageous, visible near the front, encouraging the troops by example, and pressing a small enemy group until it collapsed. That episode matters because it shows potential. The young emperor could perform the role when circumstances allowed. Yet the deeper pattern of the reign points in the other direction. The Western army was not truly his. The strongest officer in the West held influence that limited what the emperor could order and what he could enforce. Requests for military support, movement of troops, and decisions about where the army would fight did not consistently reflect the emperor's will. There are moments where troops sent to help elsewhere simply did not go, and where powerful commanders faced no consequences. In practical terms, this means the emperor's military authority was contested inside his own system. A young ruler could win a skirmish and still lack command over the structure that decided wars. After Adrianople, that weakness became painfully visible. The crisis was large enough that the system demanded an adult soldier emperor, not merely a legitimate youth. The appointment of a new Eastern ruler, whatever the exact politics behind it, signalled a lack of confidence that the surviving emperors could handle the emergency alone. Territory and resources that had belonged to the Western sphere were shifted in order to supply the war effort. The Eastern army had to be rebuilt. Meetings were held. Generals moved. Retreats were forced. Negotiations eventually produced a settlement. Throughout those years, the decisive actors appear again and again as senior officers, not as the Western emperors themselves. The war was fought in their names, but the centre of gravity lay elsewhere. The rhetoric continued to insist that Gratian loved his soldiers and that his soldiers loved him. But later events suggest that whatever affection existed was not enough. He attempted to reshape loyalties by bringing in new forces and rewarding them. That may have been an effort to weaken the dominance of entrenched commanders and build a personal following. It also risked alienating the established army. In the end, the most powerful general in his service switched sides during a rebellion, and large parts of the Western military went with him. That kind of mass defection does not happen when a ruler is perceived as the unquestioned leader of the army. It suggests that the emperor's military image had not become a lived reality. Valentinian II, by contrast, is almost absent from military history. That absence is itself revealing. He spent years first under his brother's shadow and then under a stronger colleague's shadow. When the empire returned him to the West after a civil war, he did not receive the full stage. The victory was presented as another man's victory. The young emperor was protected, positioned, moved across the map when convenient, and watched closely by a commander who held the soldiers' loyalty. When threats appeared in northern Italy, the emperor's desire to act could be blocked by the very military system that claimed to serve him. The result was a ruler with a title, but without the one function that traditionally anchored the title. If the battlefield exposed the limits of youthful emperorship, the courtroom and the government office posed a different question. The emperor was expected to be the ultimate judge and the ultimate source of law. In theory, he was the living embodiment of justice. Speeches, therefore, praised both brothers as fair, approachable, and merciful. They were said to welcome petitions, reject malicious informers, and show restraint in punishment. They were described as respectful toward elites and careful in counsel. Yet again, there are hints of another reality, that access and favours could be bought, that a few men around the throne could dominate appointments, and that official decisions could be shaped by greed and influence. Those claims may also be exaggerated, but they reflect a widespread fear in late imperial politics, that the emperor could become the front for other people's power. Here, the structure of the late Roman state becomes crucial. By the late 4th century, government had become more centralized, more procedural, and far larger than it had once been. senior civil officials held wide responsibilities, and the machinery of administration produced an enormous volume of paperwork, appeals, and decisions. That growth had two consequences at once. On one hand, it made the centre stronger, because it could reach farther into provincial life. On the other hand, it made the emperor more dependent on trained administrators, because no single person could personally manage the full load. This professionalization changed what it meant to rule. Departments could continue operating because career officials stayed in place even when leadership at the top changed. Systems and routines outlived individuals. In such an environment, the personal competence of the emperors mattered less day to day than it once had. That is what made a child emperor possible in the first place. A child did not need to master every law or understand every file. He needed a court that could put documents in front of him, explain the required decision, and obtain his approval. This does not mean the emperor became irrelevant. The emperor still mattered enormously in appointments, in patronage, in the symbolism of authority, and in moments of crisis. But it does mean that the government could function, at least superficially, with an emperor who was not yet capable of independent judgment in every area. The state had evolved into something that could run, for a time, with an inexperienced figure at the top. The surviving laws from these reigns show ordinary imperial concerns: court procedure, military discipline, ranks, local duties, and the management of imperial personnel. Yet the record also suggests that the young Western court did not consistently produce a strong legislative footprint, especially in later years. That could reflect loss of capacity or later editorial choices about what was worth preserving, or simply the fact that stronger emperors cast longer shadows in the archival tradition. Whatever the explanation, it affected perception. When one ruler continued issuing laws steadily, while another appeared silent, contemporaries could easily conclude that only one of them truly governed. From the time of Constantine, the Roman emperor's role in religion changed dramatically with the rise of Christianity. The emperor was no longer simply a political ruler, but also a figure expected to show deep personal devotion and moral authority. Writers of the period described Gratian as a pious ruler, and leading church figures praised both him and his brother for their religious commitment. Christian leadership claimed that Valentinian II eventually abandoned earlier beliefs influenced by his family and fully accepted Orthodox Christianity. Yet an emperor's religious responsibilities went beyond personal faith. He was expected to preserve unity within the Christian Church, defend what was seen as the true doctrine, and secure divine favour for the empire through proper religious practice. During the 4th century, Christian unity was deeply challenged by intense theological disputes. One of the most significant controversies arose from the teachings of the priest Honorius, who argued that God the Father was completely indivisible, and that the Son must therefore be inferior. According to this view, Christ had been created and did not share the same divine substance as the Father. These ideas caused widespread disagreement within the Church and led to numerous attempts to define official doctrine. By the time Valentinian I came to power, Christian teachings had already fragmented into competing interpretations. Earlier, imperial efforts had promoted the belief that the Son was similar in nature to the Father, a compromise position that gained influence after major church councils in the mid-4th century. Since Valentinian I and his brother Valens were raised in regions where such beliefs were widespread, they may have been shaped by this environment. Valens later became strongly associated with Arianism, while Valentinian I is usually viewed as supporting the Nicene position. Although he largely avoided strict enforcement of doctrine and maintained a policy of tolerance designed to prevent unrest. Ensuring unity within the church could involve practical actions such as issuing laws, organizing councils, or settling disputes over doctrine and authority. Early in Gratian's rule, his government appeared to follow his father's cautious approach, seeking stability by balancing different religious factions, while confirming privileges already granted to the church. One early law reaffirmed the separation between civil and ecclesiastical authority. After the catastrophic defeat of Roman forces at Adrianople, however, religious unity became an even greater concern for the government. New laws targeted certain religious groups considered disruptive, although these measures were limited and often followed earlier precedents. In the confusion following the death of Valens, an edict was issued allowing previously exiled bishops to return and granting freedom of worship to many groups. This policy of tolerance reflected the unstable condition of the Eastern Church at the time, but it was soon partially reversed, suggesting uncertainty within the imperial administration about how far religious freedom should extend. Gratian's early willingness to tolerate different Christian groups is also reflected in his decision to allow a church building in Milan to be used by followers of a theological position different from that of the Orthodox majority. This act, likely connected to the presence of influential figures at court who supported that belief, demonstrates the emperor's initial attempt to maintain balance among competing religious communities. Later developments, however, reveal a clear shift away from this cautious neutrality. Some observers attributed this change to the growing influence of the powerful bishop Ambrose of Milan, though other factors were also significant, including the actions of Gratian's co-emperor Theodosius and the political and military pressures facing the empire. Ambrose's relationship with Gratian has often been portrayed as highly influential. The bishop produced extensive writings defending Orthodox doctrine and presented them to the young emperor. Rather than being purely a response to a request for spiritual guidance, these works may have originated from an imperial demand for a clear statement of belief at a time of crisis. Gratian's court included church leaders holding a range of views, and the emperor may have sought clarity in order to strengthen unity rather than to adopt the personal direction of a particular bishop. Although Ambrose later played a prominent role in religious affairs, claims of his early dominance over imperial policy must be treated cautiously, since most evidence for this influence comes from his own writings. Throughout Gratian's reign, many individuals and groups attempted to shape government policy, and no single figure consistently controlled imperial decisions. The movement of the imperial court to Milan increased the bishop's opportunities to influence events, and from this period his involvement in imperial religious policy becomes clearer. During these years, the emperor also supported new arrangements within the church that strengthened the authority of the Bishop of Rome in judging disputes involving clergy across the western provinces. Plans were made for broader church councils intended to resolve doctrinal disagreements throughout the empire, reflecting the emperor's traditional duty to guide religious settlement. Yet these gatherings did not unfold as originally intended. Their scope was reduced, and instead of addressing universal theological questions, they focused on specific local disputes, demonstrating how imperial policy could be shaped by the pressures of influential church leaders. By the early 380s, the government's position had clearly shifted towards strong support for Orthodox Christianity. This development was influenced not only by religious leaders in the West, but also by the firm policies of Theodosius in the Eastern Empire. The emperor's efforts to organize councils and settle religious disputes show his determination to fulfill the expectations placed upon a Christian ruler. At the same time, these actions reveal the complex interplay of political influence, personal belief, and institutional pressure within the imperial court. Christian emperors of this period were also expected to define their position toward traditional pagan practices. Gratian became particularly associated with measures directed against long-standing religious traditions in Rome. These actions included the removal of the altar of victory from the Senate House and the limitation of certain privileges long granted to traditional priesthoods. Although later accounts describe these policies as sweeping and severe, modern interpretations suggest that their scope may have been more limited, affecting specific practices rather than abolishing all traditional institutions. Nevertheless, these measures provoked strong opposition from members of the Roman Senate who remained committed to traditional religious customs. Representatives of the Senate attempted to protest these changes, but the emperor refused to receive them. Influential church leaders supported the imperial position and sought to prevent any restoration of traditional privileges. Although responsibility for initiating these policies remains uncertain, their implementation strained relations between the imperial court and sections of the Roman aristocracy. The resulting tensions demonstrate the delicate balance emperors faced between promoting Christian authority and maintaining political support among influential elites. Questions have also been raised regarding claims that Gratian rejected the traditional title associated with the chief priesthood of Roman religion. Evidence suggests that rather than completely abandoning this title, imperial authority was gradually redefined in a way that allowed traditional language to be adapted to a Christian framework. Such changes reflect the broader transformation of imperial ideology, in which religious authority remained central even as its meaning evolved. Despite these measures, Gratian's overall approach to religion often remained cautious and pragmatic. His policies must be understood within the broader expectations placed upon any Christian emperor rather than as the result of personal zeal alone. Even as church leaders sought to limit imperial involvement in ecclesiastical matters, emperors continued to assert their authority in religious affairs, demonstrating their reluctance to surrender this crucial aspect of power. The consequences of Gratian's religious policies became evident in later conflicts. Debates between defenders of traditional Roman religion and advocates of Christianity continued under his successors. Appeals for the restoration of earlier practices were rejected, reflecting the increasing importance of Christian identity in imperial authority. For rulers, particularly young or vulnerable emperors, public displays of religious commitment became an essential means of demonstrating legitimacy. This dynamic was especially visible during the reign of Valentinian II, who came to power as a child. His government became involved in a major conflict with Bishop Ambrose over control of churches in Milan. The imperial court sought to secure these buildings for its own religious ceremonies, while the bishop publicly resisted the demand. Although the emperor's mother was often blamed for promoting these policies, the actions of the court indicate the involvement of advisors concerned with preserving the authority and public image of the young ruler. At a time when Valentinian II faced serious political threats and possessed limited ability to exercise traditional imperial functions, his role as a Christian leader became central to his legitimacy. Public participation in religious ceremonies strengthened his image and encouraged loyalty among the population. Laws issued during his reign emphasized Christian observance and reinforced the impression of a ruler devoted to religious duty. The government's determination to assert control over religious spaces reveals the importance placed on the emperor's ceremonial presence and spiritual authority. The conflict with Ambrose demonstrated the limits of imperial power as well as its ambitions. The bishop's resistance challenged the government's efforts to shape religious practice, while the eventual withdrawal of imperial pressure revealed the political weakness of the regime. Nevertheless, the episode illustrates how those guiding the young emperor believed that maintaining the appearance of strong religious authority was essential to the stability of the state. In the later Roman world, a Christian emperor was expected to express his religious authority in many different ways. He could issue laws against traditional pagan practices, support the organization of the church, fund religious buildings, call councils to resolve disputes in doctrine, or demonstrate personal devotion through public acts of faith. Both Gratian and Valentinian II, in their different circumstances, attempted to fulfill these expectations. Yet the precise position of the emperor within the Christian Church remained uncertain. The relationship between political authority and religious leadership was never clearly defined, and conflicts often revealed how closely the two spheres overlapped. The struggle over control of church buildings in Milan, for example, showed how difficult it could be to separate matters of faith from matters of power. Public religious ceremony also served an important political purpose. The increasing emphasis on Christian ritual during the reign of later rulers suggests that elaborate religious display often reflected political necessity rather than purely personal belief. In unstable times, visible participation in church life could strengthen a ruler's authority and reinforce loyalty. This connection between religious alliance and political survival was especially clear in the case of Valentinian II. As a young ruler facing threats to his position, his government relied heavily on cooperation with church leaders in order to reinforce the legitimacy of his rule and maintain stability. The reigns of Gratian and Valentinian II reveal that imperial advisors understood the importance of maintaining traditional expectations of rulership, even when the emperor was a child. Despite their youth, both rulers were presented as fulfilling the duties expected of any emperor. At the same time, however, new qualities began to appear among the virtues associated with imperial power. These qualities, often shaped by Christian ideals, would have seemed unusual if applied to mature rulers. They were particularly emphasized in descriptions of Valentinian II and reflected a developing strategy to make the rule of a child seem natural and convincing. These newly celebrated virtues included humility, innocence, gentleness, and moral purity. Gratian was praised for his devotion, kindness, and spiritual discipline. Both brothers were described as possessing extraordinary simplicity and moral clarity, their character compared to symbols of gentleness and innocence. Valentinian II, despite his young age, was portrayed as possessing wisdom beyond his years and remarkable self-control. His calm temperament and peaceful disposition were credited with protecting the empire and preserving stability in times of danger. Such praise emphasized not strength or military power, but moral virtue and spiritual innocence. The celebration of innocence and gentleness in an emperor would have been unexpected under ordinary circumstances. These qualities reflected the unique position of a child ruler. Youth itself became a source of legitimacy, as the purity of a young emperor was believed to attract divine favor and protection for the state. The vulnerability of a boy on the throne could be transformed into a symbol of sacred authority. Yet reality did not always support such claims, and the reigns of both Gratian and Valentinian II were marked by significant challenges that made divine protection difficult to demonstrate. Youth could also serve as a convenient explanation for political decisions. It could excuse actions or limitations when necessary, while at other times it was presented as evidence of exceptional promise. A young emperor's age might be cited to justify his inability to perform certain tasks, yet the same youth could be portrayed as no obstacle to moral responsibility. Religious leaders could insist that spiritual maturity did not depend on years and that even a child ruler must be held accountable for his actions. Age, therefore, became a flexible element in imperial representation, used either to defend or to elevate the emperor according to circumstance. This dual image created a striking paradox. A young ruler could be described simultaneously as both child and father of the state, combining vulnerability with authority. Such a balance proved difficult to sustain in practice. The effort to present these rulers as fully capable while acknowledging their youth reveals the challenges faced by those attempting to legitimize their power. Religious ceremony played a central role in shaping the public image of a child emperor. In many parts of the empire, the presence of the emperor was represented through statues, portraits, and public appearances. A young ruler could easily fulfill such symbolic functions. Participation in processions, religious festivals, and public rituals allowed the emperor to embody imperial authority, even when real power lay elsewhere. Written works praising the emperor's character reinforced this image, emphasizing education, moral discipline, wisdom, and purity. These portrayals highlighted promise and potential when actual achievements were limited. Claims about military ability, judicial competence, and religious authority were also made on behalf of young rulers, though the practical demands of governing an empire made such claims difficult to sustain. The reality of imperial administration required experience and authority that a child could rarely possess. Contemporary observers may not always have believed the idealized image presented by official rhetoric, recognizing the gap between representation and reality. In practice, power often rested in the hands of advisors and military leaders who governed in the emperor's name. Valentinian II, even as he grew older, exercised limited independent authority, while key decisions were shaped by powerful figures within his government. Gratian's situation differed in some respects, yet his failure to maintain the loyalty of his army suggests that real influence frequently lay with those commanding military support rather than with the emperor himself. The development of complex administrative systems and elaborate court ceremony made it possible for a child to occupy the imperial throne, but these structures could not fully compensate for the challenges of leadership. The demands of governing required skills and experience that symbolic authority alone could not provide. Some observers suggested that while Gratian possessed many admirable qualities, he lacked practical understanding of how to rule effectively. Certain imperial responsibilities, such as presiding over ceremonies or administering justice, could be adapted to the limitations of a young ruler. The military role of the emperor, however, remained difficult to reconcile with childhood. Many of the political difficulties faced by these regimes arose from expectations that the emperor should lead armies and defend the state in person. As new methods developed to support and represent child emperors, new challenges also emerged, particularly when these rulers reached adulthood. The transition from symbolic authority to genuine power proved especially complex. When a child emperor matured and attempted to assert independence, tensions often arose with those who had previously governed in his name. Both Gratian and Valentinian II appear to have encountered such struggles. Each sought to exercise military authority in early adulthood, and both efforts ended tragically. These events reveal the instability created when a ceremonial ruler attempted to transform himself into an active political leader. Despite these difficulties, strategies for managing the limitations of child rule continued to develop. Emphasis on youthful promise was combined with increased reliance on ceremony and religious authority. The young emperor's role as a sacred and symbolic figure became central to the functioning of imperial government. This model would influence later reigns, where ceremonial presence and religious legitimacy increasingly defined imperial power. Gratian's accession at a very young age established an important precedent. His reign marked a turning point in the development of the Roman imperial office. Although he initially attempted to assume the traditional role of a military ruler, later emperors who came to power as children would not follow this path. In the decades that followed, military leadership was increasingly exercised by generals rather than by emperors themselves. Imperial authority became more closely associated with ceremonial representation and religious function. From this period onward, the public image of the emperor emphasized spiritual leadership and ritual authority. The emperor's role as a Christian ruler moved to the forefront of political life, shaping both the structure of government and the expectations of society. The experiences of Gratian and Valentinian II demonstrated that while the boundaries of imperial power could be expanded to accommodate a child ruler, significant challenges remained. Over time, one method proved especially useful for making child rule workable in the Western Empire, turning the imperial office into something increasingly ceremonial. That long-term shift created a clear contrast with earlier periods of Roman history, when even youthful rulers were expected to be visibly active in government and war. At first glance, two boy emperors in quick succession might be dismissed as an accident of politics, and the solutions built around them might look improvised. Yet what followed made it obvious that something deeper was happening. The later reigns of Honorius and Valentinian III did not simply repeat the earlier pattern. They pushed child emperor rule into a new phase, reshaping court politics and the workings of government. These later developments did not appear out of nowhere, however. Their foundations were laid during the earlier experiments of Gratian and Valentinian II. Up to this point, the story has been easier to understand by focusing on themes: the expectations placed on emperors, the ways rulers were presented to the public, and the methods used by advisors to compensate for a ruler's age. But the reigns that come next in the Western Empire demand a different approach. Honorius and Valentinian III ruled far longer, and the sequence of events around them is complicated, filled with shifting alliances, internal rivalries, and repeated challenges to authority. To see how child rule became normalized, it helps to track events in order and watch the system evolve step by step. Within just 2 years of Valentinian II's troubled end, the West accepted another child as emperor, Honorius, only 10 years old. Ancient writers and many later historians treated him as unimpressive, sometimes mocking him as slow-witted or politically useless. He does not dominate the surviving narratives the way earlier emperors did, and he often appears as a distant figure while others act around him. That absence creates a problem for anyone trying to reconstruct his personality or decisions. Yet, it also makes his reign revealing. Honorius remained emperor in the West from 395 until 423, surviving crises that destroyed other rulers. His court endured invasions, sieges, rebellions, civil conflicts, family scandals, and long-term financial strain. He outlasted more dramatic figures and remained on the throne longer than any Roman emperor since Constantine. Even if later writers dismissed him, powerful people in the Western Empire clearly saw benefit in keeping him in place, first as a child and later as an adult. His endurance forces a basic question: how did the late Roman state adapt to a ruler who could be preserved, protected, and used as the centerpiece of power while others fought over real control? Honorius's reign offers a key to the broader phenomenon, because it is during his era that the framework around child rule becomes easier to see. Different groups of ministers and generals took turns dominating the court, and each group developed its own way of presenting and managing the emperor. The most important point is not simply which faction won at a given moment, but what these struggles reveal about the system itself. The political culture of the West was learning how to keep a child emperor on the throne as a stable symbol, even when events were unstable. Tracking the timeline matters, because the story becomes dense and confusing, especially in the later years, when the empire was shaken by repeated rebellions and rival claimants. The difficulties of studying Honorius are made worse by the nature of the sources. There is no complete, continuous Western narrative for the period. What survives is scattered, sometimes detailed, sometimes vague, often inconsistent. Much of the best chronological structure comes from partial accounts, written from an Eastern perspective and from a later historian who recorded the period with uneven clarity. Even so, enough survives to piece together a clear outline, and without that outline, the political chaos of the years after 408 becomes nearly impossible to follow. Honorius also brings the transition problem into sharp focus. What happens when a child emperor grows up? Earlier, boy emperors did not live long enough to settle that question. Honorius did. His reign lasted almost twice as long as the reigns of Gratian or Valentinian II, suggesting that techniques for managing child rule were improving. It also suggests that the state was finding ways to deal with the awkward moment when a figure raised as a ceremonial ruler reached adulthood. Child rule could never become a stable model until this issue was handled, because the earlier examples had shown how dangerous the transition could be. Even though the earlier reigns ended badly, they still altered assumptions about what the imperial office could be. They proved that the throne could be occupied by a minor if the surrounding structures were strong enough. The early years of Honorius show how this new model was launched. They reveal the careful planning that prepared his rise, the political maneuvering that shaped his government after his father's death, and the methods used to present his rule as legitimate. The central point is that Honorius's long survival changed the political culture of the Western Empire. It made child emperors, and ceremonial emperors more generally, feel normal. It helped create a working arrangement in which the emperor could be treated like a dependent figure, even after reaching adult age, while power was exercised by managers around him. Honorius was born on the 9th of September, 384 in Constantinople, the younger son of Theodosius I and his first wife, Aelia Flaccilla. From the start, Theodosius treated dynastic succession as a political project. His elder son, Arcadius, already held the senior imperial rank by this time. Honorius, still an infant, received prestigious titles designed to mark him out as a prince of the dynasty. He was also given public honours at an astonishingly young age, including an early consulship, all meant to place him in the public eye and establish him as a legitimate heir. These gestures were not empty ceremony. They were part of a broader strategy to lock the future of the West to Theodosius's family. After defeating the usurper, Magnus Maximus, Theodosius summoned Honorius from Constantinople to the west. The journey itself was a statement. The emperor wanted the Roman world to see his child. Honorius arrived during victory celebrations at Rome, a moment carefully chosen for maximum impact. The reigning Western empress, Valentinian II, did not appear in those celebrations, and that absence mattered. Theodosius used the occasion to elevate Honorius to a lower rank that still clearly marked him as the next Western ruler. It was a deliberate public message to the Roman aristocracy. The West's future was being redirected toward Theodosius's own line. This gradual promotion was itself revealing. Theodosius could have elevated Honorius straight to the highest rank, as had happened with several earlier heirs. Instead, he advanced the boy step by step. That slower approach likely reflected political realities. Valentinian II was still alive, and Arcadius already held senior rank. A more cautious move allowed Theodosius to prepare the ground without creating immediate constitutional tension inside the imperial college. Even so, the symbolism was unmistakable. Honorius was displayed to the Roman public as the heir in waiting, and coinage issued around the celebrations carried slogans emphasizing hope for the state. reinforcing the idea that the dynasty embodied the empire's future. Only a few years later, events in the West forced the issue. Another usurper appeared, and Theodosius prepared to move against him. Before leaving on campaign, he raised Honorius to the highest rank in a major public ceremony near Constantinople. Honorius was now, at the age of 7, an emperor in name. The timing was a political weapon. It directly challenged the legitimacy of the usurper by placing a dynastic child in the Western role. It also signalled that Theodosius intended the West to be ruled by his bloodline, not by whoever seized power through force. After winning the civil war in 394, Theodosius again brought Honorius west. That decision would have made sense even if the senior emperor expected to live for years. The boy had already been announced as the Western ruler, and the Western elite needed to see him. Honorius arrived with his half-sister Galla Placidia, and their presence together served a second purpose. Placidia connected the Theodosian court to the earlier Valentinian dynasty through her family ties, and her inclusion helped frame the new regime as a continuation rather than a rupture. Theodosius welcomed his children in Milan with a carefully staged religious setting, presenting the moment as more than politics. Public church ritual was used to add sacred weight to the transfer of authority and to emphasize that the dynasty stood under divine favor. Even after victory, Theodosius likely intended to return east once the west was stabilized, because problems were building there during his absence. But he had only a short time between his victory and his death to shape the new Western administration. Later, accounts claim that he formally confirmed Honorius's role in the West and placed the general Stilicho in a position of authority beside him. Whether this arrangement was fully planned in advance or became clearer only after Theodosius's death, one fact remains. The West now had a 10-year-old emperor, and it required an adult power structure to govern in his name. Stilicho was well placed to step into that space. He was tied to the ruling family by marriage, experienced in war, and present in the West at the crucial moment. Yet the situation was not as simple as later propaganda made it appear. It is uncertain how much authority Theodosius truly intended Stilicho to exercise in. The senior emperor had seen what happened when powerful generals dominated young rulers. He might have hesitated to leave his son in the hands of another strongman. At the same time, Honorius was too young to govern alone, and someone had to hold the state together. The elder emperor died in January 395. The story that later circulated claimed that Theodosius, in his final moments, entrusted Stilicho with the care of both of his sons, not just Honorius, but also Arcadius in the east. That claim would become politically important, because it would allow Stilicho to present himself as the guardian of the whole dynasty and the defender of imperial unity. Yet there are reasons to doubt how early or how genuine this story was. The earliest texts, produced immediately after Theodosius's death, did not clearly endorse Stilicho's sweeping claims. The story appears more firmly only later, in a public speech composed for political purposes, suggesting it may have been crafted to strengthen Stilicho's position after he had already begun consolidating power. In the West, Stilicho moved quickly. He established a model that went beyond what earlier managers of boy emperors had achieved. Rather than simply serving as a leading general, he positioned himself as the indispensable partner of the emperor, the adult guardian who would guide the legitimate child ruler. His marriage connection to the dynasty gave him a powerful advantage, and he used it to anchor his authority more firmly than predecessors who had tried to control young emperors without such family ties. Modern language often calls this arrangement a regency, but in Roman terms there was no formal office like that. Stilicho could be described as the child's guardian in a legal sense, yet guardianship did not automatically grant control of government. His power depended on court politics, military support, and the ability to shape public perception. This mattered because it meant his authority, especially early on, could have been more fragile than later narratives suggested. The new system had to be built, defended, and presented as natural. A revealing window into the uncertainty of those first months comes from the funeral oration delivered for Theodosius in Milan. The bishop who spoke sought to stabilize the transition, but the speech did not openly celebrate Stilicho or even name him. That omission is striking. If Stilicho's dominance had been universally accepted from the start, public endorsement from such a powerful church figure would have been valuable. Instead, the oration focused on loyalty to Honorius himself. The message was aimed at a mixed audience: soldiers from rival armies recently at war, officials who had served earlier regimes, and elites who had lived through multiple usurpations. The priority was to secure unity around the child emperor and to bind support to the memory of Theodosius. The speech used ceremony and sacred language to frame the new emperor's legitimacy. Honorius appeared in a privileged religious setting, presented as a ruler marked out by divine favour. The oration emphasised that the boy's weakness in years was compensated by the strength of those who supported him. It argued that the late emperor lived on through his sons, and that loyalty owed to the father must now be paid to the heirs. The idea was clear: the army and the court must not treat age as an excuse for disobedience. The speech also connected Honorius to earlier legitimate Western rulers, constructing an image of dynastic continuity that stretched backward through the empire's recent past. That connection was not simply decorative. It was meant to reassure the Western elite that the new regime belonged to the recognized line of emperors, and should therefore be accepted. The urgency behind these messages reveals the fear beneath the ritual. Only months earlier, the empire had been torn by civil war. The Western army had supported multiple rebel emperors in recent years. Now Theodosius was dead. The West had a child on the throne, and the possibility of another round of rebellion was real. Why should soldiers follow a boy who could not lead them in battle? The oration's repeated appeals for loyalty were not abstract theology. They were political necessity. Divine favour was used as an argument for obedience, and recent victories were presented as proof that betrayal would be punished. This was a public attempt to bind military power to a child emperor through memory, ritual, and fear of the consequences of disloyalty. Another theme was pushed just as hard as loyalty: mercy. The message was aimed not only at soldiers, but at the civilian power structure of the Western Empire as well. In Milan, it was stressed that Theodosius had been a ruler who took pleasure in forgiving enemies and sparing the defeated. The audience was assured that promises of pardon made under his authority would not suddenly be withdrawn now that he was gone. The reason for repeating this point was simple. The civil war had ended only months earlier, and a great many men in uniform and in office, along with influential senators, had served the losing side under Eugenius. They needed to know whether the new regime intended to punish them or bring them back into the system. The language of clemency was meant to calm panic, prevent further instability, and encourage those compromised by the rebellion to attach themselves to the boy emperor rather than look for a new gamble. This promise of forgiveness did not remain only a public performance. It was followed by practical measures that made the new government's position clear. Early laws issued from Milan confirmed that decisions made by judges during the usurper's rule would still stand, which protected property transfers, court verdicts, and administrative actions from being unravelled. Soon after, broader guarantees were issued to reassure those who had served in administrative or honorary roles during the rebellion. Many were promised that they would not lose social rank for having held office under the previous regime. In effect, the government was telling the Western establishment that cooperation would not lead to ruin. At the same time, such laws reveal something important about the situation. They were not the actions of a regime confident enough to rule through fear alone. This was a government that needed former opponents to accept its authority, and that necessity shaped policy. These pardons created a pattern of mutual dependency. The new court needed experienced Western officials and senators to stabilize administration and finance. The Western elite, embarrassed by its recent choices and uncertain of its future, needed protection and rehabilitation. This dynamic helped strengthen the position of Honorius's chief manager. A powerful mediator in Milan could offer a route back into favor, and many senators were eager to secure that route. A direct relationship with the boy emperor was difficult to build in such conditions. A relationship with the adult figure controlling access to the throne was far more practical. The results can be seen in the careers of individual aristocrats. Men who had been associated with the rebel regime were not only forgiven, but later restored to high office, sometimes without even being required to repay salaries earned during the rebellion. Some returned to prominence within a few years, including appointments in Rome that carried enormous prestige. The imperial court's decision to base itself in Milan also mattered. With the government no longer isolated in a distant northern residence, Roman senators could appear in person, attend ceremonies, and maintain visibility at court. Letters exchanged between leading senators and the commander who dominated the Western government show how actively these figures pursued cordial ties. The relationship was not sentimental. It was political insurance. The administration was also built through carefully chosen appointments that signaled continuity. A number of officials called into service under Honorius had long careers stretching back into earlier reigns. Their presence reassured the Western establishment that the new government was not a foreign takeover, even though the emperor and several key figures around him had Eastern backgrounds. Experienced administrators were valuable not only for competence, but for symbolism. Their names represented stability, tradition, and familiarity. Exactly what was needed after a civil war and the sudden death of the senior emperor. At the same time, Eastern-born officials also appeared in high posts in the West after 395. That, too, reflected the reality of the transition. Theodosius had brought a limited portion of his court apparatus west for the campaign, and the situation after his death required a functioning government immediately. Some officials with careers in Eastern administration were therefore drawn into Western service, perhaps to ensure loyalty to the dynasty and to provide the expertise needed to keep finance and palace operations running. But this choice also exposed a weakness. If the new Western regime had been fully secure, it would not have needed to rely on imported bureaucratic support at the highest levels. Giving major roles to Eastern officials could be read as an incentive to keep them attached to the Western court, and as a way to reinforce the manager's control over the system. The army was another urgent concern. The recent conflict had drained manpower, and the government's early legislation shows a sharp focus on numbers and discipline. Measures were taken to increase recruitment even from imperial estates, to punish desertion, and to protect provincials from men claiming military status, in order to extort supplies. Once the Eastern Field Army withdrew back toward Constantinople, the West needed to rebuild its own strength and stabilize the relationship between soldiers and civilians, especially in regions exposed to attack. The emphasis was practical. Keep the army filled, keep it fed without letting it prey on the population, and reduce the risk of mutiny or independent action. Public messaging continued to target the army as well. Court poets and official speechwriters amplified the emotional appeal already heard in Milan. Loyalty to the father should transfer to loyalty to the son. The boy emperor was placed in scenes meant to imply deep, almost instinctive connection to the military world. Images of him among the soldiers as a child, eager to follow campaigns, raised within the culture of the army. Even years later, the propaganda still carried the shadow of civil war. Speeches imagined for the young emperor urged troops to cleanse the empire's wounds through new victories, as if the stain of recent conflicts still lingered on the army's identity. In one especially revealing dramatic scene, the dead Theodosius is pictured acknowledging that he left disorder behind, a turmoil that barely could have been managed even by an experienced ruler, let alone under a child's authority. Whether or not such scenes were invented for effect, they captured an atmosphere that likely felt real to contemporaries. The war was over, but the aftershocks were not. Religious policy was also used to reinforce the regime's image. Early laws confirmed that church privileges granted by earlier emperors would remain intact. Later measures again emphasized protection for ecclesiastical authority, including special recognition for the Bishop of Rome. Such actions were conventional, but in this context, they carried extra weight. They signaled continuity with legitimate Christian rule, promised stability to church leaders, and framed the boy emperor's government as not merely lawful but blessed. A striking episode from Milan shows how closely church and court cooperation could be staged as a public sign of divine favour. A martyr's body was said to have been discovered in the city and reburied with great ceremony in a major church. The event became a showcase of alliance. The shrine was decorated through an expensive donation associated with the ruling circle, and prayers were offered for the safe return of the empire's leading commander, who was away on campaign. The scene was carefully arranged to communicate shared purpose. The church offered sacred authority and public legitimacy, while the court provided patronage, protection, and resources. The symbolism mattered. Earlier in Milan's recent past, the discovery of martyrs had been used as a weapon against an imperial court. Now, a similar kind of miracle narrative could be presented as favour resting on the new government instead, linking the boy emperor's regime to sacred approval rather than conflict. This relationship benefited both sides. For the bishop, the court's presence in Milan created access and influence that would have been harder to achieve if the government had remained far away. For the men steering the young emperor's rule, the bishop's support offered something priceless: recognition that the regime was not only politically valid but spiritually legitimate. In a world where authority was increasingly expressed through ritual, such endorsement mattered as much as armies and titles. Looking back, it can be tempting to describe the early years as a smoothly functioning partnership between the Roman aristocracy, the military leadership at court, and the church in Milan. Yet the need for broad pardons, the anxious tone of early public speeches, and the heavy reliance on sacred language show that stability was not automatic. The government had to win support from people who had very recently backed a rival emperor, and it had to do so while placing a 10-year-old at the centre of the system. That required reassurance, incentives, and an image powerful enough to compensate for the child's inability to act like the emperors of the past. When Honorius became Western Emperor in 395 at the age of 10, a new political arrangement solidified around him. The real engine of power was the General Stilicho, officially the boy's guardian and, in practice, the figure who directed the Western government for more than a decade. Over the next 13 years, he fought wars in the emperor's name, scored a few highly publicized successes, collected honors that were normally reserved for the imperial family, and tied his household to the throne through marriage. He built his position so confidently that he could imagine a future in which a grandchild of his might one day inherit the empire through Honorius's line. And yet, after standing at the centre of Western rule for so long, Stilicho ended his career in 408 by accepting an execution ordered by the very emperor he had raised and controlled. The long rise and sudden collapse of this arrangement reveals what guardianship actually meant in late Roman politics, how it was justified, and how hard it became to sustain once a child emperor started to become an adult. The key to Stilicho's authority was not only his command of soldiers, but the way the emperor himself was packaged for the public. Honorius was presented as a legitimate, pious ruler whose sacred standing could guarantee victory, even if he never personally led an army. That image was repeated year after year through speeches, ceremonies, and carefully crafted narratives. It allowed the court to project a partnership, a young emperor who embodied divine favour and dynastic right, and a guardian general who supplied experience, military muscle, and administrative direction. That formula worked best, while Honorius was clearly a minor. The real test came as the years passed and the boy moved toward adulthood. The harder question was no longer how to govern for a child, but how to keep the emperor dependent when he was no longer a child. In the first years after the accession, the Western government faced immediate pressure from two directions. One problem came from the Visigoths, led by Alaric. The other came from the Eastern court, whose leaders were suspicious of the new Western power structure and increasingly hostile to Stilicho's ambitions. Alaric's forces had fought alongside Theodosius's army during the Civil War, but early in 395 they broke away and began raiding through Greece. The rebellion created a crisis that demanded action, and Stilicho moved as if he were responsible for the security of the entire empire, not merely the West. In 395 and again in 397 he campaigned against the Visigoths. In both cases he failed to deliver the decisive victory that would have crushed Alaric and ended the threat. That failure shaped everything that followed because it weakened the image of competence the new regime needed, and it gave Eastern leaders an excuse to treat Stilicho as dangerous rather than helpful. The first expedition in 395 was especially complicated because the forces available to Stilicho included not only Western troops, but also an Eastern contingent that had remained in the West after the death of Theodosius. In later Western propaganda, the story was told as a near triumph sabotaged at the last moment by the jealous politics of the Eastern capital. According to that version, Stilicho had Alaric trapped and was about to destroy him when orders arrived, demanding that the Eastern soldiers be returned immediately. The blame was placed on influential figures around the Eastern emperor, portrayed as frightened of Stilicho's growing prestige and determined to block him from gaining leverage over the Eastern government. In that telling, Stilicho supposedly chose obedience over victory, withdrew, and watched the opportunity slip away. A calmer reading of events suggests a less dramatic and more practical problem. The campaign likely suffered from poor discipline and shaky loyalty inside the army. The order to send back Eastern units could then serve as a convenient reason to end a dangerous operation without admitting that the army itself was unreliable. Whatever the true details, the outcome was the same. Alaric survived, the West looked ineffective, and relations with the East worsened. After a renewed recruiting effort, Stilicho tried again in 397, but the second expedition also failed to produce a decisive result. Rumours later circulated that he must have been colluding with Alaric, but that logic does not fit the political reality. These operations were expensive, risky, and humiliating when they achieved little. A deliberate failure would have damaged Stilicho's authority in exactly the places he could least afford to lose it, among soldiers, senators, and the wider political class that expected him to deliver security. The deeper issue was that the Western army was still adjusting to a new reality. Many of these soldiers had recently faced Eastern forces in a civil war, and now they were expected to serve under a commander closely associated with the victors. Memories of the brutal fighting remained fresh. Stilicho also carried the burden of trying to follow the legacy of a victorious emperor, whose reputation had been built on personal command in war. Now, the West was being asked to accept a government led by an adult general in the name of an emperor who was still largely invisible on campaign because he was a child. That combination was workable, but it made loyalty more fragile. Every setback invited doubt. Every doubt made the Guardian's position less secure. Eastern hostility did not remain a background tension. It hardened into policy. The loss of Eastern troops reduced Stilicho's strength at a critical moment, and it also signalled that the Eastern court intended to set limits on Western action. By 397, the Eastern government had moved beyond suspicion to open hostility, treating Stilicho's military activity as a threat and choosing to reach its own accommodation with Alaric. At the same time, the East formally branded Stilicho as a public enemy, a political insult with real consequences. The message was clear. The Eastern court would rather bargain with the Goths than allow the Western Guardian to appear as the Empire's saviour. A far more dangerous crisis soon followed, and this time it struck at the heart of Italy. In North Africa, a powerful commander named Gildo controlled the grain supply that fed Rome. Over the course of 397, he began to reduce shipments, and then stopped them entirely. The move was a direct threat. In Rome, even minor disruptions in grain delivery could spark unrest, riots, and political panic. Cutting the supply was not simply an economic act, but a weapon aimed at the legitimacy of the Western court. In fact, the aftermath may have strengthened Stilicho's standing. Events in the East soon made Western elites feel even more distinct, especially when Eastern politics elevated figures and practices that many in the West regarded as offensive to traditional dignity. Western propaganda made full use of that contrast, celebrating Western office holding and aristocratic prestige, and presenting the Western court as the proper guardian of Roman order. The court's ability to honour respected senators with high office served the same purpose. It signalled that the new regime valued the Western elite and could reward it. For Stilicho, the lesson of these early years was sharp. External threats could be defeated, but his own position depended on a far more delicate balance. The army's loyalty, the Senate's cooperation, the Church's public support, and the continued dependency of the emperor. Honorius was still young, but time was passing. Legal guardianship did not last forever, and the moment would come when a teenage emperor could claim a more active role. The most effective way to prevent that shift was to bind the Guardian's household to the dynasty so tightly that the relationship could not be undone without shaking the regime itself. That is the context for Honorius's first marriage. Early in 398, when Honorius was about 13, he married Stilicho's eldest daughter Maria. The timing was telling. The wedding took place before news of Gildo's defeat could even have reached the court, which suggests that the decision was not a victory celebration, but a defensive move made under pressure. The marriage locked Stilicho into the imperial family and transformed his status. A guardian could be replaced when a boy grew older. A father-in-law was harder to push aside, especially when the stability of the court depended on the network that guardian had built. The marriage was designed to extend influence beyond childhood, to keep the emperor close, and to make the manager behind the throne appear not merely necessary, but almost familial and permanent. In the late 390s, Honorius was still barely a teenager. yet the Western Empire already revolved around him. The real weight of government, however, rested on Stilicho. He commanded armies, negotiated with elites, managed crises, and steadily shaped the public image of the boy on the throne. By the time the war in Africa erupted and food security became a threat, Stilicho's position was clear. He was not merely a general serving an emperor, but the person holding the Western state together while the emperor grew up. In that climate, the marriage between Honorius and Stilicho's daughter, Maria, became more than a domestic event. It was turned into a public statement about stability, legitimacy, and the future of the dynasty. Court poetry celebrated the wedding with elaborate ceremonial language, painting the match as honourable, fated, and politically safe. One version of the story insisted that the plan had existed even before Theodosius died, as if the late emperor himself had designed the union. In this telling, the timing looked less like an emergency decision and more like the completion of an earlier strategy. The young bride's age was acknowledged indirectly, and the narrative leaned instead on the idea of youthful devotion and proper intention, presenting the emperor as eager for a lawful marriage and the guardian as hesitant only out of protective caution. Even if the arrangement had been considered earlier, the danger posed by the African crisis gave the decision sharper urgency. If the grain supply could be weaponized, then the survival of the regime depended on preventing isolation at court, preventing factions from circling the emperor, and preventing any rival from becoming indispensable. Marriage did what victories sometimes could not. It fused households. It placed Stilicho inside the imperial family in a way that could not be dismissed as a temporary guardianship. A guardian could be replaced when a boy matured. A father-in-law stood on different ground, closer to the throne by bloodline and ceremony, and harder to remove without shaking the court itself. The propaganda around the wedding did more than praise romance or virtue. It openly promoted the logic of dependence. The message was subtle but persistent. Loyalty to the young emperor was strengthened by the deeds of the man attached to him. The emperor's authority remained sacred and dynastic, but the guardian's achievements became the practical proof that the regime deserved support. The underlying hope, never far from the surface, was succession. If an heir were born from this marriage, Stilicho would no longer be merely the emperor's manager. He would become the grandfather of a future emperor, and the political structure of the West would be anchored to his house. As the years passed, the same voice that celebrated the wedding also pushed the fantasy further. Public praise began imagining children not yet conceived, heirs already growing, and a future ruler trained in war by a seasoned elder. This kind of language was not accidental decoration. It was a deliberate attempt to normalize the idea that power in the West functioned through a paired system. A legitimate emperor at the center and an adult protector beside him. That pairing had to remain believable long enough for it to become habit. The marriage also encouraged another dynastic possibility, discussed in flattering tones. Linking Stilicho's son to Honorius's half-sister, Galla Placidia. Such a match would have served two purposes. It would have deepened the family bond around the imperial house, and it would have reduced the risk that Placidia might become the key to a rival faction through marriage to someone else. In a court where marriage could shift alliances overnight, controlling the marriage market around imperial women was a form of political defense. All of this reveals something essential about Stilicho's method. Military action mattered, but proximity to the emperor mattered more. During the African crisis, a general could have chased personal glory by leading the expedition himself. Instead, Stilicho remained near the court, near Honorius, keeping the young ruler insulated from competing counselors and building a relationship that could survive beyond childhood. The priority was not simply defeating enemies, it was keeping the architecture of power intact at home. At the same time, the court worked hard to craft a convincing imperial image for Honorius. Earlier, the opening of the reign had been framed around a simple formula: the greatness of the father, the legitimacy of the son, and the promise of the boy's future. That promise had to be renewed repeatedly, because promise was often the only available substitute for action. The court's poets supplied a steady stream of scenes designed to make a child look like a complete emperor. Honorius's birth and status were used as proof that he belonged on the throne. He was portrayed as a prince who had never lived as a private citizen, raised in an atmosphere of authority from the beginning, surrounded by ceremonies and honors that marked him as imperial by nature. The story made much of early titles and early public offices, emphasizing that the state had recognized him almost from the cradle. Omens, blessings, and comparisons to the gods appeared in this imagery. Not because anyone expected literal belief from every listener, but because such language trained the audience to accept the boy as destined, not accidental. Education was another pillar of the presentation. The boy emperor was described as shaped by culture and guided toward a virtue, learning stories of Roman heroes and absorbing lessons about government. Speeches attributed to him were polished and confident, suitable for major ceremonies. The point was not whether a teenager truly authored such speeches, but whether the court could make the performance convincing. Eloquence was part of authority. So was calmness. So was the appearance of understanding. The most difficult problem, however, was military virtue. In a Roman world shaped for centuries by campaigning emperors, an emperor who did not lead armies had to be defended by imagination. The solution was to emphasize training and future readiness rather than direct command. The boy was pictured among soldiers as a child, surrounded by standards, weapons, and trophies, as if war were his natural environment. Tales were invented or embellished to show him reaching for helmets, handling spears, longing to ride with the army. The message was clear. The desire was there, the spirit was there, and adulthood would complete what youth postponed. This presentation was paired with stories of a strict father shaping a future commander. The late emperor was described as discouraging softness, pushing the boy to endure heat and cold, to practice physical hardship, to ride, to throw weapons, to master the discipline of a camp. The advice attributed to the father often sounded like a handbook for an ideal ruler. Respect soldiers, share their hardships, understand formations, and lead by presence. Whether such lessons were ever delivered exactly as described was less important than the purpose they served. They reassured an anxious elite that the imperial household understood what an emperor was supposed to be. Where military reality could not be supplied by the emperor himself, the narrative shifted to other virtues: justice, restraint, generosity, and a civil style of rule. The boy was presented as moderate rather than cruel, lawful rather than arbitrary, generous but not wasteful, a ruler whose government ended fear and confiscations, whose reign did not depend on terror. These were safe virtues for a young emperor, because they were difficult to disprove and easy to celebrate. Yet a striking change emerged as this propaganda matured. The virtues of rulership were no longer assigned to Honorius alone. They were increasingly assigned to Stilicho as well. In fact, the court's public messaging began to treat Stilicho almost like an emperor in everything but title. He was praised for endurance in winter camps, for tireless labor, for personal bravery, for inspiring troops, for frightening enemies, and for bringing victory where the state had despaired. He was also praised for qualities beyond the battlefield: patience, prudence, fairness, respect for tradition, and the ability to counsel and govern. The portrait was that of a complete ruler. This was not an accidental compliment to a powerful minister. It was the logic of the regime made public. A child emperor needed someone else to carry the active burdens of state, especially in war. Praising that person as a near-imperial hero made the arrangement feel natural. It reminded the audience who distributed offices and rewards, who negotiated with elites, and who truly directed decisions. And it wrapped that reality in a language of loyalty. The Guardian was not a rival, but the protector of the dynasty. The relationship was therefore framed as a partnership. The emperor embodied legitimacy, sacred authority, and the future. The Guardian embodied action, competence, and present security. This pairing was repeated in multiple settings. Embassies received, treaties signed, barbarian groups answered, and public ceremonies staged, with the suggestion that the emperor's authority remained central even when the Guardian performed the work. The Guardian appeared as teacher and adoptive father, combining deference with guidance, honouring the emperor publicly, while shaping decisions behind the curtain. In that partnership, even absence could be turned into power. Foreign peoples were said to swear loyalty to an emperor they rarely saw, because the Guardian's march and reputation stood in for the imperial presence. Victories won by the general were recast as triumphs placed on the emperor's brow. When the Guardian held office, the message implied that the emperor had extended himself through him, giving the city a consul who served as a substitute for the absent ruler. It was a carefully built illusion of continuity. The emperor's dignity never left the centre, even when the emperor did not personally act. This is what made the marriage so important. It was not merely an alliance of households, it was a reinforcement of the partnership model itself. It prolonged dependency at the moment when dependency was supposed to fade. It made the Guardian's presence look permanent rather than provisional, and it invested political hope in biology, the dream of an heir who would merge the imperial house and the Guardian's line, transforming a powerful minister into the ancestor of a ruling dynasty. For a time, the system held. It survived setbacks against the Goths. It survived tensions with the East. It survived the African crisis. It even turned these dangers into public proof that the Guardian's leadership was necessary and effective. But the strategy contained its own fatal weakness. The more completely the Guardian's role was normalized, the more threatening it could become to an emperor who eventually wanted to rule in his own name. A child emperor could be protected and shaped. An adult emperor could resent being managed. The partnership that looked stable in the 390s could become unbearable later, because it depended on the emperor accepting a secondary role in his own government. In 404, the Western court staged a spectacle meant to convince Rome that order had returned. Honorius entered the city to mark his consulship, and the public image was carefully managed. The emperor appeared not as an isolated ruler, but as one half of a governing pair. Stilicho rode beside him in the same ceremonial chariot, a gesture loaded with meaning. It echoed earlier triumphal entrances associated with the dynasty, where a child or young prince had been displayed alongside a senior figure whose presence guaranteed authority. The symbolism was blunt. The emperor carried legitimacy, while the general supplied the strength that made that legitimacy workable. Private correspondence from Rome's elite hints that this was not lost on anyone who mattered. Symmachus, one of the best-connected aristocrats of the age, addressed Stilicho in language that sounded closer to imperial honorifics than to ordinary official praise. He repeatedly framed him as a public parent, the kind of phrase that evoked the old idea of an emperor as the father of the country. Other compliments piled up in the same register, treating him as a towering figure defined by every kind of virtue. These were not just flourishes of politeness. They reveal a problem at the heart of the system. There was no formal title for what Stilicho had become. He was far more than a commander-in-chief. He was more than a legal guardian. In practice, he functioned as the regime's anchor, and people reached for imperial language to describe a role the constitution did not clearly name. This kind of shared presentation had not been developed so fully under earlier boy emperors. Gratian and Valentinian II had advisors and generals, but the structure around Honorius was more ambitious. Stilicho also had advantages his predecessors lacked. He was bound to the ruling house through marriage, and he stayed in place for years, long enough to refine the machinery of government and propaganda. He also had a grim set of lessons available. He had watched what happened to other child rulers and to the men who tried to control them. Survival required both performance and constant adaptation. Yet time created a pressure that no ceremonial could remove. The court relied heavily on the notion of promise. At the beginning, the idea that a youthful ruler would one day become the kind of emperor tradition demanded could be sold plausibly. A decade later, it became harder. Youth stops being an excuse when childhood is gone. The problem did not disappear in the public messaging, at least not in the evidence that survives. Even into the early 5th century, the imagery stayed remarkably consistent. Honorius remained the bright young figure whose future greatness justified loyalty, while Stilicho continued to supply the deeds. The widening gap between image and reality became sharper once military danger returned to Italy. In 401, Alaric's forces pushed into the peninsula. The fighting that followed produced no clean resolution. Battles such as Pollentia and Verona were later claimed as victories by both sides. The Goths were checked, but they were not destroyed, and they remained a living threat. The most lasting consequence of that campaign was not a decisive triumph, but a strategic relocation. The imperial court settled at Ravenna. Ravenna offered real advantages. Marshes and water made it difficult to approach. Its position gave access to food and routes across northern Italy, and the sea offered lifelines for supplies and troops. But the move also carried a political cost. It pulled the emperor even farther from the frontiers and from the provinces that expected imperial attention. The court became safer and more secluded at the same time. Outside the walls, Stilicho remained the active commander. Inside, Honorius remained the emperor who could be praised, displayed, and protected. For a period, the wider political environment appeared to stabilize. Relations between East and West, often poisonous in the late 390s, showed signs of easing in the early 400s. Consular arrangements and diplomatic signals suggested a partial thaw. At the same time, the most aggressive Western claims to supervise the Eastern court faded from the public line. That shift mattered, because the Western regime could not function calmly while it was locked in open rivalry with Constantinople. Once tension eased, Stilicho's system had room to breathe. Then came the great performance of 404, the peak of the regime's self-confidence. Honorius marked his 6th consulship with a triumphal presence in Rome and celebrated a decade since his elevation. The ceremonial was designed for a powerful audience: the senatorial aristocracy, the city's leading families, and the political class whose cooperation mattered. The court also understood the city's internal balance. Traditionalist aristocrats still held influence, including figures with pagan sympathies, and the regime had reasons to avoid unnecessary confrontation while presenting itself as stable and inclusive. High offices went to prominent men from different camps, an implicit reassurance that elite status still translated into access and honor. The visit included gestures aimed at Christian opinion as well. Honorius publicly enacted humility in a major basilica, performing reverence in a way that strengthened the image of an emperor guided by faith. Such moments did not merely express personal devotion. They were political theatre aimed at a Christian elite that was increasingly influential in Rome and Italy. The procession itself leaned heavily into spectacle. Honorius appeared in glittering dress, surrounded by armed riders and ceremonial force. The effect was to drape him in military atmosphere even though the battles belonged to others. The crowd saw youth, wealth, and authority fused into one moving display. The Senate was given its own share of the drama. The emperor was presented as accessible, willing to honor tradition, willing to treat the fathers of the city with respect. This was how an Adventus was supposed to work. It refreshed the bond between ruler and aristocracy through pageantry. But the partnership still had to be justified. Stilicho was not presented as a secondary figure at the edge of the frame. He rode with the emperor. Public language praised him as the man who had trained the young ruler and made him capable of appearing as a governing presence. The claim was bold. Honorius could now summon citizens, speak in an official setting, explain policy, and direct state affairs in the presence of the Senate. The message was that a boy had become a ruler because a powerful guardian had shaped him. For nearly a decade, the arrangement had worked. Stilicho dominated appointments, protected the court, and built a durable network inside the administration. Even the number of officials who later fell when he fell suggests how deeply the system had been staffed, with people tied to him. Yet a major weakness remained. The marriage that was supposed to fuse the two houses produced no heir. Maria died without a child. That absence mattered more with each passing year. Without a grandson, Stilicho could not secure his position through dynasty. The relationship remained political, rather than biological, and political bonds can break. After the triumph of 404, the pressure returned in a more dangerous form. Late 405 and 406 brought a new invasion led by Radagaisus, and the threat was enormous. Stilicho eventually contained and destroyed the force near Fiesulae. The victory was loud, celebrated, and turned into monuments. Captives were absorbed into the Roman army or sold off in massive numbers. Once again, the regime could point to its protector and say, "The partnership still holds." But the West was not facing only one danger. The Rhine frontier cracked at the end of 406. Vandals, Alans, and Sueves crossed into Gaul. The reasons behind that movement have been argued ever since, but the timing is what mattered. The invasion hit while the Western government was already strained. Worse, it was followed by political rupture in Britain, where successive usurpers were proclaimed. The most successful of them, Constantine III, crossed into Gaul in 407 and seized control of the prefecture. The central government attempted a counterstroke early in 408, sending an army under a Gothic commander, but the effort failed. The empire's western half was now dealing with invasions, a rebellion holding Gaul, and unresolved problems with the Visigoths. It was in this tightening spiral that Stilicho's approach to Alaric became explosive. At some point, Alaric shifted position and demanded payment for costs incurred under a previous understanding. Stilicho chose negotiation over immediate war. The decision forced a reckoning in Rome because the money would effectively come from the same elite whose loyalty the regime needed. In early 408, he brought the matter before the Senate. That meeting became a turning point. Senators debated whether to fight or pay. Stilicho argued that compensation was justified. In the end, the payment was approved, but the atmosphere was poisoned. One leading senator's remark captured the mood. The agreement felt like submission rather than peace. The line mattered because it expressed something deeper than frustration at a single payment. It hinted that the ruling class was starting to view Stilicho not as a protector, but as a master, and that fear rather than trust was driving compliance. Stilicho had used the Senate before as a shield, letting it take ownership of controversial decisions so that anger would not land on the imperial court alone. The tactic had once helped him. Now it revealed his vulnerability. The state was asking too much too often while delivering too little certainty. Under such conditions, deference to tradition stopped being a strength and started looking like desperation. At the same moment, a personal change forced another political recalculation. Maria was dead. The first marriage had not produced an heir. Stilicho responded by marrying Honorius to his second daughter, Thermantia. The move was not romantic, it was structural. Without the father-in-law role, Stilicho risked being replaced by other advisors as the emperor aged. By binding the household again, he tried to preserve his hold and keep rivals away from the imperial heir. If a child resulted, the old dream of dynastic security could be revived. But by 408, time was short. Honorius was no longer a child. The language of youthful promise could not be stretched much further. The fall, when it came, did not happen because Stilicho lost one battle. It happened because the machinery that had protected him began to turn against him. Elite resentment, military unrest, and the emperor's growing desire to act independently all converged. After the Senate meeting, Stilicho planned to return to Ravenna to coordinate operations. Honorius decided to travel as well, supposedly to review troops and strengthen morale. Whether this was the emperor's own impulse or encouragement from others at court, it introduced a new risk for Stilicho. An emperor who stayed inside ceremonial limits could be managed. An emperor who began to insert himself into military affairs could disrupt the balance of the partnership. Signs of unrest among troops soon appeared. Arguments broke out. Warnings circulated that soldiers were already disaffected with Stilicho. The journey became tense. At one point, Stilicho was called back to deal with disorder among the escort. The regime's foundation had always depended on the army accepting his leadership. If that acceptance weakened, the entire structure shook. Then news arrived that Arcadius had died in the east, leaving a child as successor. The situation tempted both Honorius and Stilicho. The idea of travelling to Constantinople was raised, framed as a protective mission. The language was familiar. A young ruler needed loyal ministers, needed safety from court plotting, needed guardianship. But behind the language lay a conflict of interest. If Honorius left the west, Stilicho's position in Italy would become more dangerous, not less. His authority depended on the presence of the emperor whose name legitimized his command. With a usurper active in Gaul, the idea of the emperor leaving the west also carried real strategic risk. Stilicho argued against Honorius making the journey. The reasons were practical on the surface: expense, danger, and the threat of rebellion spreading if Italy was left without the imperial figurehead. But the deeper reason was obvious. The partnership could not function without the symbolic emperor at its centre. If Honorius moved east, Stilicho would be exposed in the west, and the house he had built might collapse. In the midst of this uncertainty, a palace official named Olympius seized the moment. He advanced through the court by exploiting fear. Rumours spread. Stilicho was said to be manipulating Alaric, draining the state, plotting against the emperor and preparing to replace Honorius with his own son. The themes were carefully chosen. They echoed older stories about domineering generals and vulnerable emperors. They turned Stilicho's greatest strength, his proximity to the throne, into his most frightening threat. Nothing in the surviving accounts suggests that Honorius personally drove the sequence that ended Stilicho's life. The momentum came from inside the court, and the turning point arrived in mid-August. On 13th August, while the emperor was reviewing troops at Ticinum, a coordinated outbreak of violence erupted. The spark appears to have been a signal from Olympius. At once, the soldiers surged into a frenzy and began cutting down senior officials in front of everyone around them. The names attached to the dead make the scale of the operation unmistakable. High officers connected to Gaul fell first, including men tied to the government's attempt to manage the crisis created by Constantine's seizure of authority beyond the Alps. Senior commanders and leading administrators in Italy were killed as well, and several of the most important ministers were hunted down after the first blows landed. The slaughter did not stop with a handful of targets. It rolled outward until virtually any recognizable figure of the state apparatus was at risk. This was not simply a riot. It was a decapitation strike. The number and rank of the victims shows that the intention was to smash the entire structure that had governed the West for more than a decade. The fact that so many posts had to be cleared in one burst of violence says something crucial about how the Western regime had been operating. Stilicho was not merely the most powerful man in Honorius's circle. He had placed loyal personnel throughout the senior offices, and the government had come to run through that network. Removing Stilicho alone would not have been enough if his machinery remained intact. The coup required dismantling the framework around him. The killings also exposed an uncomfortable reality for the emperor. These were not strangers whose faces he barely knew. They were the people who had staffed his adult life, the familiar officials who handled policy, finance, military command, and the daily flow of decisions. If the court's senior advisors travelled with the emperor, then the violence at Ticinum was possible, precisely because so many key figures were concentrated in one moving cluster. The government, at least on this occasion, was not a static institution sitting safely in one capital. It was a travelling organism that followed the emperor. Once that organism was caught in the open, it could be destroyed in a single coordinated purge. The scene itself seems designed to break Honorius psychologically. Accounts describe killings unfolding near him, pleas made at his feet, and desperation that brought no mercy. The message was plain. Protection had evaporated, and the old order couldn't save its own men. In the confusion, Honorius withdrew to the palace, and at a later moment he is described stepping out into the city in stripped-down clothing, without the full regalia of state, trying to calm the troops directly. It is hard to know how much this reflected genuine initiative and how much was a brief, frightened attempt to seize control of chaos. Whatever the truth, it did not last. After that moment, authority slipped into the hands of the figure orchestrating events, and the emperor's role narrowed to survival. News reached Stilicho at Bononia while facts were still uncertain. At first, even his followers did not know whether Honorius had been killed. Some of the armed men with him, especially his allied troops, wanted to march immediately and punish the mutineers. Once it became clear the emperor was still alive, Stilicho chose restraint. He urged calm and started toward Ravenna. Yet as reports spread that Olympius had turned the emperor against him and that an arrest order was coming, Stilicho moved cautiously and sought sanctuary overnight in a church outside the city. The next morning, soldiers entered the church and swore before the bishop that they had been ordered to arrest him, not murder him. Stilicho allowed himself to be led out under guard. Then the story turned sharply. A second message arrived, reversing the earlier instruction and sentencing him to death as an enemy of the state. On August 22nd, he submitted without resistance, forbidding those around him to fight for him. Soon afterward, his son, Eucherius, was also killed. The collapse was not limited to one man. It was meant to erase a political household. The aftermath carried immediate military consequences. Many of the non-Roman allies who had served with Stilicho now saw the bond as broken. Their loyalty had been to a commander who paid them, led them, and protected their status. With him gone, and with the Roman court suddenly hostile, large numbers drifted toward Alaric. The result was not only a change in palace politics, but a transfer of armed manpower into the hands of a rival force that would soon press Italy again. The scale of crisis required to bring Stilicho down matters as much as the execution itself. Even after major victories, the Western government was still under strain. The invasion across the Rhine remained unresolved. The revolt in Gaul had not been contained. The unresolved dealings with the Visigoths created political poison at home. Senatorial cooperation was fraying. Multiple emergencies stacked on top of one another until the regime's leader was forced away from the court, managing military problems in the field while opponents worked on the emperor in his absence. This is the key point. Stilicho's fall was not simply the product of one invasion or one bad decision. The decisive vulnerability was separation. His authority depended on controlling access to Honorius and shaping the emperor's environment. A minister who could keep the emperor close could contain rival voices, absorb shocks, and prevent the palace from turning hostile. In 408, that control failed. The court became the battlefield, and Stilicho was not present to fight there. It is not impossible that the system might have recovered under different conditions. If the payment to Alaric had been managed without igniting elite resentment, and if Gothic forces had been redirected effectively against Constantine's regime, a temporary stabilization might have followed. But stabilization required a stable court. Once Olympius gained room to operate, rumour became a weapon. The accusation that Stilicho was preparing to replace Honorius with his own son was especially lethal because it transformed a long-standing partnership into a story of impending usurpation. It recast the Guardian as a threat and made preemptive violence look like defence of the dynasty. For all his dominance, Stilicho never solved the fundamental problem that haunted any non-imperial manager of an emperor: indispensability. He had built a government around himself, filled offices with his people, and bound himself to the dynasty through marriage. But he could not secure the future in a way that permanently removed fear. A grandson heir would have made him far harder to dislodge, because the stability of the imperial line would then be linked to his own household. That outcome never arrived. Without it, his only reliable protection was proximity, influence, and a court that stayed under his management. This also explains a striking feature of the coup. It targeted the proven commander, rather than the emperor. Honorius survived because he remained the irreplaceable piece. He was the legal and dynastic shield behind which power could be exercised. The system had trained elites to accept that the emperor could be passive, while the real work was done by a dominant figure at court. That arrangement did not die with Stilicho. It simply transferred to new hands once the old manager had been removed. Contemporary moral judgments later followed the same logic. Critics could describe the emperors as personally devout, while blaming the disasters of the age on the men who ran the machinery around them. Stilicho's enemies, and later some commentators, could frame him as the one who armed the empire's foes through deals and payments. Whether fair or not, that kind of blame fits the political reality. The manager, not the emperor, was seen as the active agent responsible for outcomes. By August 408, Honorius was 23. Stilicho's fall had happened around him rather than because of him. The emperor's part was largely passive. He accepted what the new power at court demanded, and the machinery moved. That moment could have marked a turning point. With Stilicho gone, the adult emperor finally had room to seize control and govern directly. Yet nothing suggests that he tried. Instead of stepping into the empty space, Honorius allowed it to remain empty until someone else filled it. There was no clear attempt to become the driving force of his own government. The court drifted, waiting for the next strong figure to take the position Stilicho had held for so long. That hesitation mattered because the Western state was already under strain. Removing the regime's most effective organizer did not calm the situation. It exposed how fragile it had become. What followed was a fast, unstable cycle. Ambitious ministers rose quickly, imposed new policies, then fell just as quickly. Each shift changed priorities, alliances, and strategy. Instead of steady direction, the government lurched from one approach to another. The pressures on the frontiers and inside the provinces did not ease. In several ways, they intensified because the one man who had kept the system functioning had been eliminated. One notorious result of this inconsistency was the refusal to honour agreements, whether made with allies, rivals, or enemies. The cost of that unreliability would be paid in 410, when Alaric's army entered Rome. Honorius's inertia after Stilicho's death also revealed something about the previous 13 years. From 395 to 408, the Western regime had often been presented as a partnership. The emperor as the legitimate figurehead, and the general as the active hand. Once the active hand was removed, the figurehead did not transform into a leader. That gap made it hard to pretend that the arrangement had ever been anything other than shared rule in name and delegated rule in practice. It also encouraged a dangerous lesson inside the court, that the safest way to manage a ruler raised from childhood as a ceremonial presence was to keep pairing him with a dominant operator even after he reached adulthood. That model, however, contained a built-in risk. It relied on the emperor's willingness to keep accepting the arrangement. Honorius's personal abilities remain difficult to measure. The sources do not allow a clear psychological portrait. It is possible he lacked the capacity or confidence to exercise independent command. It is also possible that years of staged ritual, carefully controlled audiences, and public appearances had trained him for symbolism rather than decision-making, leaving him uncertain when the controlling structure vanished. Another explanation is colder and more calculating. Recent history offered grim examples of young emperors who tried to shift from ceremonial status into real power and paid for it. Honorius may have concluded that survival depended on avoiding initiative. If rival factions were going to fight over control of the palace, letting them collide while the emperor remained still could be the safest strategy. After Stilicho's execution, the first man to seize the centre of power moved with speed and brutality. The aim was not simply to replace a leader, but to erase a system. Court offices and appointments were brought under new control, mirroring the way Stilicho had once dominated access to power. A search began for anyone who might still carry loyalty to the fallen regime. Interrogations were used to force accusations and confessions. The effort to manufacture proof was relentless, even when victims refused to provide the desired admissions under extreme pressure. Rewards were distributed to those who had helped bring down Stilicho. The man who carried out the execution received a coveted command, while associates of Stilicho were removed, and in several cases killed. Those who had participated in eliminating Stilicho's son were compensated with positions in the new order. The emperor was also pushed to abandon his newest marriage tie to Stilicho's family, severing the last formal connection that could remind anyone of the old partnership. Public messaging followed quickly. New official language cast Stilicho as an enemy of the state and treated his supporters as criminals. Their property was seized for the imperial treasury. Rules were issued to deny them access to the court and to Rome itself, cutting off appeals, petitions, and legal recovery. These measures were not only punishment, they were a strategy. Keeping former insiders away from the emperor increased the emperor's dependence on the new circle around him. Isolation became a method of control. At the same time, the court signalled a shift in foreign posture. Steps were taken to ease tensions with the Eastern government. Restrictions that had been put in place during the previous regime were lifted, and the change was presented as a return to normal relations. Even here, the pattern repeated. The person guiding policy mattered as much as the emperor's own will, because the emperor was not acting as an independent strategist. Yet the new government did not rule with an entirely new staff. Several leading aristocrats accepted office under the post-Stilicho regime, including men with deep family networks and previous experience of power. Their willingness to serve did not necessarily mean enthusiasm. It reflected political realism. In a world where careers depended on court favour, refusing high office could be dangerous. Elite allegiance continued to follow access to authority and the benefits it could distribute. The new ministers also tried to stabilise support in Italy by offering financial concessions and easing burdens that had caused resentment under the previous regime's military spending. Religious policy also became more visible. Honorius had long been presented as pious, and earlier proclamations had reinforced the privileges of the Church. After 408, however, religious legislation appeared more frequently and more emphatically. This had a political purpose as well as a religious one. With the court shaken by violence and rapid turnover, public emphasis on divine favour helped rebuild legitimacy. If the emperor could be shown as protected by heaven, then the regime could claim continuity, even while personnel changed. One episode in North Africa captures the atmosphere created by Stilicho's death. In a town where tensions between Christian and traditional civic celebrations ran hot, violence erupted after a bishop tried to disrupt a procession. The situation spiraled into riots, a killing, and the destruction of church property. Local authorities failed to respond effectively. What makes this event especially revealing is the interpretation that spread alongside it. People began acting as if laws passed under the previous regime no longer counted. The moment a powerful minister died, the validity of policy itself seemed uncertain. That perception tells its own story about who was believed to be in charge. A leading African bishop took the case to the imperial court, appealing directly to the new strongman there. The letter that accompanied the mission carried a blunt message. Opponents of church policy claimed that earlier laws had been issued without the emperor's true consent, and they used that claim to justify violence. The appeal demanded a clear demonstration that the emperor's authority stood behind those measures. In other words, it treated the regime change as a moment when the emperor had to prove that decisions were truly his. The fact that such an argument made sense to audiences far from Italy shows how widely the empire understood the reality of court power. Ministers came and went, the emperor remained, but many people believed policy depended on the minister. While religious messaging intensified, the core military crisis did not disappear. Stilicho's death solved nothing about the threats facing the West. A new regime still had to face the Visigoths under Alaric, other invading groups, and the rival imperial centre in Gaul. The most immediate danger was inside Italy itself, and it demanded quick, coherent action. Alaric, despite the swelling of his forces with angry former allies of Stilicho, still explored the possibility of settlement. He offered to withdraw in exchange for payments and hostages. the court refused. The refusal was not followed by a decisive military strike either. The result was paralysis, neither peace nor war. With no agreement and no effective counterattack, Alaric marched on Rome. His first siege began late, in 408. What followed over the next 2 years became a grim cycle of pressure, bargaining, and breakdown. Demands were made, then reduced. Delegations travelled between Rome and the court, growing more desperate as conditions inside the city worsened. The Senate negotiated on behalf of a starving population, while Ravenna provided little effective relief. The court hesitated, reversed course, and delayed. Alaric tried multiple approaches to force a settlement, including the creation of a rival emperor chosen from the Roman elite, intended as a usable figurehead. Even that gambit did not break Ravenna's resistance. At last, in August 410, Rome was sacked. The city's wealth was looted and the emperor's sister was taken. Soon after, Alaric died and leadership passed to his successor, who moved the Gothic host and its high-value captive toward Gaul. Back at Ravenna, the same pattern continued. Regime changes in rapid succession. The first dominant minister fell from power within months. His replacement installed his own network and tried to negotiate, then shifted alignment when negotiations failed. Another replacement followed. Those who lost the struggle did not fade quietly. They were expelled, disgraced, or destroyed. The emperor remained insulated and intact, while the men who claimed the right to act in his name burned out one after another. That sequence underlined the strength of the system Stilicho had created. It had established the office of the man beside the throne as a prize, and after Stilicho's death, multiple rivals fought to occupy it. The sack of Rome also exposed deep fractures between imperial and senatorial interests. The Senate had been forced to deal directly with an enemy army because the court would not provide timely protection. Treaties negotiated under pressure were not ratified. Delegations to Ravenna were rejected or ignored. When Rome finally accepted the demand to proclaim a new emperor, it was partly because it felt abandoned. The choice of an adult senator as rival ruler carried its own symbolism. It pointed away from child succession and toward a leader who did not depend on guardians. Even so, the new emperor was meant to serve as a ceremonial tool, not a true commander, which only reinforces the irony. The empire was trapped in the politics of figureheads, while real power was contested elsewhere. Through all of this, Honorius did not emerge as an active decision-maker. He did not take the opportunity presented by Stilicho's death to become the central force of his own state. The result was inconsistency, and inconsistency proved fatal in an age of crisis. Powerful subjects who expected protection discovered that the priorities of court factions could diverge sharply from the needs of the provinces, and even from the needs of Italy itself. That gap is a structural weakness of figurehead rule. When the emperor does not command, policy reflects the ambitions and fears of ministers, not the broader interests of the realm. Even after Stilicho's execution, Italy's most visible danger remained the same. The Visigoths were still inside the peninsula, still a constant pressure point. But another crisis had been growing in the background, and Stilicho's death made it worse rather than better. In Gaul, Constantine III had built a rival power base that the court at Ravenna could not simply sweep aside. Before 408, there had been at least a rough plan forming. Stilicho had been gathering forces in northern Italy and may have hoped to turn the Visigoths into a tool, pushing them against Constantine's regime in the west. That idea collapsed the moment Stilicho was removed. Relations with the Visigoths deteriorated fast, and any possibility of using them as a controlled weapon disappeared with him. By early 409, Constantine moved from military success to political bargaining. He sent envoys to Ravenna insisting that he had not sought the purple, that soldiers had forced the title on him, and that he wanted pardon and recognition. The message was carefully shaped. It offered the emperor a way to save face while quietly admitting what everyone already knew. Constantine held the stronger hand. Ravenna lacked the troops and the money to launch a full campaign against a settled rival in Gaul. Honorius had little room to negotiate. The court effectively accepted the arrangement, sending the symbols of imperial office to its rival and granting him a formal place in the hierarchy. It was not an equal partnership born of goodwill. It was recognition wrung out by circumstance. For a time, the agreement held. Then, in early 410, Constantine made a move that could not be ignored. He started toward Italy, claiming that he meant to assist Honorius against the Visigoths. On the surface, the offer sounded plausible. Removing Honorius entirely would have risked provoking intervention from the Eastern court, and Constantine may have calculated that cooperation could be safer than conquest. But the march carried an unmistakable warning. A rival emperor was now close enough to dictate terms face to face. That plan unraveled before it reached its goal. Constantine's own command structure began to crack. In Spain, one of his leading generals turned against him and promoted a new pretender. Constantine abandoned the Italian expedition and hurried back toward his base at Arles. The timing is telling. Back in Italy, another court faction was collapsing, and the overlap between these upheavals has raised suspicions that Constantine may have expected help from allies inside Honorius's circle. Whether or not that link was real, Constantine's retreat brought Honorius a breath of luck. The rebellion in Spain fractured the usurper's forces and reduced the immediate pressure on Ravenna. Still, the broader pattern remained bleak. The court was paralysed by internal struggle. One group replaced another, then fell, then was replaced again. In the short term, Honorius survived precisely because he remained a symbol rather than a commander. Rivals fought for influence around him, and when they lost, they paid the price. But that same passivity carried long-term risks. Each new clique brought new policies, new grudges and new priorities, and the empire's crises did not wait for court politics to settle. The Visigoths remained a threat, Gaul remained unstable, and the emergencies that had helped destroy Stilicho's regime were still unresolved years later. Out of that revolving door, a new figure finally emerged around 410 or 411, Flavius Constantius. Unlike the civilian power brokers who had come and gone, he was a professional soldier. He likely arrived in the West with imperial armies years earlier and built a career inside the military structures that Stilicho once dominated. The exact route of his rise is unclear, but his arrival marks a change in the tone of the regime. This was not another court manager living by intrigue alone. This was a commander who would try to restore control through campaigns. Constantius took command of the Western army and moved against the usurpers in Gaul. The era of reluctant coexistence with Constantine III ended. A strong general with his own future ambitions could not tolerate a rival emperor with an established state and a dynastic plan. Over the course of 411, Constantius conducted a hard, decisive operation. Constantine was trapped and besieged at Arles. At the same time, the rebel general who had broken away from Constantine's camp was also destroyed, and Constantine's son was eliminated, before Constantius even reached the final stage of the campaign. Honorius' government, after years of humiliation and chaos, finally won a clear victory in Gaul. The victory did not end the story immediately. Late in 411, another claimant appeared. Jovinus, a noble with strong backing among groups settled near the frontier. his rise shows something crucial about the mood in Gaul. The region had lived through years of neglect, competing authorities, and shifting loyalties. Some elites had already served under Constantine, and they were willing to serve again under whoever offered protection and access to power. Jovinus's coalition was unstable, torn by rivalries among his supporters and by leadership miscalculations inside his camp. Athalf, now leading the Visigoths in Gaul, eventually turned against the usurpation and delivered Jovinus and his brother into Roman hands. Both were executed, and a number of prominent supporters were swept away with them. This episode matters for more than the battlefield result. It reveals a political reality in Gaul. Many landowners and officials no longer felt naturally bound to a distant court in Ravenna. They adapted to whoever was closest and strongest, whether Roman, rebel, or barbarian. It was not always ideological betrayal. Often it was survival. Refusing office under a dominant local regime could be dangerous, and accepting could be the only path to protect family, estates, and networks. Even when Honorius survived in Italy, the repeated crises and palace struggles had damaged loyalty in the provinces. Constantius's successes changed that balance. Military victories gave him a secure position at court that earlier ministers lacked. They also confirmed an old rule: in a system built around a ceremonial emperor, the strongest claim to authority belonged to the person who could actually command armies and win. The partnership model that Stilicho had perfected did not disappear with him. It simply changed hands. Honorius stayed the symbol. Constantius became the active partner. In 413, another shock hit the system. The commander in Africa, the same man who had once been rewarded for loyalty to the court, withheld grain shipments and then sailed toward Italy with armed force. The rebellion ended quickly. He was defeated, fled back to Carthage, and was executed. Yet the very fact that Africa could attempt such a move shows the atmosphere at Ravenna. Power was concentrated, contested, and unstable. With Constantius rising, other major figures may have felt threatened. Even from across the sea, the attraction of becoming the man beside the throne was obvious, and so was the danger of being on the wrong side of the new order. After the rebellion collapsed, the estates of the defeated man were absorbed by the winner, strengthening Constantius further. While Gaul was being stabilized, the Visigoth problem remained, now shifted into a new phase. After helping bring down Jovinus, Athalf reopened contact with Ravenna. The court, however, struggled to meet his demands, especially as grain shortages deepened. Then Athalf took a step that changed the political landscape. He married Galla Placidia, the emperor's sister. The wedding was staged with deliberate symbolism: Roman ceremony, Roman songs, Roman aristocratic participation. And Athalf dressed not as an outsider but as a Roman-style commander. The message was unmistakable. He was no longer behaving like a raider seeking loot. He was presenting himself as a man who could operate inside the Roman world and reshape it. Local nobles in Gaul played along. That willingness was not accidental. It reflected how abandoned many felt by Ravenna and how practical they had become. Working with the Visigoths, or with earlier usurpers, could seem more useful than waiting for distant help that never arrived. Landed wealth needed protection. Local influence needed a patron nearby. In this environment, authority was drifting closer to home, and the emperor's role, already ceremonial in practice, was becoming even more remote. For Ravenna, the marriage crossed a line. Constantius moved against Athalf with strategy rather than pitched battle, sealing off the coastline and choking supply routes. Under pressure, the Visigoths withdrew towards Spain. Atholf tried to defy Ravenna by raising a puppet emperor again, but blockade warfare squeezed his followers, damaged his standing, and fed internal tension. He was killed in a coup not long after. His successor, Wallia, chose negotiation over defiance. In 416, a settlement was finally reached. Placidia was returned. The Visigoths received a massive grain payment, and in exchange they agreed to fight Roman enemies in Spain on Rome's behalf. It was another victory for Constantius, and it tightened his grip on the government. By the later 410s, Constantius had done something remarkable. He had broken major usurpations, restored a measure of order in Gaul, and forced the Visigoths into a position where they could be used as a weapon rather than feared as an unpredictable threat. What makes that achievement more striking is the weakness of the West's resources. The field army was far smaller than it had been decades earlier, and many new units were not new at all, simply frontier garrisons reclassified and pulled into mobile service, leaving other borders thinner. Money was just as scarce. Italy had been battered by years of war and occupation. Tax burdens were reduced because whole regions were struggling to recover, and provinces like Gaul and Spain had spent years outside effective imperial control, generating little revenue for Ravenna. Even with victories, consolidation demanded compromise. Some territories were never truly recovered. Britain and parts of the northwest faded from imperial reach. In 418, the Visigoths were settled in southern Gaul after their campaigns in Spain. The decision was a calculated one, designed from a position of strength, placing a dangerous force where it could be monitored and used against other threats if needed. Yet it also meant that another slice of the Western world was no longer fully inside the old revenue system. Constantius also understood something Stilicho had understood. Military victories alone were not enough. The aristocracy mattered. Rebuilding loyalty required visible bridges between court and elite society. Young senators from famous families were brought into high financial and urban offices. Senior aristocrats were given major prefectures. Gallic figures appeared in central positions, signalling that Ravenna was no longer treating Gaul as merely a distant zone to be managed by outsiders. In Gaul itself, one of the most important moves came in 418. An annual council was established at Arles, drawing delegates from cities and provinces under the authority of the regional prefect. It offered local landowners a formal space to raise concerns and negotiate. The council served two purposes at once. It reassured elites that they had a voice, and it pulled their loyalties back toward the central government after years in which many had served rebels or accommodated barbarian power. The shift became visible in staffing too. More Gallic aristocrats began holding the top administrative post in their own region instead of Italians being sent north to rule them. And after Jovinus, Gaul did not produce another major usurpation for some time. That quiet was not an accident. It was the result of victories, bargains, and a deliberate effort to make the provinces feel connected again to a government that had seemed distant and unreliable. By the time Honorius was no longer a child, his reign still depended on a role he could perform without commanding armies, ceremony, religion, and the public image of legitimate rule. Court writers had long built his identity around appearances. Grand entrances into cities, formal celebrations, and carefully staged scenes that turned a young ruler into a figure of authority, even when real decisions were being made by others. From early on, public spectacle was not a decorative extra. It was the mechanism that kept the system believable. There is a revealing example from a ceremonial arrival at Milan late in the 390s. The emperor is described less like a political leader and more like a sacred object carried by soldiers, shining in ritual clothing and treated as a living symbol of divine favor. That kind of imagery mattered because it did double work. It made the boy's rule seem sanctioned from above, and it protected the man actually running the government, first Stilicho, later others, by wrapping the regime in a religious aura. As Honorius grew into an adult and remained largely inactive, that sacred framing did not fade. Churchmen and historians continue to explain survival and success as proof that the ruler enjoyed special protection. Even distant observers repeated the same idea. Rival claimants might rise, plots might spread, crises might multiply. Yet the emperor endured in ways that seemed to confirm heaven's support. The Western court was not alone in promoting that message. Similar language was used in the East, so the concept of a divinely favoured Christian emperor became part of imperial common sense across the Roman world. Visual propaganda carried the point even more effectively than words. Around the middle of the first decade of the 5th century, one remarkable ivory panel presents Honorius dressed as a warrior, even though he had never fought in a campaign. The image pairs military costume with Christian victory language, as if to say that conquest comes through faith rather than personal combat. In that period, official art usually kept religious signs in the background, but here Christian symbolism stands front and centre. The timing is suggestive. It may have been meant to celebrate a victory won by the general in the field, yet credited to the emperor whose name and legitimacy framed the war. Coins told the same story. From childhood onward, Honorius was repeatedly shown wearing armour, cloaks, helmets, and carrying weapons. Later, issues emphasise Christian power even more strongly, presenting him as the ruler whose authority is validated from above, and whose enemies fall beneath him. Whether those images appeared just before or after the fall of Stilicho, they fit the same political need: to reassure the public that the emperor's position was firm at a time of military danger and dynastic uncertainty, especially after the death of his brother in the east. Accounts of grand ceremonies from the later reign are scarce, but there are flashes that show the old style continued. Even when others fought, the emperor could still preside over rituals that looked like victory, justice, and renewal. A defeated rival could be paraded and punished. A journey to Rome could be staged as a sign that the ancient capital still mattered. In these performances, the traditional claim remained intact. The emperor brings victory, even if he never rides to war. That was not accidental. It kept the partnership model working. If the general and minister were the active arm of government, then the emperor's value lay in legitimacy, ceremony, and the spiritual guarantee that victories, won in his name, were part of a divinely ordered story. Religion was central to this image, and the law code became one of its main tools. From the later 400s onward, the volume of rulings on church matters grows noticeably. The empire was under strain, and the court answered in a way that made a clear statement. The emperor remained God's chosen ruler, protecting the state by guarding the faith. Earlier measures had often been cautious and limited. Later measures became broader, more confident, and more insistent about discipline, doctrine, church authority, and the handling of rival Christian groups. At times, the turbulence of events produced contradictory decisions, including a short-lived move toward wider tolerance that was soon reversed. But the overall direction is consistent. Religion offered a field in which an emperor who avoided war could still act as emperor. Many of these rulings were triggered by petitions rather than sudden inspiration. Delegations travelled constantly to the court seeking confirmations, punishments, reversals, or restatements of previous decisions. This traffic became so common that church leaders tried to control it, pushing disputes to be filtered through Rome before they were allowed to reach the imperial court. That arrangement served both sides. The court reduced the number of conflicts landing at its doorstep, and the Bishop of Rome gained leverage by controlling access. It also meant that when a crisis erupted, riots, violence, contested elections, Honorius could be seen doing something meaningful, issuing decisions that reinforced order, orthodoxy, and the idea of a realm protected by correct belief. North Africa provides a clear example of how far this went. The state moved toward harsh classification and punishment of dissident groups, and eventually demanded formal councils and debates that ended with sweeping rulings, followed by penalties for those who refused compliance. In another famous controversy, teachings associated with Pelagius were condemned after conflicting judgments across different regions and church leaders. These actions presented the emperor as guardian of religious unity and therefore guardian of stability. Even the emperor's disputes with his brother in the east could be framed in religious language. When church leaders were mistreated or exiled in Constantinople, Honorius's court protested in terms that made him sound like an elder statesman defending the proper order of church and empire. He insisted that bishops should handle doctrine while emperors enforce religious obedience, a convenient formulation that allowed him to claim moral authority without requiring personal military leadership. Public piety also took architectural form, and one project stands out: a dynastic mausoleum attached to the great shrine of St. Peter in Rome. The dating is uncertain, but it appears to belong to the early 5th century. For generations, emperors had been buried far from Rome, and the East had developed a powerful tradition of imperial burial linked to a major church in Constantinople. The West lacked a comparable Christian dynastic centre. Establishing an imperial burial place at the most prestigious martyr shrine in Rome was therefore a statement with multiple audiences in mind. It signalled renewed attention to the old capital, linked the imperial family directly to an apostolic sanctuary, and may even have been a quiet challenge to the Eastern court's prestige. Later discoveries during rebuilding work at St. Peter's revealed that Honorius's first wife, Maria, had been buried there with extraordinary wealth. Other imperial burials were found nearby, though not all could be identified. Records from later centuries state that Honorius himself was eventually laid to rest there as well. The details matter because they show how imperial Christianity could be made visible in a spectacular way. Funeral processions, lavish gifts, sacred space, and the theatre of a shrine that could turn dynastic memory into public religion. Long before popes regularly chose to be buried there, the imperial household had already made the Vatican Hill a stage for its own sacred legitimacy. All of this explains why the system endured as long as it did. By the early 5th century, Christian piety had become a guarantee of continuity and respectability for Roman rulers. For a child emperor and for an adult emperor who remained passive, that guarantee was not merely useful, it was essential. Honorius may not have been a public presence in church services after the very beginning of his reign, yet he did not need to be. Law, ceremony, official imagery, and major building projects could broadcast devotion just as effectively. While Honorius performed this symbolic and religious role, the active side of government shifted to the general who could win. In the aftermath of years of crisis, Constantius rose as the commander who restored a measure of stability. His method echoed Stilicho's in the broadest sense: success in war, then a tighter grip on the court, then a deeper bond with the dynasty through marriage. After victories in Gaul, Constantius received the honours that signalled a man moving beyond ordinary command. Repeated consulships elevated him above the usual ranks. A high court title, still unusual for a general, marked him as more than a battlefield officer. Even official art began to pose him in ways that looked uncomfortably close to imperial authority, with defeated enemies placed beneath him. The decisive step came when he married Galla Placidia. This marriage had enormous political value. Placidia was not merely a princess, she was the most powerful marital prize in the West. Leaving her unattached meant leaving open the possibility that a rival could gain privileged access to the court and threaten Constantius's dominance. The marriage also pointed toward the one thing Honorius lacked: an heir. Placidia was still young enough to bear children, and in a dynasty built on bloodline legitimacy, producing the next emperor was the closest any minister could come to becoming indispensable. Children came quickly. First a daughter, then a son, Valentinian, who could be presented as the future of the Western house. With that birth, Constantius's position became stronger than Stilicho's had ever been. Stilicho had tried to anchor himself through a daughter's marriage and hoped for a grandson who never arrived. Constantius secured the bloodline itself. Once the heir existed, the partnership could be reinvented again. Not merely a general serving a legitimate ruler, but a family man whose household now contained the next emperor. The honours followed in rapid succession. Another consulship, then at last, elevation to co-emperor. Reports suggest Honorius did not welcome sharing the purple, but resistance could only go so far. Constantius's rise shows a careful calculation. It was safer to be raised through a formal act of the reigning emperor than to seize power through open force. A peaceful elevation preserved the sacred legitimacy that had been attached to Honorius since childhood, and extended it to the new partner. Placidia received her own elevated status, and the infant heir was publicly marked out with titles that made his claim unmistakable. For a moment, the future looked unusually secure. 2 adult rulers, a dynastic successor, and a state that had begun to recover from the worst chaos of the previous decade. It even seemed possible that the empire might avoid another long minority reign, because the new heir had powerful adult protectors. When Flavius Constantius died, the calm he had forced onto the Western court began to dissolve almost immediately. A decade of victories and firm control had produced a government that looked stable from the outside, but it rested on one man's authority. Like many figures who climbed to the top in a closed political system, Constantius had not cultivated an obvious replacement. The safest successor, from his point of view, was not another ambitious adult, but his own small son. That meant the officials still in place during 421 were, for the most part, men shaped by his patronage and dependent on the order he had built. Once that order lost its architect, the court did not smoothly transition into a new phase. It reverted to a familiar pattern: sharp factions fighting for the space beside the throne. Honorius did not step forward to fill the gap. He had failed to do so after Stilicho's removal, and he did not do so again after Constantius. By this stage he was no novice, an emperor in his late 30s who had held the title for almost 3 decades. Yet the moment that should have marked a final shift from ceremonial ruler to active master of policy never arrived. Whether this was inability, calculation, or habit hardened into instinct, the result was the same. Power once more became something contested around him rather than exercised by him. His sister, Galla Placidia, understood what this meant. With Constantius gone, the security of her children, especially her son, the only clear dynastic future available to the Western court, became dangerously uncertain. She tried to keep her brother close, to dominate access, to prevent rivals from isolating the emperor and turning him into a weapon against her. The attempt caused scandal and provoked backlash. In the atmosphere of suspicion that followed, enemies at court worked to poison Honorius against her. Her remaining bodyguard, men who had once served the Visigoths during her earlier years, became a convenient target. Disturbances in Ravenna were blamed on them, and the court's hostility reached a breaking point. Placidia and her children were pushed out of the western capital and sent east, to Constantinople, sometime around late 422 or early 423. The exile of the emperor's own sister, along with the removal of the only viable heir, shows how quickly the court returned to ruthless, short-term maneuvering once the strong hand of Constantius disappeared. The final year of Honorius's reign becomes difficult to map with certainty because the sources are thinner and the power structure more unstable. Yet several military figures emerge as the most plausible contenders for influence. One was Asterius, a commander associated with operations in the far west, who had achieved real results against external enemies and even captured a former claimant. He seems to have risen quickly and then vanished from the record. Another was Castinus, sent on major campaigns and prominent enough to be considered a likely centre of authority. Then there was Boniface, who began alongside Castinus, but broke with him and withdrew to Africa. Boniface remained linked to Placidia's cause, supporting her from afar and positioning himself as a counterweight to the hostile circle at Ravenna. These men matter not simply as individuals, but because they show what the court had become. The contest for control repeatedly gravitated toward generals, because only military men could plausibly promise safety in an empire under constant pressure. Castinus, in particular, stands out as someone who may have gained from Placidia's removal. His later actions suggest that he was not merely an officer carrying out orders, but a player in the struggle for the throne's direction. Yet even those who succeeded in pushing Placidia aside did not get long to enjoy their victory. Honorius died in August 423, still relatively young, reportedly weakened by illness. Once again, the emperor survived every purge and factional storm around him, only to be claimed by natural causes. The ministers and generals who fought to control his government, by contrast, were far less safe. Looking back across the long arc of Honorius's reign, a clear pattern emerges. The Western Empire had been learning, often painfully, how to function under child rulers and figurehead emperors. Earlier generations had witnessed the dangers. A boy on the throne could invite civil conflict as rival power brokers arranged themselves around him or tried to replace him. Yet by the end of the 4th century, the system had started to adapt. A dynastically legitimate child could sometimes prevent open war by giving competing interests a single name to rally around. Even if real authority rested elsewhere, that did not eliminate conflict. It redirected it inward, into the palace and the court, where factions fought for proximity, rather than marching rival armies against each other. Honorius came to power at the age of 10 and could not rule independently. The state continued to function because the late Roman bureaucracy and legal machinery could keep moving even when the emperor was young. That allowed the court to project normality. It also allowed ambitious men to treat the imperial office as something that could be managed, guarded, and used. From the beginning, religious language and dynastic loyalty were fused into a protective narrative. The young emperor was presented as pious, divinely endorsed, the rightful heir of a victorious father. The promise of youth became a political tool. It reassured key audiences while buying time for the real government to be conducted by others. Stilicho exploited that environment with exceptional skill. The regime he built depended on a partnership image. The child provided legitimacy and a sense of future, while the guardian provided experience, command, and results. Marital ties tightened the grip. Patronage filled offices with loyal men. Successes against crises, some real, some magnified by propaganda, kept the partnership plausible. Contemporary observers could see where power truly lay and often complained that the emperors were rulers in name while ministers enriched themselves. But those complaints did not break the system. Only a convergence of disasters did. Mounting military emergencies, political resentment among elite circles, and a ruthless court rival who exploited the moment when Stilicho was separated from the emperor. When Stilicho was eliminated in 408, Honorius was already in his 20s. The chance to rule personally was finally there. He declined it. Instead, he let new power seekers crash into one another and fall. That choice may have looked passive, even weak, but it was also survivable. Unlike earlier young emperors whose attempts at independence ended in violence, Honorius endured. The throne became a shelter behind which others fought, while he embodied continuity. Outside the inner circle, the emperor's mere presence could still suggest stability, even as policies changed rapidly and crises worsened. The cost, however, was severe. The court's internal warfare produced hesitation and inconsistency. Negotiations with enemies became erratic. Promises were made and abandoned. The empire's needs were often subordinated to factional advantage. The consequences were not abstract. Italy suffered, provinces drifted, and catastrophe could follow. Constantius restored a measure of order by repeating the same basic model, but with greater success. He won decisive campaigns, rebuilt ties with elites, and forced workable arrangements with hostile groups. He also achieved what Stilicho could not. He tied himself to the dynasty through marriage and produced a male heir, then finally reached co-emperorship through a formal elevation rather than naked seizure. That made the partnership structure stronger than ever. Honorius remained the ceremonially legitimate centre, while the active partner handled war and administration. The system had, in a sense, matured into a stable method of rule. Then Constantius died, and the weakness underneath the stability was exposed again. Honorius did not transform into an active ruler. The court returned to rivalry and suspicion. Placidia was expelled. Key military men took positions like chess pieces across the map. The emperor's death in 423 ended the long experiment of a child who never truly stopped being a figurehead. At that moment, the Western future was far away from Ravenna. The heir, still a small child, was in Constantinople with his mother and sister. If the West wanted a dynastic continuation, it would require enormous effort, men, money, political will, to bring the boy back and place him on the throne. The reputation of this next emperor would later be dragged down by hostile portraits and scandalous stories. Many judgments would brand him idle, careless, obsessed with pleasure, and unworthy of the imperial burden. Tax remissions granted during his reign would be portrayed as weakness, as if mercy and fiscal concession were simply failure. Yet such verdicts often ignore the political world that had been created before the boy ever wore a crown. By the time this new child entered the story, the Western imperial office had already been reshaped by decades of managed rule. The emperor's public function had become narrower, more ceremonial, more religious, more symbolic, while the active work of survival increasingly depended on a dominant general. That does not excuse later failures, but it changes what an effective emperor could realistically be inside that system. Actions that remain visible, law, church politics, arbitration of disputes, the public performance of legitimacy, gain a different weight when the office itself has been constrained. Understanding the next reign requires following events carefully through scattered evidence, laws preserved in codes, fragments of court poetry, brief notices in chronicles, and later narratives written from outside the Western experience. Those later voices often judge the West through the certainty of hindsight, knowing that the Western Empire would vanish within a few decades. But a closer view shows a more complicated picture. Even under severe strain, the Western state could still fight. Armies could still win battles. In many regions outside Africa, a partnership between emperor and general could still impose order for years at a time. By the 420s, the Western Empire was no longer treating a child on the throne as a temporary emergency. A full working model had formed, one that looked nothing like the older ideal of a single adult emperor directing everything himself. The new pattern relied on an arrangement that had become familiar at court. A young ruler who embodied legitimacy, and a dominant general who carried the burden of action. That partnership had become almost routine, an expected way for government to function when the emperor was too young to rule. Yet the path that led Aetius into the role of Valentinian III's chief manager was not straightforward. Rivalry among powerful commanders was inevitable, because the court had learned to expect competition for the position beside the throne. But Aetius, becoming the man who ultimately prevailed, was not guaranteed. Another complication was the Eastern Empire. Constantinople did not simply launch Valentinian and then lose interest. Once the East decided to invest in him as the Western future, it committed not only soldiers but administrative effort, long-term planning, and political capital. That meant Aetius, even at the height of his Western influence, would always have to operate under the shadow of Eastern involvement. The East had to tolerate his rise, but his dominance was never completely free from Eastern pressure. Valentinian III's rise to power itself shows how valuable child emperor rule had become in late Roman politics. The decision to place a very young boy on the Western throne was not merely a reflex of bloodline loyalty. It was a calculated choice made by experienced political actors who believed a child ruler could serve the state's needs if handled correctly. In 424, the Eastern government under Theodosius II chose to spend heavily to shape the West's future. Eastern involvement in Western affairs had precedents: costly interventions earlier in the empire's recent past, tense standoffs over Western military moves, and even emergency support sent when the West was under siege. But this time, the Eastern court acted for a different purpose. It intervened not to avenge a dead emperor, but to install a 5-year-old with a strong dynastic claim. For a court that counted resources carefully, that choice demands an explanation. By the time Valentinian became emperor in 425, the empire had decades of practice. Nearly 60 years had passed since the accession of young Gratian, and about 50 since the proclamation of Valentinian II as a small child. Across those decades, officials and officers had lived through minority regimes and learned how they worked. The Eastern court had its own deep familiarity with the same phenomenon. Theodosius II himself had entered imperial life as an infant and spent his childhood under a managed government. His court understood, better than most, how to stabilize rule around a boy in purple. Even so, placing Valentinian on the Western throne would be harder and more expensive than previous child accessions. The fact that the East still chose to do it shows how far the system had evolved. Child emperor rule was no longer seen as fragile improvisation. It had become a usable tool of statecraft. Valentinian's background made him an obvious candidate once a decision was made. He was the son of Galla Placidia and Constantius III, linked directly to the ruling house. He had already been granted high rank while Honorius lived, but the family's position shifted rapidly. Constantius died, and Valentinian ended up in Constantinople with his mother and sister. The Eastern court gave them refuge, yet it had not previously recognized all the Western titles Honorius had conferred on them. That earlier reluctance mattered, because it shows the East did not automatically treat the Western branch's internal decisions as binding. After Honorius died, the West did not remain leaderless for long. Without a visible Theodosian in Italy, a new regime emerged. The new ruler was John, a senior court official rather than a battlefield commander, proclaimed in Rome late in 423. Details of his short reign are uneven, but it is difficult to imagine a civilian figure holding power without strong backing from military interests. Support gathered around him from key Western commanders. Castinus aligned himself with the new regime, and Aetius, already influential at court and linked to the Western military world, also supported it. Some have treated Castinus backing a civilian usurper as proof that generals knew the throne itself was too dangerous, or that a soldier emperor was an exception rather than a trend. But the previous decades had been moving in a different direction. Constantius's elevation had not been a strange accident. It represented the peak of a partnership model that had been growing for a generation. Within that same logic, John may have been a deliberate compromise, an emperor who could serve as a ceremonial front while military leaders competed for real leverage. Choosing a civilian could reduce the risk of open civil war between rival generals, because it avoided elevating one commander above the others in a way that would provoke immediate resistance. The aim was familiar: preserve the balance that had worked before with a symbolic emperor and a strong military partner. How far John's authority reached remains hard to measure. Signals from Italy itself are mixed. Though proclaimed in Rome, his court moved to Ravenna. Outside Italy, support appears even shakier. In Gaul, his top official was killed in unrest at Arles. In Africa, grain shipments may have been disrupted, suggesting resistance from key provincial power holders. The larger lesson was already known from earlier crises. A figurehead emperor might suit the palace and some military factions, but not every regional interest group or aristocratic network. In the West, especially, the relationship between a distant court and provincial elites could fracture quickly when policies failed to deliver protection. It would be a mistake, however, to imagine the Eastern court instantly declaring for Valentinian the moment Honorius died. Accounts suggest Theodosius II did not immediately announce the Western emperor's death. The delay implies calculation. Honorius's death left Theodosius as the only reigning Augustus across the empire, and for a period he legislated as sole ruler. For months there was no public move to install a Western colleague. That pause matters. It shows that the East weighed its options, including the possibility of leaving the West without a separate emperor for longer than anyone expected. There is a popular dramatic reading that the Western imperial family in Constantinople must have feared for their lives during this delay. That interpretation does not fit the cold logic of imperial politics. If the Eastern court wanted to neutralize Valentinian, it could have kept him quietly in Constantinople, without bloodshed, scandal, or instability. Killing a child prince would have been a needless disaster in public perception. The more realistic explanation is simpler. The East hesitated because intervention would be expensive, risky, and uncertain. Speculation exists that the East initially explored some arrangement with Castinus, possibly expecting him to act as a kind of Western deputy, while remaining loyal to Constantinople. But the evidence for such a clean deal is weak. If Castinus expected an Eastern-backed partnership, events moved too fast for it to hold. John's proclamation came only months after Honorius's death. Whatever private approaches were made, the political reality in Italy hardened quickly into a new regime seeking recognition. The turning point came when John reached out to Constantinople for legitimacy. He had already tried to present himself as compatible with the Eastern Emperor by using imagery that associated both names. But the Eastern court refused to play along. John's envoys were arrested and removed from influence rather than welcomed as partners. That refusal revealed the limits of compromise. Theodosius could not easily control the West from Constantinople through a cooperative usurper. And if recognition was granted, the West might slip away permanently from dynastic oversight. It was at this stage, when the West looked as if it could be lost unless action was taken, that the Eastern court committed to Valentinian. Once the decision was made, the East moved quickly to formalize the Western family's position. Titles previously left in limbo were now validated. Imperial imagery began to honor Placidia. Recognition extended to Constantius after death. At the same time, a marriage alliance was arranged. Valentinian was betrothed to Theodosius II's young daughter, to be fulfilled when they were older. The logic was clear. If a child emperor was being installed at enormous cost, the new Western regime needed to remain tied to Constantinople. A future marriage offered a chain that would be political as well as familial. It also solved another recurring problem of the age. Imperial women could create dangerous rivals through marriage, because ambitious husbands could turn family ties into claims. A marriage between two imperial children avoided that risk. Valentinian was already part of the dynasty, destined for a throne, and therefore not a threat to Theodosius II's position. Few matches could have been safer for the Eastern Emperor's only daughter. With political groundwork laid, the East launched the expedition that would decide the Western throne. A major force set out, led by senior commanders, and it brought Placidia and her children along, an unmistakable sign that the campaign was not merely punitive, but constructive, designed to build a government. The army moved first to Thessalonica. There, in October 424, the 5-year-old Valentinian was formally invested as Caesar by a high Eastern official acting in the emperor's name. The gesture was layered with meaning. Valentinian was elevated, but not all the way. He was marked as junior, dependent, and made legitimate by Eastern authority. Public messaging reinforced that hierarchy. The senior emperor remained the source of power. The boy was the beneficiary. The campaign into Italy followed. In the spring of 425, the force split. One part moved by sea, another by land. A moment of crisis struck when the commander at sea was shipwrecked and captured. Some accounts frame what followed as providence, others as clever persuasion and political skill. Captors turned into allies. Danger transformed into opportunity. Meanwhile, the land force advanced and Ravenna fell. The captive commander was freed, the usurper John was seized, and he was sent to Aquileia, where Placidia and her son awaited the outcome. John's fall was staged as a public lesson. He was displayed in humiliating fashion before being mutilated and executed in early summer, 425. The performance was not only vengeance, it was a warning to future challengers and a signal to Italy that legitimate power had returned under Eastern sponsorship. A few months later, the expedition moved on to Rome, and there, in October 425, the boy who had been made Caesar a year earlier was raised to Augustus. Again, the ceremony was carried out by an Eastern representative. Choosing Rome as the stage was deliberate. The ceremony could have been done sooner in Ravenna or Aquileia. Instead, the planners waited, and they chose the old imperial capital as the setting for full accession. That decision aimed at the Italian senatorial elite, whose support still mattered, and it echoed Eastern assumptions about how an emperor should be made, through controlled urban ceremony, not merely by military proclamation. Even without many surviving details of the event, exact location, full list of attendees, the precise sequence of ritual, it is clear the process was carefully designed. The pattern across 424 and 425 shows a government thinking in terms of spectacle, hierarchy, and legitimacy. There are strong hints of Constantinopolitan influence in how the new reign was presented. Staged promotions, ordered ceremonies, and public theatre that framed the transfer of power as lawful, divinely favoured, and anchored in tradition. The Eastern Emperor even considered travelling west to preside personally, which would have made the message of seniority even sharper, but illness forced him back. The celebration was not only Western. Constantinople marked the victory too. The campaign had restored a dynastic branch, reasserted Eastern influence, and removed a regime that had tried to negotiate legitimacy from the outside. The new order was presented as a triumph of lawful succession over improvisation, and the messaging continued after the coronation. Coins and public imagery emphasized joint imperial solidarity while making the boy's subordinate status obvious. Even as Augustus, the child was depicted alongside the adult Eastern emperor in a way that highlighted scale, seniority, and the source of authority. The message was consistent. The West had an emperor again, but his throne had been rebuilt through Eastern power. Valentinian's rise in the West was, in the clearest sense, a victory for the ruling dynasty. Yet the story was not only about bloodline. The Eastern court had hesitated before committing itself, and once it chose action, it paid an enormous price to make the change real. Removing an adult ruler who had military support and replacing him with a 5-year-old was a gamble, even in an age already familiar with child emperors. The fact that the Eastern leadership took the risk suggests a calculation that went beyond family loyalty. After establishing the Western regime, the Eastern government did not withdraw its influence. Having invested heavily in placing Valentinian III on the throne, Constantinople expected to shape the new administration. Eastern forces remained in the West to secure the transition. Eastern officials supervised key ceremonial steps, and early military appointments likely reflected Eastern selection. The new Western government, therefore, began under strong Eastern direction, with cooperation between the two halves of the empire clearly unequal in balance. Because Valentinian was a child, real authority did not lie with the emperor himself. His mother, Galla Placidia, played an important public role, appearing in official imagery and representing dynastic continuity. But her formal power was limited. Her influence operated through court presence, wealth, and symbolic authority rather than constitutional control. Religious patronage and imperial imagery under her sponsorship emphasized divine protection and dynastic legitimacy, reinforcing the idea that the new regime represented continuity rather than foreign imposition. Valentinian's sister was also elevated to high rank, creating additional security for the dynasty in an uncertain political environment. At the same time, the Western government worked to secure support from Italy's powerful aristocracy. Policies reassured the Senate, protected elite privileges, and reduced financial burdens. Religious measures reinforced Christian legitimacy, while legal reforms presented the new regime as orderly and lawful. Over time, leading senatorial families gained major administrative offices, showing that cooperation with Roman elites remained essential for political stability. Yet the greatest challenge came from the military sphere. The rise of Aetius transformed Western politics. With strong connections to the Huns and access to external military support, he could not easily be controlled by the court. After a series of conflicts with rival commanders, shifting alliances and repeated negotiations, Aetius emerged by the early 400s as the dominant military authority in the West. He did not seek the throne itself, but ruled as the essential commander behind a largely ceremonial emperor, reflecting a broader shift in imperial politics where generals exercised real power while emperors embodied legitimacy. Eastern involvement continued throughout this period. Constantinople intervened in Western affairs, especially during the Vandal invasion of North Africa, and sought to reinforce its senior position through military cooperation, dynastic marriage, and legal initiatives such as the Imperial Law Code. These actions emphasized Eastern authority and presented the West as a partner under guidance rather than an equal power. Meanwhile, Aetius maintained his dominance through successful campaigns, particularly in Gaul, where he secured frontiers and gained widespread recognition as the empire's primary defender. Provincial appeals and foreign diplomacy increasingly treated him, rather than the emperor, as the figure capable of decisive action. His authority rested on military success, personal networks, and earlier alliances with the Huns, though the loss of Hun support later reduced his strategic leverage. By the 440s, the Western system had taken a clear shape. The emperor served as a symbol of dynastic and religious legitimacy. The Eastern court claimed senior authority over imperial unity, and Aetius functioned as the operational leader who ensured the empire's survival. This arrangement created a fragile balance of power. As Valentinian matured into adulthood, uncertainty grew over whether he would accept a ceremonial role or attempt to assert greater authority, raising tensions within a political system built on partnership rather than direct imperial rule.